What is it like when the King of Hell is a fan of your novel? Lu Meng got to experience that feeling firsthand. You think there are benefits to this? Before any benefits could be seen, Lu Meng was already dead, and the King of Hell even slapped him with the label of committing a heinous crime. Not robbery, not arson or murder. It was all because of a tragedy novel he was writing. It turns out, in the novel Lu Meng recently finished, the protagonist, Yi Qiong, awakened his bloodline. Everything was going smoothly. The tragedy angle was actually very successful. It was just that the protagonist's difficulty level was extremely high, so Lu Meng received countless blades from his readers. Thus, just as the protagonist killed all the invincible villains who were about to defile the heroine, Lu Meng, in a fit of rage, destroyed the entire world of the novel. And somehow, the King of Hell happened to be a hardcore fan of that very novel. He had been following it for a whole year. He was waiting for the male and female leads to get together. Yet Lu Meng gave it an ending where everyone perished together, leaving two hearts shattered. This was truly something Lu Meng could never have expected. He was supposed to live to 90. But because of that trashy ending, the King of Hell was displeased. He cut Lu Meng's life short by 2/3. Lu Meng was still a virgin. He hadn't even held a girl's hand. He still wanted to get married. He really didn't want to die early. The King of Hell generously gifted him a wife, and simultaneously sent him into the book to save the world, on the condition that he must change the apocalyptic ending set 10 years later in the book. Otherwise, he would sentence him to be a single dog for all eternity, never even able to touch a girl's hand. The decree was set. Even if Lu Meng didn't want to, he was forcibly dragged away. Oxhead and Horseface dragged Lu Meng to the Sanzu River, even as he kept rambling about his beautiful youth and begging for mercy. Neither of them listened to a word and kicked him straight down. But in their haste, they forgot to give Lu Meng the soup of forgetfulness. When he transmigrated into the novel he wrote himself, Lu Meng actually transmigrated into the sissy villain, with a personality like a stubborn mule. At first, he didn't even know his identity. He only realized it when he heard those two talking behind his back. Looking at the jade pendant in his hand, Lu Meng fell into despair. Li Yuwa was originally a pretty boy, a villain who feigned failure. There was no evil deed he wouldn't do. Bullying men and dominating women, humiliating the protagonist girl. He was murdered by the protagonist and had his 5th limb cut off. Fortunately, his 5th limb was currently still intact. But transmigrating into this villain was truly hateful for Lu Meng. He couldn't accept it at all. However, in the end, this entire world would be destroyed. Everyone, including the villain. But if this is the world of Lu Meng's novel, that means he knows where the treasures are, where the miraculous encounters are. He knows the direction of the entire story like the back of his hand. Only this gave Lu Meng some confidence that he was the creator god of this world. But he hadn't seen any benefits yet. He only saw a large box falling straight onto his head. It was a Gale Express delivery. Looking at the image on the box, he knew immediately who sent it. Inside, there was a letter. Not surprisingly, it was left by the King of Hell. He stated that he had mercifully rewarded him with a mission completion system, with a unique name, Alimama. Just as he finished reading, the system appeared, initializing Alimama online shopping platform. Lu Meng could choose to buy products at will. Gale Express would deliver them at any time. One look, and Lu Meng recognized this was a golden finger, only known in legends. It is known that the protagonist he wrote used a similar system to soar to the heavens, advancing rapidly, marrying a rich and beautiful wife, reaching the pinnacle of life. However, his system was called Alibaba, which only allowed random draws. But his Alimama allowed him to buy whatever he wanted. Just thinking about it, Lu Meng saw hope in changing the destiny of the world's destruction in 10 years. However, Lu Meng's current capital was a big fat zero. Right at this moment, the sound of galloping horses echoed. He suddenly felt a chill down his spine. The arrival was none other than the beautiful woman named Nalan Meng. Yuwa blushed with delight upon seeing her. But her temperament was far from her appearance. A crack of the horsewhip made him jump. Yuwa wanted to explain that he wasn't actually running away, to see if Nalan Meng was interested in listening. The words "get on the horse" were repeated. From the bystanders, it was revealed that Li Yuwa had previously been tied to a tree and beaten by her for a day and a night. The ranks of martial practitioners in this world, from high to low, are distinguished as follows: Martial Emperor, Martial Saint, Martial Venerable, Martial Ancestor, Martial King, Martial Lord, Martial Spirit, Grand Martial Master, Martial Master, Martial Practitioner, Nalan Meng, the ninth daughter of the third prince, the ever-victorious general of the Haotian kingdom. Although only 19 years old, her strength is already at the martial spirit rank. A woman who combines both beauty and danger. Yet her husband is this Li Yugua, known throughout the world as the king of soft rice. His cultivation has stalled at the martial practitioner level for 10 years without any progress. Sitting behind Nalan Meng, Yugua was captivated by the scent radiating from her, like roses yet like osmanthus. His hand took the opportunity to reach out, wanting to embrace Nalan Meng's waist. But how could it be that easy? She warned Yugua that if he dared to touch her, she would chop off his fingers one by one. The two stopped at the city lord's manor in Nalan City. Nalan Meng ordered Yugua, who was looking around, to follow her to the ancestral hall. Two maids saw this scene and whispered that the soft rice king had been caught again. They assumed he was about to get beaten again. Inside the ancestral hall, Nalan Meng continued to order Yugua to kneel. His body knelt automatically and skillfully out of habit. Nalan Meng lit 3 incense sticks, asking her parents for forgiveness because the daughter-in-law couldn't control her husband. Only then did Yugua notice the spirit tablets of his own parents up there. Although Li Yugua was unruly, his father was the war god of the Haotian kingdom, with a thunderous reputation. The demon-subduing general, sworn brothers with Nalan Meng's father, the third prince, called the twin heroes of Haotian. That was why Yugua was qualified to marry Nalan Meng. But because she despised Yugua for being weak and incompetent, the two had never consummated their marriage. Thus, Yugua felt suffocated. He had to go out and flirt with women. Every time, Nalan Meng would appear at the most critical moment. Avoiding a vicious beating was impossible, if not for the respect towards the ancestors. She would have divorced this husband long ago. Half a year later, the protagonist would kill his way to Nalan City. Nalan Meng would fight with all her might, but would be no match. The city destroyed, the people dead. Li Yugua would only wake up at the very last moment, but would be too late. Thinking back, Nalan Meng didn't have it easy either. However, Yugua realized that if he started developing Nalan City now, when that time came, they might be able to put up a fight. He could use the Alimama system to find a way. But Yugua wasn't sure if the currency here could be used in Alimama. He had to try to find out. As Nalan Meng offered incense, she interrogated Yugua about why he snuck out again today. To her, there were only 2 reasons: flirting with women or gambling. An answer never heard before was uttered. Yugua said he felt that Nalan City could still be saved. Nalan Meng's eyes flashed with surprise. He confidently stated his price. He just needed her to give him 100 taels. What he received was Nalan Meng's ruthless killer gaze, as if she wanted to eat him alive. Nalan Meng glared at her husband in annoyance. Trying to scam money for gambling again? Yugua raised his index finger to stop her and slowly explained. Not gambling, but business. Although Nalan City is far from the border of the Haotian kingdom, it is a mandatory route. One must pass through it to reach the capital. Many merchants pass back and forth. If we can utilize this flow of customers, we can help the common people live better lives. Nalan Meng's eyes widened in disbelief. She thought to herself, such a serious look. It's like he's become a different person. Could it be that he has changed? Yugua felt a gaze staring at him. When he glanced at Nalan Meng, his face turned pale. He groaned internally, "Oh my God." He swallowed his saliva and laughed awkwardly. He realized his mistake. Changing too quickly right now would expose him. If she found out he possessed her husband's body, she would kill him a dozen times over. So Yugua pretended to change the subject. I saw people in the slums starving until they were sallow and thin. I don't want Nalan City to be full of dead people everywhere. It looks so gloomy. Seeing Yugua return to his usual self, Nalan Meng sighed. I thought his personality had suddenly changed. Although he's only thinking of his own feelings. Taking even one step forward is rare to see. Just as Yugua was about to speak up to persuade her further, a bag of money was thrown straight at him. He was a bit stunned as he caught it. Nalan Meng crossed her arms and reminded him. Nalan City has suffered drought for many years. The money has been used to aid the poor. At most, I can give you 50 taels. Yugua looked at the bag of silver in his hand. He couldn't help but smile. 50 taels is 50 taels. At the same time, he thought, I'm just testing to see if this money can be used in the Alimama system anyway. Having obtained what he needed, Yuba happily whistled as he left, leaving behind the gossip of the maids in the ancestral hall. Princess, do you still hold out hope for him? I'm afraid he scammed the money to spend it again. Nail and Meng stood still, watching Yuba's retreating figure. She couldn't help but retort. I still feel that this time he seems to have changed. At the Nailin City Market, beggars sat scattered on the ground. Yuba looked at the bag of silver in his palm. He muttered excitedly. Let's test the Alimama system first. He quickly activated the system. A blue screen, along with a notification, appeared instantly, initializing Alimama online shopping platform. System check. User balance is 50 taels. The balance on the notification board made Yuba's eyes shine like headlights. He didn't bother holding back and let out a laugh full of excitement. It can really be used. Because he was engrossed in his plan, he didn't notice the man behind him staring in his direction. Suddenly, the man lunged forward and hugged Yuba tightly. His hand even grabbed a very sensitive area. Yuba's face turned black as he jumped back several meters, using all his strength to shout. Clutching his chest, are you short of money or desperate for sex? The middle-aged man rubbed his hands and smiled ingratiatingly. Brother, don't misunderstand. I smelled the scent of pepper from the western regions on you. I just want to see if it was real. Seeing this, Yuba slowly took a small bottle out of his shirt, simultaneously deducing. Seems like he's interested in pepper. Grasping the man's psychology, Yuba shook the spice bottle repeatedly in front of. The man then chuckled and said, Of course it's real. It took a lot of effort to import this. The middle-aged man quickly leaned in to inhale the aroma of the pepper. Just one whiff, and he revealed a satisfied expression. That's right, it's this smell. Wasting no time, he immediately made an offer. I'll pay 50 taels. Can you sell it to me? Yuba dropped his jaw in shock. He unconsciously looked at the other party's outstretched hand and stammered. 50 taels? Seeing that expression, the middle-aged man frowned, thinking, TCH. Then he immediately raised his voice. 100 taels. Still not enough. 150. 200. Any more, and I'll make a huge loss. Yuba looked at the price, rising sequentially, and rejoiced inwardly. Truly a fool with too much money. Then he didn't haggle any further. He said casually, Sold to you. The man happily took the pepper bottle. Very smart. How should I address you, little brother? Yuba replied calmly. Iamli Yugul. Pleasure, pleasure. Holding the pepper in his hand. The man got curious. Little brother, where did this pepper come from? Yuba replied skillfully. If I told you, I wouldn't have any rice to eat anymore. Hearing that, the man chuckled. He politely cupped his hands and introduced himself. I am sure Deshang. Brotherly, in the future, can you sell all your stock to me? Yuba snapped his fingers and replied vaguely. That depends on your sincerity. Deshang was so happy his eyes squinted shut. He turned to lead the way. Brotherly, follow me. Deshang flashed his bright white teeth. It was extremely hard to resist as he led Yuba to where he made his living. This is my stall. These toys, little brother, pick whatever you like. Consider it a meeting gift. Hearing that, Yuba didn't hold back anymore. He looked back and forth at the items on the shelf. Finally, he spotted a jade vase that looked quite special. What's inside this vase? Deshang just glanced at it briefly, speaking without thinking. This is an unknown flower seed. If Brotherly likes it, just take it. Grow a flower and give it to the one you like. As Yuba listened, he took out a small seed with a unique pattern from the vase. Deshang looked like a man of his word. He really let Yuba take whatever he liked, and he wasn't polite about it either. He directly took the jade vase and said goodbye. Thank a lot then. The man waved back, not forgetting to remind him. Brotherly, don't forget what you promised. He nodded, making an OK sign with his hand. I know. Just as he left Deshang's sight, Yuba began to open his system. The robotic voice quickly rang out, following the master's request. Initializing Alimama. Searching for new item. Moon spirit grass. An image of a green flower appeared on the screen. After reading the data, Yuba smiled smugly. It really is a spirit grass that can gather spiritual energy. It has great benefits for cultivation. Luckily, he didn't know how to distinguish good goods from bad. I made a huge profit. But suddenly, something appeared on the system information board, surprising Yuba. Why are there extra lines of text? On the Alimama system board, 2 progress bars popped up. At the head of each progress bar was an image of a different person. The system began to read the information robotically. Current villain Yahello, 2%. Owner, Li Yugua. Current protagonist Yahello, 98%. Owner, Yi Qiong. Seizing the opponent's opportunities can collect percentage points. If the villain Yahello drops below 0%, Doomsday may arrive sooner. Yugua rubbed his chin, pondering the system's new notification. Yi Qiong is the name of the protagonist in my novel. Doomsday is the ending I wrote. But what are the villain Yahello and protagonist Yahello? At the same time, a commotion on the main street attracted his attention. A crowd gathered, pointing at something and shouting. Selling a blade. In the center of the crowd, a man wearing an eye patch, with bulging muscles, holding a long weapon, said to everyone, "Family heirloom blade. Cuts iron like mud. 80 taels, and it's yours." Quite a few onlookers started speaking up, seeming skeptical. Selling this blunt blade for 80 taels? Are you scamming people? I wouldn't even buy it for 8 taels. A bald man next to him crossed his arms and sneered. How about selling it to me for 10 taels? The eye patch man seemed unwilling. He gazed at his precious blade and whispered, 80 taels is already selling it cheap, if not for a sick family member. I wouldn't sell this blade. Speaking of this, he suddenly gripped the blade tightly. Thinking for a moment, he said, "Forget it, I'm not selling anymore." The two who had just mocked him stepped forward to cause trouble upon hearing this. The bald man grabbed his shoulder and shouted, "Just now you said you were selling. Now you say you're not selling. Are you playing with us, brothers?" The other one also scowled, speaking even more unreasonably. "Right? We can't let you leave like this. Today, no matter what, you must leave this blade behind." Yugua, watching from the outside, finally couldn't sit still anymore. He spoke up to stop this eyesore of a bullying act. "Stop it." The crowd knew to make way for him. They couldn't help but whisper, "It's the Soft Rice King, the son-in-law of the Nailan City Lord." The people didn't know why he was here, and he had no obligation to explain to them. Currently, he was heading towards the center of the commotion. If it's a family heirloom blade, why do you want to sell it? Seeing that it was Yugua, the bald man could only bow in greeting. His friend was like a chick seeing a mother hen. He hurriedly ran behind him, glaring and pointing at the blade seller. "So it's Brother Gua. Since Brother Gua is helping you, consider today's matter settled." Yugua was extremely satisfied with their attitude. He waved his hand, signaling them to scram. Afraid they wouldn't understand, he added, "You have good eyes. You two can go." Having cleared away the troublemakers, Yugua took a money pouch from his chest pocket and threw it over. "I heard what you said just now. Keep your family heirloom blade." The eye patch man caught the money pouch in surprise, not understanding why he did that. As if guessing what the other was thinking, Yugua simply clasped his hands behind his back. He said casually, "Take this 100 taels for the emergency." The bald man and his accomplice were panicked, faces turning pale, eyes wide with shock. The blade seller was equally astonished, but just pursed his lips and looked at him. A thud sounded. The man knelt on one knee, cupping his hands in gratitude. He bowed his head, stating his name and making a promise. "I am Guan Yin Fan. I will never forget this life-saving grace. I will meet you again another day, benefactor." Yugua didn't want to accept his bow. He calmly pulled the man up. "Small matter, just a small matter." He felt it was a small matter, but the bald man behind him didn't think so. He spoke sarcastically. "Brother Gua, aren't you afraid he's a scammer?" Yugua acted as if he had heard something hilarious. He laughed loudly on the main street. "If 100 taels can help me see through a person, it's worth it." Although he said that, Yugua was still unhappy. "I, the one spending the money, haven't complained yet. Since when is it the turn of nobodies like you to speak up? Why are you two still here? Didn't I tell you to leave?" Although the bald man didn't respect him, he didn't dare to directly confront him. He could only leave resentfully. TCH, relying on his wife's protection to think he's a big shot? The bald man's friend also glanced back judgingly, giving 100 taels to a vulgar man at will. Idiot. Every word they said. Yugua heard every single one. But he didn't get angry over such trivial, harmless words. Instead, he smiled faintly. "Two idiots. The vulgar man before your eyes." Yugua paused for a moment. The cool image of Yin Fan kneeling on the high city roof under the bright moonlight flashed in his mind, making one shudder. He continued leisurely. "Is the number one chivalrous thief in the world. The thief king, Guan Yin Fan." Having settled everything, Yugua waved goodbye to Yin Fan. "Safe travels," he exclaimed inwardly. Originally, he was saved by the male lead, Yi Qiong, becoming his loyal brother until death. "I didn't expect to meet him first. He couldn't help but whistle happily for the big gain. Huh. This trip not only earned 100 taels, but also made friends with a powerful treasure, the Thief King. So comfortable. Time to return to the city, Lord's Manor. As soon as Yuwa entered the house, he shouted, "Wife, I'm home." However, answering him was the sharp sound of Naelan-meng's wind-cutting slash. Hearing the familiar voice calling her, she glanced over and replied out of habit, "Lost everything?" Yuwa reached into his pocket while speaking confidently. "Loss is impossible." Then he took out a large bag of money and handed it to his wife. 100 taels plus profit, handing it over to you. Naelan-meng took the money bag from his hand, quite surprised by this efficiency. "It's only been an afternoon. How did you earn so much?" Yuwa tilted his head to the side, making a face, no different from husbands hiding a secret stash. "Hee, I even hid 50 taels for myself." Suddenly, some random guy interrupted. With my sworn brother's methods, naturally, he relied on gambling. The speaker saw the gaze of Yuwa looking over and waved his fan leisurely, ignoring the surprise in the other's words. Li Yudong. The appearance of this character made his face turn quite serious. Li Yudong is Li Yuwa's adopted brother, already at the martial master level, working under Naelan-meng. He has secretly loved Naelan-meng for many years, always wanted to get rid of Li Yuwa to take over. A wolf's heart, disguised as kind. Naelan-meng's death is related to him. Li Yudong's words made Naelan-meng inevitably suspicious of her husband. Yuwa, was this money really from gambling? But he wasn't angry about being suspected regarding the money he earned himself. Instead, he stood with arms crossed, boasting, "I always lose at gambling. Why would I go gambling? This money came from doing business. If you don't believe me, you can ask around the market." Yudong held his bamboo fan, smiling widely. His words were indescribably sarcastic. "It's not that we can't ask. It's just that no one pays attention to your words." Before Yuwa's surprised expression, Naelan-meng reached into the money bag with 2 short words. "No need." In her right hand, she held the exact amount of silver she had given out earlier. Staring at Yuwa, she said, "This time, I believe you. I'll take the 50 taels capital. The rest is yours. I need to rest." Going back to the bedroom, her action was no different from a slap in Yudong's face, making him grind his teeth in anger, gripping the fan tightly. "Li Yuwa, consider yourself lucky this time. Sooner or later, I will make Naelan-meng despair of you. Just wait. I will definitely have her." Yuwa pretended not to see anything. He quickly slipped away. Fine, leaving his bitter, adopted brother behind. At night, inside the bedroom of the city lord's manor, which was also the couple's bedroom, Naelan-meng and Li Yuwa had been married for many years, but still hadn't shared a bed. One slept on the bed. The other spread a mattress on the floor. But every night, Li Yuwa would shamelessly crawl on a bed and get kicked off. It seemed he had done that many times, making him visibly apprehensive. He thought to himself, if she still can't accept me for now, why not? Yuwa had an idea. He threw the blanket and pillow over his shoulder, intending to go out. "I'll sleep in the guest room." His action surprised Naelan-meng quite a bit. She thought to herself, voluntarily sleeping in the guest room? Have I been too harsh on him? Scene changed to the outside. Yuwa sat cross-legged with arms folded, talking to himself, instead of losing face in front of Naelan-meng. Might as well look for treasure in the guest room. Yuwa recalled the setting he wrote himself. Li Guangyi, the war god. Yuwa's father possessed a rare cultivation manual, called the Scorching Sun Divine Manual. Pure yang and unyielding, stimulating the yang energy of the whole body. Yuwa looked around to find the treasure his father had hidden. According to what I wrote, the manual is in this room. Finally, his eyes spotted it. His eyes gleamed with pride at finding the good stuff. The manual was hanging on the wall. The seemingly lifeless painting was a screen to blind the world. Underneath was the cultivation manual. Yuwa lifted the painting. It really is here. Scorching Sun Divine Manual. He covered his mouth, grinning widely. Manuals and weapons rely on grades, divided into common grade, fine grade, excellent grade, supreme grade, divine grade. And the Scorching Sun Divine Manual is of supreme grade quality. It is the most precious manual in this entire Naelan city. Then Yuwa opened the window, gently placing the item he received that morning outside. The moon spirit grass can only sprout under moonlight. He watched the seed bloom into a sapling as soon as it touched the soil. Indeed extraordinary. It grew up in the blink of an eye. This thing can gather surrounding spiritual energy, helping greatly with cultivation. Then Yugwa clasped his hands together, whispering softly, "Start cultivating." Those without skill have to use shortcuts like this. Yugwa relied on the moon spirit grass to begin the leveling process. Original energy is gathering continuously. Turn into my life-bound spiritual energy. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Nail and Meng stood under the moonlight, unable to stop overthinking. Girls are like that. When you pursue them, they reject you. But when you leave, they start thinking all sorts of things. Was I really too harsh with him? Suddenly, she remembered her teacher, continuing to be lost in thought while her troublesome husband was happily absorbing spiritual energy in the guest room. Master, did I do wrong? Early the next morning, Yugwa was startled, jaw dropping at the results of his work. Cultivating for just one night, and I broke through from martial practitioner to martial master? He raised his hands, starting to hallucinate. Logically speaking, between each stage there's a gap, as hard to cross as reaching the sky. Could it be I am a cultivation genius? Suddenly, Yugwa's nose started bleeding. He also realized something was unusual. Wait, something is wrong. The rooster that hadn't crowed for a long time stood up and flapped its wings heroically. Oops, as expected of the scorching sun divine manual, making one stand tall and upright, overflowing with yang energy. Just then, Nail and Ming was passing by to check on her troublesome husband. Yugwa, are you up? Exactly like being caught cheating by his wife. Yugwa, with a bloody nose, panicked. Don't come in. Nail and Ming saw the rooster still raging. With vigor, she immediately understood the problem in her own way. Seems like I disturb your moment of pleasure. Then Nail and Ming blushed, turning away in a huff. Yugwa sat aside, crying without tears. No, wait. Wife, you misunderstood me. I'm not that kind of person. Yugwa knew no matter what he said, he couldn't restore his reputation. Resigned to his fate. Doomed. Even jumping into the Yahello River wouldn't wash this clean. Nail and Ming walked a few steps, then leaned against a pillar. 3 parts helpless, 7 parts disappointed. Indeed a lecher. Separating rooms just to do things like that. However, at least this time he didn't go out to flirt. On the streets of Nailin City, Yugwa walked and thought. To change Nail and Ming's impression of me, I can only plan for the long term. The urgent task right now is to continue making money. His brisk steps kept up with the plans in his heart. Only when the city lord's manor has money can the destiny of Nailin City's destruction be changed. Moreover, I used up the moon spirit grass last night. I have to find that merchant to think of a way. Perhaps because he was too engrossed in thought, he didn't realize where he had wandered off to. Not right. Why is it so quiet around here? The sharp mind of an author told him there was a problem. Then suddenly, the sound of galloping horses was heard from afar. Hooves pounding on the road, creating an earth-shattering echo. A group of masked men, holding knives pointed straight at Yugwa, shouting the classic line of bandits who receive their lunchbox after half a chapter. Liu, someone wants to buy your life. Hand over your life. Yugwa was not afraid at all. As an author, he predicted that brainless situations like this would appear. He crossed his arms leisurely and asked the bandit, "Who bought it? How much?" "I'll pay double." Those guys didn't even put him in their eyes. Shouting in unison, "Just afraid a piece of trash like you can't afford that price." Brothers, charge. Kill the soft rice king. Great. Just when he didn't know where to practice his new abilities. You dare look down on me? Then I'll use you to verify the results of my cultivation. Yugwa spread his legs to take a stance. His fist emitted a blinding flame. Cannon fist. The attack struck the bandit opposite him without missing a beat. He was sent flying into the sky. A patch of clothes on his back was torn off. Another bandit sweated profusely. Watching the trajectory of the flying man, he said, "This fist is at the martial master realm. He isn't trash. How about that?" Yugwa just personally sent one to meet his maker. So he was extremely delighted inside. Combined with the scorching sun divine manual mental cultivation, an ordinary introductory fist technique has such superior power. So he posed coolly, pointing straight at the remaining guys, acting provocatively. "Bandits, tell me who is behind you. I'll spare your lives." But those shrimp-brain guys still try to force it, screaming. "Relying on you? Just a martial master? Let's attack together. Beat him to death." Yugwa was shocked to the core, thinking quickly. Not scared by me? The opponent has strong men and horses. Risking my life to fight isn't the best strategy. Must think of a way. Just as he hadn't come up with a good plan yet, Yunfan rushed out from somewhere to steal the spotlight. Stop! Who dares to touch my benefactor? Yu turned his head in surprise. Guan Yunfan? In just one strike, the enemies on horseback were all wiped out without mercy. He held his sword to the bandit's neck, making him tremble with fear. Speak! Who sent you to kill my benefactor? The other side, looking at the sword about to send him to the afterlife, cried without tears. It was Li Yudong. As the author, Yu should have known immediately that this scene would happen. Yet he seemed a bit shocked. Li Yudong, the guy, afraid of death, had to spill everything he knew. That's right. Normally, he covers for us to rob farmers. Half of all looted items are shared with him. Last night, he came to find us himself. Told us to kill you. We were just forced. Spare our lives. Yunfan sneered and unhesitatingly gave the guy his lunchbox. Spare your life so you can report to Li Yudong? If you're going to do it thoroughly. I'll go find Li Yudong and kill him too. Yu suddenly felt much clearer. Wait, without precise evidence of the crime, killing Li Yudong will only increase my notoriety. Yunfan hadn't thought that far, so he asked worriedly, then what should we do? Yu pointed to the sky and spoke gently to him. Make money for the city lord's manor. If I can make Nalan City prosperous and the people happy and fulfilled, what is there to fear from a petty Li Yudong causing trouble? Yunfan seemed enlightened. He immediately knelt and clasped his hands in respect. All my life, I robbed the rich to give to the poor. In the end, it was just a small act. I didn't have a grand vision like you, benefactor. You will definitely save the world. Guan Yunfan is willing to follow you. Even if my head falls and blood flows, I won't regret it. Yu had never been bowed to like this. Feeling momentarily awkward, good brother, stand up quickly. And he couldn't help but put his hands on his hips smugly. The thief King Yunfan has martial spirit strength. Stealing him means stealing an important teammate from Ichion. If so, the halo probably increased a bit. As Yu opened the system, the robotic voice announced. Villain halo currently increased by 1%. He thought smugly. Indeed, the villain halo turned into 3%. Suddenly, he saw something on the system. Huh, new skill, a little opportunity. In the novel, no matter what the male lead does, beauties help him. Picking up trash turns out to be peerless treasures. So it was because of this. The more he thought, the more Yu smiled with delight, ignoring the probing gaze of Yunfan right behind him. So in the future, won't I be a long, out-yin character just like Ichion? So he immediately became enthusiastic again, excitedly giving a thumbs up to Yunfan. Let's go to the market to make money. Scene changes to the bustling atmosphere. At the Nalan City Market, Yu led Yunfan to a familiar stall by the road. Deshang warmly welcomed his VIP partner. Brother Yu, you brought so many good things again. Yu held a spice jar in his hand, eagerly advertising sugar, salt, and quite a few other spices. He laughed inwardly, all imported from Ali Mama. Hearing him speak, Deshang was startled. Wait, salt? Smuggling salt is a capital crime. Put away quickly. Yu's face darkened as he quickly understood the problem. Almost forgot. Salt in ancient times was hard to produce, and it was a necessity. Normally, private trading wasn't allowed. He had to laugh it off. Thanks for the reminder. If someone with bad intentions saw it, I'd be done for. Little did he know, in the shadows far away, a dark figure was staring at them. A masked man with sharp, sinister eyes. Smuggling salt? Oomph. Caught you red-handed. If I lose this round, I'll set up another. So Yu pulled out a pile of goods and stacked them up. Salt can't be sold. Wine should be okay, right? Deshang looked and said, These 4 barrels. He just touched one and excitedly exclaimed, This wine container is glass jade lioli. Yu stood aside, stroking his hair and sighing inwardly. Mistake. In this era, glass isn't common. Taking out so much at once is too flashy. Unexpectedly, the very next second, Deshang threw himself down, hugging his leg tightly and shouting, Oh no, Dad, Dad, please sell this glass jade to me. Taken aback, Yu hurriedly shouted, Just don't spread it around. Name your price. Deshang held an abacus, drooling with joy. Definitely won't tell. Only an idiot would tell. Let me calculate. His abacus technique was terrifyingly skillful. Just a few clicks. Later, Deshang said seriously, My offer. Then he flashed a number with his fingers. successfully making Yugua's eyes widen in shock. 80,000 taels. Yugua looked calm on the outside, but inside he was screaming wildly. Writing novels in my past life, I never saw this much money. God help me. The luck of transmigrators has finally come to me. Not finished yet. Deshang happily pulled out a blindingly pure gold bracelet, plus the goods from last time, totaling 100,000 taels. God of wealth, please accept it all. Yugua picked up the bracelet, glancing at it a few times. Is this a spatial bracelet? Deshang rubbed his hands and replied. That's right. Inject your thought into it, and you'll see the silver inside. This is just a low-grade spatial bracelet from the True Origin sect. I heard the high-grade ones can hold a 300-square-meter house. He flashed his shiny teeth, adding a thumbs up for emphasis. This True Origin sect can be considered a successful model for us merchants. Magic tools, spirit pills, wine, medicine, things ordinary people can't make, they can only buy from them. Yuba scratched his head. True Origin sect? I remember the protagonist Yi Qiong is from the True Origin sect. Suddenly, he remembered some other things he needed to ask him. Right. I plan to buy some magic tools. Deshang hugged Yuba's shoulder. Pointing forward, he said, this way, there happens to be a merchant caravan going to the capital. Not only selling magic, tools, but also selling demon ray servants. Especially fox demons. He added, their appearance makes people drool. Rich people all want to buy them as maids. At night, the second half of the sentence was left unsaid. Only a meaningful chuckle remained. Deshang continued to grin sinisterly. Brother Yugua, if you don't mind by 1 2. Take her back to cultivate deep feelings. Yugua looked at the wooden cages containing creatures half-human, half-beast, speechless. The inhumane trading style I wrote in the novel is truly inappropriate. He lowered his eyes, thinking, but ancient society was all like this. Even in the prosperous Tang dynasty, there were Kunlun slaves. Suddenly, a sign reading Zhou's Caravan struck his eyes. Wait, is this the Zhou's Caravan? Isn't this where Yi Qiong picked up a huge bargain? Yugua covered his mouth, laughing softly. Then I must see if there are any good goods among these slaves. Deshang suddenly became surprisingly tactful, putting his arm around Yunfan and leading him elsewhere. I'll take Brother Yunfan out for a bit first. Brother Yugua, take your time looking. He raised his hand to wave goodbye. Sure. Then he glanced at a dilapidated tent. In the distance, there were a few cages placed separately there. Yugua's eyes lit up, found what I was looking for. Indeed, but before he could act, a large figure blocked his way. It turned out to be the manager of Zhou's caravan. Old man, Zhou cupped his hands in greeting. Rare to see Lordly gracing us with his presence. Whatever you want to buy, just say it. Yugua felt annoyed at first glance. Zhou the Skinner. This bastard is a shrewd man. Dealing with him requires some special methods. He pointed to the person slumped inside the cage. What is that disheveled woman in there? Old man Zhou replied. Just a pauper picked up in the wild. Hasn't been a few days, and she's already dying. I wanted to dispose of her at a low price, but basically, no one buys. Hearing this, Yugua saw his chance had come. He added a sentence. If people find out you have a sick ghost here, your business might be affected. Old man Zhou knew he was at a disadvantage. Sweat trickled down. This, Lordly, tell me what to do. Yugua delivered the closing line. Just right. We're looking for a living target to practice on. Why don't I help you solve it? Hearing that, old man Zhou sighed in relief. Lordly truly has high insight. The white-haired woman lying in the cage opened her eyes slightly, moving faintly amidst the chatter of the two men. Thank you, my lord. From now on, I know about this sick ghost, and Yugua chuckled. Boss Zhou is a smart man. Considered us helping each other. The ragged demon inside, even if she wanted to, couldn't resist. Ignoring the transaction, selling her taking place outside. After buying the person he needed, Yugua took her to a hidden corner in the city, holding out a pill. Eat it. Living in poverty for too long, the demon understood Yugua's intention immediately. So the young master wants to use this slave to test medicine. She didn't hesitate to swallow the pill of unknown origin. In just a moment, all wounds on her body disappeared without a trace. She looked at her body in surprise. My wounds. Why are they all healed? Yugua half knelt and patted the other's head. Let's go. Let's go home together. The demon was stunned. A light flashed in her eyes. Home. Do I also have a home? Suddenly, a crazy guy with a sword rushed into the alley, accompanied by loud screaming. Bastard. He pointed his sword forward. putting on a righteous act. Let go of that girl. Yugua's head was full of question marks, pointing straight at the stranger who just rushed in. Who are you? The other side smirked. Me? Then he flipped his hair arrogantly and introduced himself. Sir Namye, named Xiong, the most handsome martial master in history. Future martial emperor. This name surprised Yugua. Yi Zviong, the original male lead of the novel, is here. Yi Xiong pointed the tip of his sword right in front of his face. Yugua, I passed by here and heard that you, the soft rice king, do every evil deed imaginable. I specifically came to enforce justice for the heavens. Yugua stepped back a few steps to shield the demon, evaluating silently in his head. This self-centered personality is definitely the novel's male lead, no doubt. The demon hiding behind Yugua boldly spoke up. Nonsense. The young master saved me. He even treated my injuries. He is a good person. But Yi Xiong looked like he ate shit, seeing clearly in the dark, as if hearing some shocking news. You even brainwashed this girl. He immediately thrust his sword at Yugua. Today, I must enforce justice for the heavens. Yugua was caught off guard and couldn't react in time. Too fast. He had to retreat to create distance. Using his hand to shield the person behind him, he gently reminded her. You move away. This guy won't hold back. The demon didn't know what to do. She could only reply yes. Yi Xiong still aggressively rushed forward. You still dare to hide? Then he quickly unleashed a vicious move. True origin sword art. You would dodge the ultimate move, clenching his fist while sighing inwardly. Luckily, I learned a trump card last night. Then he threw a punch straight at Yi Xiong's chest. Cannon fist. At the same time, Yi Xiong took the opportunity to slash Yugua once. On the shoulder, blood immediately splashed out, almost sending Yugua to meet his ancestors. Neither side gained an advantage, simultaneously retreating to keep distance from the opponent. But Yi Xiong still struggled to point his sword forward and declared loudly, Don't mess around. Hand over that girl, and I'll spare your life. Yugua covered his wound in annoyance and retorted, You boast about being righteous, wanting to kill me as soon as we meet, and robbing a civilian woman. You truly are a hero. Hearing this, Yi Xiong froze on the spot, momentarily dazed, uttering one word. Yugua seized the opportunity. There's an opening. He immediately jumped over, adding another cannon fist without missing a beat, directly into Yi Xiong's stomach. He punched the guy, flying far away, wanted to send the opponent directly to meet his ancestors. Yi Xiong was counterattacked, vomiting a mouthful of blood, screaming in anger. Despicable villain. Not only did you bite back, but you also attacked while I was off guard. Yugua shut him up immediately, as if saying, Cut the crap, son, judging right then and there before daddy gets mad. However, outwardly he still acted dignified. I don't kill people. You go. Yi Xiong seemed unable to bear the shock of being defeated, becoming even more aggressive. I am a genius rarely seen in 100 years. Of the true origin sect, how could I be defeated by a piece of trash like you? Yugua stared in shock at the mess erupting before him. No way. The aura around Yi Xiong radiated. Bloodline materialized the image of a white-furred ape roaring furiously. Dare to look down on me? I will definitely represent justice and punish you. Yugua, observing from the outside, couldn't help but exclaim, Yi Viong's bloodline, awakened ahead of schedule, just in case of emergency. He hurriedly turned his head back, ordering the demon, Girl, run to the head of the alley and find a man with a scar on his face. She knew the situation was bad, so she didn't dare delay a moment longer, hurriedly turning to run. Yes, but contrary to his outward expression, Yugua thought to himself, Hope the girl will just abandon me and not care anymore. He did this hoping to at least help her keep her life. Yi Xiong on the other side took the opportunity to stomp the ground and rush up. He delivered a fatal kick to Yugua's stomach, making him feel like he directly lost half his life. Yi Xiong was now extremely furious, only focused on taking the life of the person in front of him, the person he considered a villain, to regain his lost honor. Yi Xiong's eyes turned completely white. Not caring about his image, he screamed, Go to hell. But just then, a hand reached out from behind and placed on his shoulder. A handsome, elegant young man approached, displaying a calm face. Junior brother Yi, you caused trouble again. Yi Xiong pointed at Yugua lying on the ground, hurriedly denouncing him to the other person. Brother Shiman, I didn't cause trouble. It was this bastardly Yugua who robbed a civilian woman first. He looked at Yugua, calmly uttering a sentence. Oh, it's Li Yugua? But contrary to Yi Qiong's expectations, Shimin Lang handed a pill to Yugua and spoke very warmly. So it is the prince consort. My junior brother is ignorant. This is the healing holy medicine of our true origin sect. Please accept it. Yi, standing aside, also dropped his jaw in surprise. Yugua accepted the pill, calmly replying to the young man. No problem. Are you the famous eldest senior brother Shimin Lang? He respectfully cupped his hands and bowed. That is me. Yugua thought with interest. Ximen Lang, true origin sect's eldest senior brother, son of the sect leader, the big villain of the later story. Now villain meets villain. Do we sympathize with each other? Just then, Yin Fan came running in a panic, mouth constantly shouting, Benefactor, I'm coming to save you. He hurriedly ran to block in front of Yugua. My benefactor and you guys have no quarrel. Why do you want to harm him? Shimin Lang saw the character, just appeared, and couldn't help but be surprised. Thief King Yin Fan? Beside Yugua, there is an expert of this level? Indeed not simple. The matter has passed. Yugua didn't want to make a fuss anymore, gently patting Yun Fan's back to reassure him. Misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. Just now, there was a little conflict with this brother. Luckily, senior brother, Shimin intervened in time. Yin Fan understood, also hurriedly bowing and greeting. So that's how it is. Misunderstood, senior brother Shimin. Yi Qiong stood aside, witnessing every action. Unable to bear the anger, he spoke up to object. Senior brother, this bastard is notoriously scandalous. Could it be you want to associate with him? Shimin Lang immediately. Shut him up. Associate what associate? Shut up. Haven't you lost enough face? Yugua grinned sneeringly, glancing at Yi Qiong, who was bristling. Children don't understand things yet. Senior brother Shimin, don't blame him. His face clearly showed the words. Come on, son. Angry yet, son? Bark a few more sentences, let's hear it. Yugua still wanted to tease Yi Qiong more, reaching out, intending to pat his shoulder a few times. But at such a young age to have martial master cultivation, truly rare in the world. Yi Qiong annoyedly blocked his hand. Don't touch me. Shimin Lang smiled gently and explained. This kid has a rare natural bloodline, just cultivating faster than normal people. Then he put his arm around Yi Qiong's neck, dragging him away while speaking loudly. Thank you, Prince Consort Li, for being the bigger person and letting this go. We must quickly return to the sect. In a few days, I will come to visit and give thanks. You will watch the two of them. His expression also became serious. Seems like I have to cultivate quickly. Yi Qiong's talent is terrifying. Looks like the raging wave dragon ape bloodline has fully awakened. He was busy calculating. Suddenly a small hand hugged his arm. The demon asked worriedly, Young master, your wound, are you okay? Yugua replied gently, I'm Yufine. Then he patted the person in front of him on the head, asking softly, Do you have a name? The demon blushed and replied, No. Yugua thought for a moment, then said, Then I'll give you a name. Let's call you Jun Shui, okay? Her eyes immediately lit up. Yun Su. Sounds so nice. Thank you, young master. Yin Fan stood aside and stepped up to remind him. Benefactor, Shimin Lang is shameless and despicable, sinister and cunning. You must be careful. Yugua turned to reassure him. It's nothing. People like that have bottomless greed. Best to exploit them. Then he added, And don't call me benefactor anymore. Call me brother. Yin Fan calmly bowed. Then I'll call you big brother. As expected of big brother. Deep schemes. Yugua suddenly felt something. The villain Halo seems to have changed again. The electronic board quickly appeared before his eyes. Current villain Halo, 4.5%. This number made him sigh inwardly. Seems like the fight just now helped. My villain Halo increased quite a bit. Then Yugua led the way, turning to leave. Wasted quite a bit of time. Let's go find Deshang and the others. The evening sun cast shadows on the carriage. Deshang cheerfully invited his VIP guest, Brother Yugua. Over here. Jun Shui had been hiding behind him all this time. Seeing him, she frowned with some fear. Deshang immediately understood where this white-haired demon came from, making a sly face at Yugua. Brother Yugua, this hobby is also special. He avoided the topic. Let's talk business. Deshang brought out a pair of flowered slippers and kissed them proudly. This is from the caravan of Wang Yutai, my friend. Specializes in buying low-priced magic treasures. For example, these straw sandals. Actually, it's a fan that can fan out wind. The smell is also very sour. And he pointed out an item. Look at this chamber pot. Actually, it can hold water. It can hold 5 liters of water. Then Deshang immediately lifted it to drink, making Yutai beside him panic. Boss, sure, that really is a chamber pot. Then he turned to carefully attend to Yugwa, ignoring his friend, choking on water behind his back. Lordly, please choose whatever you like. Yugwa sighed. Well said, well said. A wooden crate was opened. The goods inside were gradually revealed. Suddenly Yunfan, who had been silent, spoke up. There's a mechanism on the outside. Yugwa picked up an item half the size of a hand. Manager, I think these fruits aren't bad. Yutai hurriedly praised profusely. Very good eye. This snow spirit fruit is very precious. 1,000 taels of fruit. Then he added, but if Worley likes it, these 6 fruits, I'll sell to you for 5,000 taels. Exactly the sales pitch of market stalls. A way to make you buy a lot. Spend a lot on their goods. And of course, our male lead is just like everyone else. He bought several fruits directly. Before leaving, he didn't forget to greet. Thanks, brother Yutai. Let's have a drink another day. The other person happily replied. Definitely, definitely. Then Yuba casually picked up the item next to it. Brother, this fruit knife. Yutai quickly understood and nodded. A gift for you. Don't mention it. Transaction complete. The 3 walked together to Yugua's house. Jun Shui stared at the snow spirit fruit in her hand, unable to hide her curiosity. Young master, what kind of treasure is this fruit that it's so expensive? Yugwa smiled and explained. Actually, the knife he gave me is the real treasure. I deliberately valued the snow spirit fruit to conveniently get the fruit knife as a gift. Manager Wang naturally wouldn't think much of it. At the same time, Yun Fan stood aside, excitedly admiring the knife in his hand. Then that important thing was immediately snapped in half by Yun Fan before Jun Shui's horrified eyes. But Yuwa wasn't surprised at all. This is it. Yun Fan displayed a mysterious expression. His eyes looked coldly at the broken part of the knife. Soft finger winding, one of the top 10 hidden weapons in the world. Heard to have disappeared from a world. Unexpectedly, Yuwa looked at the words beginner luck appearing on the system. Couldn't help but exclaim. Seems like this halo really brings luck. He suddenly discovered something. The villain halo changed again. Then he couldn't help but rub his chin in thought. Only increased by 0.05%. Probably because this soft finger winding isn't related to Yi Qiong. So Yuwa stepped forward and put his arm around Yin Fan. Smiling, he said, this soft finger winding is a gift for you. Yin Fan hurriedly replied, I really don't deserve it. This is too precious. Yuwa shook his head, looking affectionate. You're my brother. Soft finger winding is stronger with you. Naturally, it belongs to you. These words moved Yun Fan to tears, hurriedly hugging Yuwa's leg and crying loudly. Thank you, big brother. Big brother is so generous, worthy of the name, peerless martial god. He was embarrassed and could only laugh it off. Don't mention it. After calming down, Yun Fan stepped back and bowed. My injuries haven't healed yet. I'll go first. Saying that, he jumped away and disappeared. That speed stunned Jun Shui. Young master, Lord Thief King disappeared again. Yuba explained softly. That is his unique cultivation technique. Then he threw a few things to Jun Shui. Right? These are clothes and snow spirit fruits bought for you. This snow spirit fruit can improve your constitution. Remember to eat it. Yun Sui zert up. Young master treats this slave too well. I don't know how to repay you. Yuba put his hands on his hips, acting like it was no big deal. You and I are fated. In the future, we are family. Just had a thought flash through his mind about the plot. This girl still doesn't know. She is the final frost demoness of this world. Jun Shui blushed on the side, whispering softly. In the future, our children will take the young master's surname. Yuba was busy thinking, so he asked blankly. Huh? I didn't hear clearly. Jun Shui was embarrassed and hurriedly turned her face away. No, nothing. He didn't ask further. Let's go home. Yun Su replied. Soon Yuba led Jun Shui back. Pointing at the large mansion, he said, From now on, this is your home. He didn't notice Nailin Meng standing behind him since when. Annoyed, she shouted. Huh, getting bold, aren't you? Daring to openly bring a little girl home? Yuba realized the situation wasn't good. Hurriedly pulling Jun Shui over to flatter his wife. From now on, she is the maid by my side. Jun Shui, come here. This is the princess. Yun Su obediently followed. Politely bowing, this slave greets the princess. Nailan Meng was still skeptical, looking at Yugua unpleasantly. Aren't there enough maids in the city, Lord's Manor? Why bring back another white-haired one? He smiled, trying to please his wife, trying to find a plausible excuse. Wife-ah, the maids here are all yours. Few are truly loyal to me. Nailan Meng was annoyed. Suddenly, she glared at Jun Shui. The image of the tender young girl, tearing up, looking incredibly pitiful, hit her weak spot. So Nailan Meng couldn't bear it, accepting to turn a blind eye and let the other enter the mansion. Fine. Consider your reason sufficient. Yuba also took the opportunity to pull out the banknotes. Right? Here is 1,000 taels earned today. Nailan Meng couldn't believe her eyes. 1,000 taels? Her face darkened. Black-faced, she turned to question Yuba. Speak. How did you earn money again? Did you go robbing again? This accusation terrified him, then suddenly realizing he accidentally showed off too much. Crap. I overestimated Li Yugua's previous image. Suddenly taking out 1,000 taels is indeed too much. Yugua's face turned pale with fear. Stunned, not knowing how to explain to get amnesty, raising his hands in front of his chest in surrender. Of course not robbing. I was just fixing a leaky roof. You know, Nailan City has many merchants coming and going. Nailan Meng looked straight at him, asking skeptically, didn't you say before that you'd make Nailan City rise? Yugua looked full of integrity, making an X sign with his crossed thumbs, calmly explaining for her to understand. This has to proceed sequentially. After all, Nailan City has been like this for over 10 years. Wanting to change quickly is very difficult. Yugua's current appearance moved Nailan Meng slightly. Seems like he really has changed. Should I treat him a bit better? She asked herself in her heart. A second later, she blushed and stammered, not daring to look him in the face. Immediately giving Yugua the green light. Are you still sleeping in the guest room tonight? But he couldn't understand the sincerity in her words. Hands on hips, laughing. Yeah, I'll live there permanently. Also, please trouble the madam to arrange a bed for Jun Shui in the guest room. Hearing that, she showed shock because she didn't expect him to react like that. And he even mentioned another woman in front of her. Nailan Meng was 3 parts helpless, 7 parts disappointed, throwing a sentence back at him, then turn her back and storming off. Stay wherever you want. Yugua sighed inwardly, only able to regretfully watch her leave. Nailan Meng is good, but the time hasn't come yet. Late at night, the crescent moon rose high, shining brightly among thousands of stars in the sky. At this moment, Yugua was striding with his long legs, holding a snow spirit fruit in his hand. Why did Jun Shui forget to take the snow spirit fruit? So careless. When he arrived, he pushed open the door of the room, which was still lit. Then a shrill scream rang out. The scene inside made him jump. The luckiest guy of the year named Yugua. He stared wide-eyed at the heavenly scene before him. Jun Shui was soaking the bathtub, skin white and flawless. She didn't expect someone to open the door late at night like this. Immediately blushing red. Young master. Yugua teared up, inwardly thanking the heavens for having eyes. Being a man for 20-something years. Unexpectedly, in reality, I can see such a stimulating scene. Like this. Then he coughed lightly a few times, quickly regaining his composure despite the nosebleed that had started some time ago. I've seen plenty of little girls like you. You don't need to be shy. Hurry up and change clothes. Although he talked tough on the outside, inside he was in chaos. Hearing that, Jun Shui took the initiative, shyly speaking her thoughts. I was saved by the young master. It's okay for the young master to look. After she finished changing clothes, Yugua handed over the snow spirit fruit. Yun Su Lo Hias. Voice sweet. Young master's life-saving grace. I am infinitely grateful, even if the young master asks me to die. I am willing. He replied, no need to die. Eat the snow spirit fruit. Quickly replenish nutrition. Yun Su obediently obeyed, taking a fruit and putting it in her mouth. This girl really knows how to flatter. Just touching her tongue to it, she smiled brightly, praising it. Young master, this fruit is sweet. But Yugua remained very sober, not shaken at all, awkwardly patting her head. I'm leaving first. Rest well. Thinking to himself again, as expected of the frost demoness. The skin of the snow spirit fruit is hard as iron. In the dark, the oil lamp was still lit late at night. Yugua sat at the table, diligently studying. Li Guangyi's bloodline is the epic intermediate raging fire armor. His eyes focused on the notes on the table, but the descendants inheriting the bloodline became weaker. Must check Li Yugua's mother's bloodline. The book printed in bright gold. On the page was a picture of Cobra. Muongvania, junior sister of the Blood Cloth sect. Reckless Python bloodline rank. Excellent. Yugua screamed in despair, remembering how happy he was when writing the novel before. Now having a headache because of it. Bloodlines in this world from high to low are ordered. Legend. Epic excellent. Superior. The difference between each rank is huge and incomparable. Moreover, it is destined by heaven. Like this, the gap in power between me and Yi Qiong will only get bigger. Yugua was very sad, painfully collapsing and turning to stone. Could it be? I can only live for another half year? Suddenly, he remembered something. Eyes lighting up. Wait, I once wrote that before the bloodline awakens, it can be replaced. Then feeling like a genius, like a spotlight shining on him, he smugly posed. Stylishly. Originally intended to write a method for Yi Qiong to recruit minions. Unexpectedly, it saved my life. Yugua rested his chin on his hand, thinking deeply, monologuing internally. The source of bloodline power is in the demon beast. Outside the city, there is an ancient demon tomb. Could try my luck. Outside, the moon was still bright, but below it there was some noise. The door was suddenly kicked, open violently. Stinky girl, get out here. Jun Shui, holding the snow spirit fruit ready to enjoy, startled and froze. Looking at the three maids led by little Chui rushing in from nowhere. Before she could react, she was slapped painfully. Jun Shui fell to the floor, kicked repeatedly by the other two maids, only able to lie there, using her hands to shield her head. Little Chui beside her spoke acidly. You even have spirit fruit to eat? Are you having an affair with that trash? Jun Shui felt indignant for him, retorting, Young master is not trash. Little Chui stood there with hands on hips, ordering. Still dare talk back? Get her! Beat her! The hurried footsteps of another maid running over. She stood at the door, shouting inside. The bailiffs are here to arrest Li Yugua. The hand preparing to slap. Yun Su stopped. Oh! Little Chui and the two maids turned their backs, leaving her sitting on the floor. Faces full of satisfaction. Let's go. Let's go see the Soft Rice King's drama. Jun Shui, with scratches on her face, wiped the sweat from her chin. Worry clearly shone on her face. Young master, is he in trouble? Yudong and a few bailiffs eagerly kicked the door open. A loud-mouthed soldier shouted, Li Yugua, come out. Yugua was originally sitting in the room, focused on reading. Seeing this, he looked at the group without a ripple of emotion, ignoring Yudong walking up to him, mocking, my good brother. Unexpectedly, you dare to smuggle salt. Hearing salt, Yugua's heart rippled slightly. Could it be that when I took out the salt jar at Shi Shang's place, he saw it? That can't be considered evidence. Don't panic. Then he asked back firmly. You say I smuggle salt. Do you have evidence? At this moment, a loud noise came from the courtyard. Seeing his people, Yudong spread the fan in his hand and said smugly, Witnesses and material evidence are all here. Then a group of people struggling to carry large sacks walked in and knelt on the ground in the courtyard. The leader of the group started letting his mouth run wild. Boss Lee, after you sold us this salt, we were arrested. His eyes darted around, looking extremely dishonest. Soon Meng rushed over and interrupted. What? At that time, Yudong was smug, seeing him fall into a difficult situation. He folded the fan, continuing to tease Yugua. My good brother, even for making money, you shouldn't go down this illegal path. Meng just heard Yudong speak. Without waiting for an explanation, she immediately put the hat of injustice on her husband. No wonder in the blink of an eye. You earn so much money. You disappoint me too much. The story started to become tense. Yugua stood rooted to the spot, gritting his teeth in anger. Li Yudong spent so much effort designing a trap to harm me. He wants to harm me. What should I do this time? At this moment, Jun Shui ran over with a smudged face, hurriedly speaking up to clear her benefactor's name. Young master is extremely smart. He basically doesn't need to smuggle salt to make money. A maid close to Meng glanced at her, raising her voice to object. Him smart? He's just an uneducated rogue. The person next to her also joined in scolding, lying at such a young age. Shameless. Hearing that, Jun Shui trembled with anger, unable to speak. While Yugua stood far behind them, resting his chin on his hand, standing with eyes closed in deep thought. Suddenly his eyes lit up, rejoicing in his heart. I have a way. Then he immediately summoned the 9999 gold ring. Ah, mistake, 9999 gold. Soon magic intervened, instantly creating huge gold ingots. They piled up into a mountain and shone brightly, making the bailiffs drop their jaws, mouths wide open, staring greedily at the pile of gold. Seeing this, he posed coolly next to it and spoke up. She isn't lying. I really don't need to smuggle salt to make money. Yudong obviously wasn't reconciled. Seems like this isn't your first time smuggling salt. Otherwise, where did it come from? Yugwa didn't rush to argue, calmly raising a jade green vase. Then asked everyone in the room, "Do you know what is in my hand?" Nalan Meng stammered. "This is glass, Lioli." He smiled smugly. Leaning against the gold mountain, he started boasting. "That's right. This is goods I imported from a friend. This money was all earned from selling glass. Selling glass earns money and is safe. Why would I go sell smuggled salt?" Yudong was determined to see him dead, still insisting, "Deceit. How could you know a glass merchant?" Yugwa couldn't stand this blockhead anymore, approaching and getting in his face with contempt. "I mix with all kinds of people all year round. What kind of person wouldn't I know?" Until now, Yudong finally shut his mouth, speechless. At this moment, Nalan Meng finally believed her family member, asking gently, "Then why didn't you tell me the origin of this money?" Yugwa sighed and retorted, "You only feel I am a useless person. Suddenly I take out so much money. Would you believe me?" Yudong wouldn't shed a tear until he saw the coffin, still stubbornly whining. "You're just making excuses. Can't prove you didn't smuggle salt." Suddenly a voice rang out, accompanied by hurried footsteps entering the room. "I can prove it." It turned out to be Deshang. Beside him was the famous salt merchant Yutai. Deshang went straight to the point. "Yesterday, we just met. A person sneaking around the salt shop, buying quite a lot of salt." Nalan Meng looked over strangely and asked, "Who are you?" He clasped his hands and bowed. "I'm a traveling merchant from the capital. Li was good brother. Heard my brother was in trouble. Specially came to help him prove it." At this moment, Yutai pointed at the face, accusing, "It was him who bought 10 bags of salt from me yesterday." This guy was so scared his mouth went on a trip. "No, this wasn't my idea." "Here." Yudong suddenly changed his tune, eyes shining like car headlights, angrily summoning energy into the fan. In a flash, fresh blood splattered, scaring the maid out of her wits, only able to stammer. Turns out just one fan strike made those salt carriers disappear on the spot. Yudong started playing tricks. "So is these bastards framing my virtuous brother. Death isn't enough to punish their crimes." Yugwa and his wife looked back at the corpses in front of them in shock. Nalan Meng was a bit helpless. "Why kill them? We haven't asked the reason clearly yet." These words made Yudong freeze and make excuses. "I couldn't control my temper for a moment. After all, Yugwa is my sworn brother." Saying that, he placed his hand on the shoulder of the person next to him, smiling ingratiatingly. "Virtuous brother, big brother misunderstood you. Truly sorry." Yugwa glanced sideways, thinking, seeing the situation go bad, immediately killing to silence them. This Li Yudong is truly vicious. At this moment, he probably only regretted not being able to say, "You've been acting as my big brother for a bit too long." Finally, the incident ended with the bailiff's words. Since it was a misunderstanding, then everyone disperse. Yugwa and his merchant friend shook hands happily. "Thanks, brother Deshang, helping me prove my innocence." He chirped back, "You're too polite." Then Yugwa invited the other to drink away their sorrows. "Brother Deshang, I invite you for a drink," making him smile, squinting his eyes in agreement. Suddenly a small hand pulled his sleeve. "Wait, Yugwa." He turned back, surprised, "Huh?" Nalan Meng blushed shyly. "I have something to say to you." Nalan Meng said regretfully, "Just now I misunderstood you." That, without waiting for her to finish, Yugwa decisively pulled his sleeve from her hand, walking away while saying, "Doesn't this happen often? I'm already used to it." This made her freeze for a few seconds, only able to stand still watching Yugwa's group happily go to drink. At this moment, on a tree outside the gate, there was a man wearing a green scarf, muscular, silently observing their every move. Then he used magic to jump down to the ground. Yugwa quickly recognized the acquaintance, loudly greeting, "Brother He, you came?" Deshang then recounted the source of the matter. "The matter, just now? It was the Thief King who informed me." Yin Fan, after stabilizing his body, stood up looking straight at Yugwa, gesturing while speaking. "Big brother, need me to kill that Li Yudong?" Although his eyes, one looking left, one looking right, still showed a belligerent look. Yugwa smiled and waved his hand, pretending to be extremely magnanimous. No ruse. Acting directly, I will definitely be suspected. Yin Fan obediently agreed. Big brother is truly smart, saying that. But in his head, he already had a plan. He tried to harm me repeatedly. Then don't blame me for being unrighteous. However, the urgent matter now is Yugwa needs to go submit alcohol to prepare for later matters. He happily shouted to everyone. Heard brother Yutai has to leave Nailan City tomorrow morning. Why don't we go to Apricot Blossom Tower tonight? The other three responded enthusiastically. Go. Let's go drink flower wine. Different from the excitement of the four men. Jun Shui puffed her cheeks and turned away sulking. Suddenly a hand gently patted her head, asking solicitously, bullied by little Chui? Still hurt? Seeing it was Yugwa. Jun Shui widened her eyes in surprise, stammering. Young master? You knew? He replied softly. After all, in that house, I have experienced all these things. Then smiling brightly, pointing at himself, sincerely promising Yunsu. Don't worry. From now on, I won't let you suffer grievances anymore. This sweet atmosphere was cut off by a shout. Brotherly, being late means no beautiful girls left. He flipped his attitude faster than flipping a pancake, immediately putting on a lecherous face. High-speed legs chasing after his brothers ahead. Coming, at the magnificent Apricot Blossom Tower, teeming with butterflies and flowers, surrounded by a brilliant night sky created by colorful lights. Suddenly a voice rang out, blending into the noisy bustle. You say by Ling Long, the top courtesan of this Apricot Blossom Tower. Why did she follow that Li Yudong? Such a pity. In the wine room. On the table were all kinds of snacks. Everyone sat around the table, enjoying the spicy scent of wine. Yutai sitting next to the Shang heard that and sneered. That Li Yudong is the commandant of Nailan City after all. At this moment, Yugwa needed to go release the valve, so he asked to leave. I'm going to the restroom for a bit. You guys continue drinking. I'll be back quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, the Shang and Yutai, who were drunk as skunks, laughed and joked. He's not okay. Going to vomit already. After leaving the room, he walked along the corridor of Apricot Blossom Tower, countless calculations in his head. By Ling Long, the person sharing a pillow with Li Yudong is my target. Target arrived. Yugwa walked to the end of the corridor and stopped at the person holding a pipe. In his hand, he cherished an item that looked extremely high class. Lips showing a sycophantic smile. Mama Zunth, long time no see. I brought good stuff for you. It turned out the other party was Mama Zhang of Apricot Blossom Tower. Eyes darting around, reaching out to take his gift. Tone flirtatious. Isn't this what's his name? What wind blew you here today? Tobacco. So good. Do you have a favor to ask, Mama? Yugwa immediately looked troubled. Isn't it almost the birthday of that person in my house? I'm preparing to contribute. A little play. So I came to find Miss Ling Long for advice. Unfortunately, Mama Zhang had no intention of accepting Yugwa's request. She skillfully refused. You make it difficult for me. Miss Ling Long is now General Li's woman. Hearing this, he reached into his purse. Before letting her finish, he immediately held out a shining gold ingot, looking troubled. Truly troubling Mama Zhan's. She quickly accepted as if afraid he would suddenly change his mind. Giving you the time of one incense stick isn't impossible. Knowing the shark took the bait, Yugwa left without saying anything more. Mama Zhang sniffed the gold ingot with satisfaction. Since when is this soft rice king so sensible? A moment later, he groped his way to Ling Long's door, raising his hand to wave. Miss Bai, it's me. Seeing Yugwa through the mirror reflection, she took the attitude of a girl with curved chest, top tier but of Apricot Blossom Tower, turning around and shouting threateningly. Why is it you? Get out, or I'll call someone. Yugwa leaned leisurely against the door frame, speaking neither fast nor slow. If Miss Bai doesn't want to know the whereabouts of your younger brother, I'll leave immediately. Ling Long tried to question Yugwa in surprise. How do you know about my brother? He took advantage of the muddy waters, stepping right into the room, standing with arms crossed to show off. I not only know of his existence, I also know where he is now. These words made her jaw drop and scream. Impossible. Then Ling Long jumped up like a shrimp, eyes glistening with tears. Yudong has looked for him for 3 years without success. How could a useless son-in-law like you know? Yugwa replied bluntly. Of course I know. Moreover, I also know He's afraid that once you find your brother, you won't help him anymore. If he was really good to you, a mere 3,000 taels for your redemption, why couldn't he pay it? At this moment, Linglong seemed to have seen the light. Attitude changed 180 degrees. Running to Yuguo with teary eyes, asking urgently, "Then, tell me, my brother, where is he?" The collision made his body feel like it was electrocuted. High as a kite. Yuguo tried to stay calm and continued. Mass grave in the suburbs, 10 miles away. Linglong felt like she was struck by lightning. Tears fell. Whether the game ended or not was unknown. Then she fell into his arms, crying enough to flood the entire apricot blossom tower. "You're lying. Before, Yudong even brought my brother's jade pendant here. I don't believe he's dead." Yuguo gently helped her sit down on the chair, then persuaded softly, "If you want evidence, meet me at the mass grave tomorrow morning." When leaving, he didn't forget to add a sentence. "If you still don't believe, then pretend we never met." In a blink, it was the next day. Outside, the sky was gloomy. A carriage was taking Linglong to the meeting place with Yuguo. When she was helped down from the carriage by a maid, he was already waiting at the end of the road. Linglong didn't beat around the bush and asked straight, "I'm here. Where is the evidence you mentioned?" Yuguo pointed at a skeleton missing a leg, briefly uttering a few words. "It's right here." Although Linglong was trembling with fear, she couldn't help but utter words of confirmation. "This injured leg. This really is my brother." "Why?" Yuguo immediately hit the opponent's psychology. "Look at the wound from the sword stab on the neck. In Nalan City, only 3 people can create such a wound, respectively, Nalan Meng, Li Yudong, and a demon bandit." Linglong knelt beside the skeleton, bowing her head, asking in a choked voice, "Then on what basis do you say it was definitely Li Yudong?" And Yuguo's blunt answer immediately made her face darken. Tears rolled down her cheeks. "Your brother's jade pendant. Wasn't it the evidence Li Yudong personally brought to you?" Linglong collapsed in pain, sobbing like a child, blaming herself. "My poor brother. It was your sister who harmed you." Seeing this attitude from the other party, Yuguo took the opportunity to press on. "Want revenge?" Linglong answered without hesitation. "What should I do?" Yuguo was waiting for just that, immediately suggesting, "Li Yudong has a ledger. On it is evidence of collusion with demon bandits. As long as you get that ledger out, I will have a way to expose his true face." Yin Fan stood aside supporting. "If there is any news, you can hide it in the flower pot outside your window. I will help transmit the message." Linglong immediately promised. A firm word. Yuguo saw it wasn't early anymore, so he instructed gently, "You hurry back first. If Mama Zhang notices anything, it will be hard to handle." When the carriage started moving, Linglong lifted the curtain to thank him. "This humble girl thanks young Masterly." Yuguo showed no expression, just smiling back. Solving the villain Li Yudong. It's also time to create some benefits for the people of Nalan City. The sky outside seemed quite gloomy, but a moment later, it quickly gave way to brilliant halos and a clear but resounding voice. "The City Lord's Manor is recruiting workers." Jun Shui stood outside the gate of Nalan City, shouting loudly, "Recruiting workers. 1 dough of noodles per day. Hurry up and sign up. Only need 100 people." This successfully attracted the attention of many curious people gathering to discuss. "What? I didn't hear wrong, did I? 1 dough of noodles per day." Others doubted. "Probably playing us, right?" Over there, another voice. "The soft rice king? How could he care about our lives?" At this moment on the high platform, Yuguo majestically carried a large bag of noodles out to boast. "Starting today, officially opening up the wasteland 10 miles outside the city. As long as you join the labor, white noodles will be distributed." A tough young man volunteered, making everyone around marvel. "I'll join. Give me a dough of noodles first." Yuguo generously poured 2 dough of noodles into the young man's bag and said, "You are the first. Giving you an extra dough." This boosted the spirit of the others. They cheered happily. "It's really noodles." Then fought to squeeze in, staring at the noodle bags in awe. Is there really such a good thing? Making the situation a bit chaotic. Yuguo and Jun Shui had to remind them strenuously. "Line up. Those who cut in line. No noodles." In the crowd, someone shouted in fear, "Don't push." Pushing so hard my pants fell down. Mixed in was the familiar figure of Nalan Meng. After a while of stabilizing, Yuguo was sweating like a pig. Couldn't help but sigh. Finally finished distributing. Yin Fan looked at him admiringly, relying on Big Brother's ability. "You can totally leave the madam and establish your own household." He smiled shyly, speaking up for his wife. Meng is a bit fierce, but actually very kind inside. Moreover, he knew in his heart, she didn't abandon Liugua in the end. Meng heard the sweet words from his mouth. Skeptical, but her heart was high as a kite, shyly scolding lovingly. This bastard can actually say such embarrassing words so naturally. On this side, Yugua was unaware of her presence, still continuing to shout. This way, I'll take you to open up the wasteland. The surroundings responded enthusiastically. Everyone holding a hoe. Let's go. Looking at his eager appearance, creating blessings. She stood behind thinking, Master, seems like you really has changed. Several days passed. The sky was clear. Trees green. Birds singing. Yugua was leisurely sitting cultivating, telling himself, later I'll go check the land clearing situation. It's been 3 days. At this moment, a familiar figure suddenly appeared, breaking his train of thought. Yinfan hurriedly jumped onto the window reporting. Bad news. Jun Shui has been taken. This matter made Yugua extremely frustrated, gritting his teeth, shouting what? Soon they sped there. Oh no, seemed to be galloping on horses to the farmland outside the city. Looking at the corpses scattered like grass, Yugua shouted in shock. What happened? A village youth hurriedly reported. Son-in-law, just now a group of demon bandits came to harass, then everyone died. The youth was beaten out of shape, looking extremely pitiful, but still soberly crying, holding his arm to report the bad news. Urgently, Miss Jun Shui was taken by the demon bandits. We didn't have the ability to stop them. From afar, the sound of thundering hooves arrived. It turned out Meng and her group heard the news of trouble outside the city, so they quickly came to help. Yugua, what happened? He darkened his face, uttering a few words. Jun Shui was taken by someone. Yudong glanced over and kindly analyzed. These corpses seemed to be spirit snake mountain demon bandits. Even so, in his head, he angrily cursed. These useless trash. I told them to kill the Yugua. What did they catch this girl for? Yugua's face darkened, growling angrily. I'm going to Spirit Snake Mountain to save her. Meng hurriedly stopped him. No, too dangerous. She is just a maid. He didn't bother listening to her finish, hurriedly leaving to rescue with Yinfan, not forgetting to retort venomously. That's right, a maid. The only maid who spoke up for me when I was in the most danger. Then he threw a look at them, bluntly repeating his decision. Liu must repay kindness. Yinfan was very sharp at this moment, discovering something unusual, hurriedly placing his hand on his shoulder to stop him. It wasn't done by demon bandits. He squatted down to observe every detail on the corpses carefully and concluded. These demon bandits died from the Poison Emperor's poison. Seeing this, Yudong panicked a bit, afraid of being exposed. Asking his background, who are you? Yinfan turned his face, glancing at the other, revealing a large scar on his forehead. This feature made Yudong seem to realize something. Screaming in horror. Cross scar. You are one of the 10 emperors, famous in the martial world. Thief King. Yinfan solemnly continued his train of thought. He came a hummy down. Because of my wife, who is also his younger sister. Then those sharp pupils glanced to one side. It's not sudden that these demon bandits came to harass the farmland, right? Yudong shuddered under that gaze, like a turtle shrinking its neck, shifting all responsibility. So that's how it is. Liu, the Poison Emperor matter. You guys have to solve it. Yinfan also knew he was implicated, bowing his head, sadly saying, this matter started for me. I'll go solve it myself. Before he finished, Yui gave him a warm arm hook. Let's go together. I absolutely won't abandon my brother and friend, making the other party touched as hell. Meng still sat on the horse wondering, is this maid that important to Liugua? Little Chui beside her whispered in her ear, that useless coward Liugua will definitely die at Spirit Snake Mountain. Congratulations, miss. But she didn't expect these words to hit her master's sore spot. Immediately, a gaze sharper than a knife glanced this way. Then Meng straight up gave the lowly, made a divine slap, making her cheeks swell up. Whether teeth left gums or not, I don't know. Then she gritted her teeth, warning. My man is not for a maid like you to comment on. Little Chui trembled like a leaf. Yes, this slave knows her crime. Meng hurriedly galloped after her husband, shouting, Liu, come back here. Ignoring the lowly maid clutching her face in pain from the thunderous slap just now. Yudong took advantage of the situation, hugging little Chui's shoulder and sowing discord. Truly a pitiful girl. The master hit you for a useless coward, then used the handsome man trap to provoke the master-servant relationship. Little Chui, how do you feel about me being your young master? She immediately acted like a dog turning on its master, hugging him back, replying, if Lord Commandant becomes the young master, Nayland City will definitely get better and better. Yudong took the opportunity to step forward, whispering filthily in her ear, if I become the young master, you will be my concubine. If you agree to help me. Up above, the sky was lush green, leaves slowly falling onto the fertile land. Seeing the scenery so peaceful, the drone decided to contribute some propeller noise. Whir, accompanied by a voice speaking up. I won't mistake this tent. It is absolutely the Poison Emperor. Yugua looked mockingly at the observation screen in his hand. The style of you 10 emperors is really special. Yin Fan helplessly explained. Actually, the Poison Emperor is considered good. The other brothers are even... Before he finished speaking, he startled, exclaiming in surprise. On your head. Then all 4 eyes went round. 2 people surprised to the point 2 separate voices blended together, making it indistinguishable which was Yugua's and which was Yunfan's. Big brother, you too. Why did a mushroom grow? Doomed. We still fell for that old animal's trap. Behind them rang the continuous laughter of the Poison Emperor. Hit by my love-sickness spirit poison and still so spirited? Yin Fan saw the opponent clearly and gritted his teeth in anger, pointing straight at the Poison Emperor's face, growling. Old animal, dare to sneak attack me. The Poison Emperor chuckled, ignoring his hateful attitude. He only paid attention to the person next to him. Isn't this the soft Rice King of Nayland City? The Poison Emperor's feigned ignorance poked straight at the peak of Yugua's anger. Since you know it's this prince consort, why not release me quickly? Although he shouted like that, inside he was weakening due to the poison secreted from the mushroom. Not good. Getting dizzier and dizzier. Seems like this chronic poison must quickly think of a way to deal with the Poison Emperor. Currently, he grinned fearlessly, pupils constricting, looking like a ghost. Very interesting. I like tormenting rich types like you the most. In another corner, the girl still in red clothes with familiar brown hair was pulling the bowstring taut with force. The sound of an arrow flying whizzed out. That moment made the reflex nerves of Yugua and the Poison Emperor turn back. Unfortunately, he had trained, conditioned reflexes, skillfully dodging the arrow shot from the distant treetop. Naylaming looked down from above, gripping her weapon tightly, declaring aggressively, in this world, only I can discipline him. Facing her attitude, the Poison Emperor not only didn't flinch, but also felt those words were like a joke. Little girl also has some of that old man's spirit. The word old man in his mouth disgusted Naylaming, not hesitating to jump up, pointing the spear forward. Stop trying to act familiar. The henchmen beside intended to rush out to protect their master. But the Poison Emperor quickly switched to a fighting stance. Stand down. Let me experience the royal war arts a bit. He threw a will-o'-the-wisp ball from the Poison Scripture ultimate move. 100 Poison Scripture. Amber eyes of Nayland Meng reflected the image of that ball. A second later, she gently escaped the attack's path. The Poison Emperor stroked his hair parted in the middle, raising his voice in praise. Beautiful movement technique. Marrying that impotent guy is truly unjust for you. Then he directed his most handsome look towards her, speaking with fake sympathy. Pity, I already have a wife. Otherwise, if you clung to me, this young master wouldn't find it unacceptable. Nayla Meng was angered to the point of screaming. Shut up. Meanwhile, Yugua quickly ran in the opposite direction. She quickly noticed this action. Yugua actually ran away. The good brother named Yun Fan stood out to block 2 henchmen and shouted, loudly reminding his friend, run quickly. The Poison Emperor laughed mockingly, simultaneously closing his hands to summon a weapon resembling Wolverine claws. Fighting with me, the Poison Emperor, and still distracted? Immediately, those blades were launched, creating terrifying wounds on Nayland Meng's long, slender legs. Although in pain, she still tried to stay calm and treat herself. Seeing this, the Poison Emperor gently reminded, stop struggling. Blocking the acupoints can only prolong it for an hour. But Nayland Meng, injured as she was stubbornly, executed an ultimate move, summoning a majestic golden dragon. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. The Poison Emperor opened his eyes wide, surprised. when meeting a reckless person who hides their skills. Unexpectedly, it is the rare five-clawed golden dragon bloodline. Then the situation completely reversed. While Meng deployed her power chasing like a beast hunting prey, he used the Black Heaven Poison scripture to retreat. Only that at this moment, the Poison Emperor still had leisure to be sarcastic. Give up. You stirring up the bloodline like this will make the toxin invade the internal organs even faster. At that time, even I would have a hard time saving you. Meng wasn't weak either, using all her strength to wield power preparing for the finishing blow. A tiny Jianghu poison master wants to poison this princess? Amidst the arduous battle, Yu extremely, weirdly stood out shouting, "Stop it all." Yu's head grew. Two more cute mushrooms like hairpins. In his arms was the unconscious Jun Shui. Sweat pouring down his face, but he still tried hard to stop them. "I have something to say." Meng frowned slightly, whispering to herself a sentence, not jealous at all, just very envious. Li Yuhua abandoned me to save that maid? The Poison Emperor, suffering from terminal delusional disorder, laughed scornfully saying, "Hit by my poison, there's only one path to death." Hearing two sentences of your last words is fine. Only that Yuhua wasn't in the mood to hear his monologue. He gently placed Jun Shui on the ground. Then a second later Yuhua said a sentence no one expected. "Recently when you consummate with your wife, has your vigor declined? Feeling willing but powerless?" Just one short sentence successfully struck the Poison Emperor's black heart. His face also gradually turned purple like the color of his toxin. "Kid, what nonsense are you spouting here?" Contrary to his panicked face being caught, Yinfan laughed at another's misfortune. Unexpectedly, Yuhua brought out 3 blue pills, seriously presenting like multi-level marketing pitching a product to a buyer. "I'm not spouting nonsense. I know the Medicine Emperor. These 3 miracle pills are the proof. This miracle pill can make the golden spear never fall. Fighting like a dragon, although the news constantly warns people to be careful and not fall for scams." But the Poison Emperor still reached out to swipe the pill, with the thought that maybe these scammers would spare him. He hummed skeptically, thinking this kid wouldn't dare play any tricks. Saying that, the Poison Emperor put the pill in his mouth, still muttering to reassure himself, "No poison can harm me." Suddenly his throat transmitted an urgent notification to his brain about an explosion of taste. Appearance also turning into Super Saiyan. The pill awakened the dragon within him. This feeling, unimaginable. This medicine can actually make me advance from martial spirit to martial king in an instant. Then amidst the flickering effect of the medicine, his rooster woke up cheering, showing off in front of the henchmen who were dropping their jaws in admiration. Yinfan quickly ran over hugging Yuhua like a koala, crying aggrievedly complaining, "My silly big brother, if you gave me that medicine to advance, dealing with that old animal would be easy." He smiled, awkwardly scratching his head thinking, Viagra is also a blind cat, catching a dead mouse. Didn't expect it could make the Poison Emperor's normally blocked original energy throughout his Dantian explode in an instant. Directly advancing. Having solved the problem that the Poison Emperor couple stayed up all night trying to find a way to solve. Well, since I helped, he should repay. Just throwing out red pills while saying, "Kid, well done. I don't owe you. Since you solved my intractable illness and helped me advance to Martial King, I will spare you a path to life." The Poison Emperor explained slowly. "Antidote pill. Just eat it." Yuhua held the antidote pill in his hand, smiling with satisfaction. Immediately after, the Poison Emperor chased people away as if he had urgent business. "You guys leave quickly." At that time, Meng had the antidote, but why did she look so sad? The Poison Emperor and his group hadn't taken half a step when Yuhua called them back with a long speech. "Wait, just agree to 2 things for me. These 2 miracle pills will also belong to you." He turned back with a face showing a hint of interest. Yuhua raised a finger, sternly stating the condition. "First thing, fulfill the wish of the Thief King and your sister. They truly love each other." Being mentioned about the failed love between him and his lover, Yinfan quickly glanced at him. Truly, brotherhood never fades. Only that this issue was like stepping on the Poison Emperor's tail. He angrily objected. "This matter cannot be." Yuhua stood out as a diplomat expressing concern about the obstructed love affair. "Just think about it. These past years you've forced them apart. How has your sister lived?" The Poison Emperor also gradually recalled everything from the past. At first, Sister lived very well with the Thief King. Ever since I plotted to separate them, Sister hasn't lived peacefully. Here the Poison Emperor seemed to be hit by psychological manipulation magic. Sister living poorly isn't because of the Thief King, but because of me? After a moment of enlightenment, the Poison Emperor hummed and waved his hand. Considering you, kid, aren't bad to my sister, I will fulfill your wish. Yin Fan was moved to tears, happily rushing over shouting 2 words. Big brother. Then the Poison Emperor frowned, asking, "Was the second thing? You was seriously made a proposal. Help me destroy the Spirit Snake Mountain bandits and the demon beast overlord there." The Poison Emperor thought for a while, then slowly agreed. Also fine, but the demon beast must be shared with me. Agreement settled. Yuwa handed over the remaining pills. Okay, since you just took the medicine, must wait half a year to take the second pill. Remember that well. The Poison Emperor replied curtly. No need for you to teach me. Currently both were allies, so Yuwa handled the hospitality thoroughly, then inviting Senior Poison Emperor to wait in Nalan City for a few days. Food and lodging are on me. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to refuse free food and lodging. Humming an agreement. Consider yourself sensible. Then disappeared with his henchmen. Yuwa closed his eyes, telling himself, 3 Viagra pills in exchange for the Poison Emperor's help. This transaction truly made a huge profit. But before he could relax, he was forced to return to reality by the robotic notification in his ear. System reminder. Halo progress is changing. Yuwa looked at the system board. Couldn't help but be shocked and think. Protagonist je vions halo unexpected rejoverit. Seems I must quickly head to Spirit Snake Mountain. Change bloodline. After finishing work, it was time for eating. The sweet scent from the food in Yuwa's hand made Jun Shui unable to help but exclaim. Young master is amazing. Spirit Snake Mountain's scaled snake can also be grilled to smell this good. Yuwa heard and smiled, processing the food while chatting with the 2 beauties. Of course, this is cumin. The taste is indescribably wonderful. Naila Meng also sighed, slightly saying, Recently you really like trading strange things. The Poison Emperor behind them heard these words and immediately looked up and turned around. Yuwa was just about to explain to his wife. That is because, but was interrupted by the Poison Emperor rushing over, shouting loudly. Kid, give me some of that cumin of yours. Yuwa heard an opportunity to profit and tilted his head to look. Sure, but this cumin is very expensive. The Poison Emperor behind heard that and hesitated a bit. This, then finally made up his mind. Gritting his teeth, rummaging for something in his left lapel, he took out a weapon and held it in front of Yuwa. From its appearance, it wasn't ordinary, and the following introduction proved that thought. This dagger is coated with a 3-step, seal the throat deadly poison, my unique poison. There is no antidote, although it can only be used once. But no martial king in the world can resist its deadly poison. Yuwa loved good goods and pretended. Then I'll reluctantly accept it. Despite that, his movement to stash the item was extremely fast. The Poison Emperor didn't care, just excitedly looking at the paper bag in his hand as if he just found a treasure map. As the Poison Emperor happily left with the paper bag, Yuwa suddenly remembered something. Almost forgot. Saying that, he took out a small gift box wrapped in red ribbon and gave it to his wife. Specially bought this for you. Take a look. Naila Meng turned her face away, slightly embarrassed. Usually I'm used to wielding swords and spears. I don't like these toys. Yuwa's eyes flashed. Receiving the signal, he pushed a bit more. This is special perfume from the western regions. I spent a lot of effort to buy it. Then he brought the gift closer to Naila Meng's face. Just open it and see. She had no more reason to refuse, so she untied the ribbon. Just opened. A scent spread accordingly. Naila Meng couldn't help but be attracted by its fragrance. Unconsciously, whispering, "Smells so good." Yuwa smiled, meaningfully saying, "This perfume, spray a little on yourself, and you won't lack the scent of a woman anymore." That sentence immediately made Naila Meng frown, turning on tigress mode. Who did you say lacks the scent of a woman? Knowing his mouth went a bit too far, Yuwa saw the danger and ran immediately. Just then, a loud commotion from behind made both of them turn around. Looking up at the cliff, unknown, since when figures had surrounded their group. Along with Jun Shui's shrill scream. Enemy attack. A leader stepped on the cliff rock, jumping down while shouting. Heard the Nalan City Lord wanted to come capture us? resulting in bringing only this many people? This fat leader aggressively swung his weapon, ordering the people behind. Brothers, the Soft Rice King came to our door himself. Charge! Kill him! Looking at the opponent's early 2000s trend hairstyle, Yugwa immediately connected information with the character in the novel. Roostercomb, he is the second boss of Spirit Snake Mountain. Lahie. Seeing the enemy approaching, Yugwa turned on serious mode. Right hand clenching fist executing scorching sun cannon fist. When the attack was launched, 3 guys were knocked out. Feet hadn't even touched the ground before being blown away in a split second. Seeing his sudden explosive power, Nalan Ming couldn't help but be surprised. Li Yugwa unexpectedly reached the Grand Martial Master level. Jun Shui beside didn't care about rank, but cheered loudly. Young master, do your best. Seeing her husband fighting while she was at a higher level, Nalan Ming couldn't help but grab her spear and rush into battle. I'll go help Li Yugwa. You stay here. Jun Shui obediently called out from behind. Madam, be careful. While Nalan Ming was rushing up, La Jie appeared from nowhere, baring his teeth, smiling viciously. Beauty, seeking her own death? Nalan Ming heard the voice right next to her and thought inwardly. Doomed. Too late. Yugwa gritted his teeth, using all his strength to rush, overperforming a hero-saving beauty scene. Straight up giving La Jie a loving cheek caress, knocking out the opponent in a split second. The guys but kissed the ground with a thud. La Jie held his cheek with one hand, crying aggrievedly without sound. Are you really the Soft Rice King, Li Yugwa? Yugwa snorted, saying, if fake, guaranteed replacement. Then he pointed his thumb at himself, mouth corner lifting to increase the cool factor. It is your daddy, Li Yugwa. Nalan Ming also walked to his side at this moment, pointing the spear tip at La Jie, who was still staggering, saying, who informed you that we were coming? Although his face was bruised beyond recognition, his beady eyes still revealed a hint of cunning. La Jie seemed about to say something, but suddenly bent down, revealing a hidden weapon tied behind his back near his neck. A silver dart shot towards Nalan Ming, who couldn't react in time. As predicted, the dart pierced in her left chest. Blood immediately sprayed out in Nalan Ming's shock. Her eyes widened, witnessing the stream of blood redder than her clothes erupting. Seeing this, La Jie laughed loudly with pride. Ha! I killed the Nalan City Lord. I killed the Nalan City Lord. Yugwa immediately caught Nalan Ming, worrying for her safety inside. Wife, hang in there. I'll take you back to find a doctor right away. La Jie laughed loudly on the side. I killed the Nalan City Lord. While this guy was talking, suddenly someone's hand appeared on his head. The Poison Emperor glared, gripping La Jie's head tightly, making his face pale with fear. A second later, the guy was executed by the Poison Emperor. Since the enemy was prepared early, why don't we split into 2 groups? Here I cannot use poison over a wide range. Yugwa hugged Nalan Ming tightly, hurriedly instructing the person beside him. Jun Shui, you go with the Thief King. We'll meet at Smart Spring. She obediently replied. But another surprise appeared. A familiar yet strange person suddenly laughed, loudly blocking their way. Don't expect any of you to escape. The presence of the guy made him shout in surprise. Ye Vyong. Unexpectedly, you true origin sect disciples allied with bandits to harm me. Yi Cheong crossed his arms, replying. Bandits? Oof. This young master doesn't deign to shake hands with these bandits. You bastard dare to injure the Nalan City Lord. Do you want a rebel? Yugwa gritted his teeth, thinking angrily. Can't offend the true origin sect. What to do? Suddenly someone rushed over quickly. Run quickly. Yin Fan stood in front of the group, throwing a bunch of smoke bombs to rescue. They quickly blended into the smoke, taking this chance to escape. The true origin sect guys couldn't help coughing violently. Careful. The Thief King's specialty hidden weapon. Find cover. Knowing the target took advantage of the chaos to fly far away. These guys gritted their teeth in anger. Unexpectedly let this evil bunch escape. One of them discovered dark red traces scattered on ground. Junior brother Yi, look on the ground. There are bloodstains. Seeing this, Yi Cheong lowered his voice, ordering, chase them for me. On the other side, after successfully carrying Nalan Ming away, Yugwa placed her leaning against a rock, while he sat panting. Probably Yi Cheong won't catch up anymore. Wife, how are you? Seeing Nalan Ming not responding, he placed his hand on her forehead while removing the dart stuck in her chest. So hot. Is the poison on the knife still spreading? Yuba stood up straight, looking around in all directions. Face, looking extremely scheming. Then he brought his hand close to the person in front, sighing heavily. No choice. Suddenly Nalan Meng woke up from her coma. The scene of Yuba holding her, lips moving close to the wound, made Nalan Meng blush shyly, saying, "What do you want to do?" She hurriedly hit Yuba to push him away. He hurriedly explained, face showing no feeling about doing the embarrassing thing just now. "Helping you suck out the poison. Otherwise applying medicine won't work." These words sounded reasonable, so Nalan Meng shyly pulled her straps slightly to reveal the wound. Voice tiny. "Then you. Be gentle." Yuba leaned in, placing his lips on her wound, and started sucking the poison out. In a flash, the sky turned dark. The bright moon also rose high. After receiving first aid from Yuba, Nalan Meng's health gradually recovered. She sat curled up in front of the fire, exclaiming, "Didn't expect you knew how to set up a tent." Yuba, being praised, couldn't help but be proud of himself. "Of course, when I came alone to Nalan City to find you, I suffered so much hardship." Then he went behind Nalan Meng and draped a fur coat over her, moving her deeply. Seeing him treat her so well, Nalan Meng started to care more. "Why haven't you ever mentioned these things?" Yuba sat on the rock, crossing his arms, eyes looking elsewhere, replying with a short sentence. "You never asked. Go to sleep quickly. I'll keep watch tonight." Immediately after, Nalan Meng lowered her eyes, revealing a shocking truth. "Actually, the person engaged to you wasn't me." Yuba leaned against the large rock behind, eyes looking at Nalan Meng in surprise. "What?" She drooped because of the guilt enveloping her, crossing her arms, hugging her legs, not daring to look at him. "Actually, according to the marriage contract between my father and your father, the one marrying, you should have been my 8th sister." Nalan Meng's beautiful eyes shone with sadness, looking aimlessly into the distance. "My mother was just a brothel woman. Father couldn't bear to let his favorite daughter marry away, so he switched me to go to the northern frontier." Then she warily turned her head to look at Yuba. "Do you hate me for deceiving you?" He didn't answer quickly, just silently looking at her. Then Yuba held his belly and burst into giggles, making Nalan Meng freeze and ask loudly, "What are you laughing at?" He couldn't stop. To the point tears came out. "Laughing at you. Wanting me to exchange a tigress like you for a princess with princess syndrome? Better spare me." Then Yuba put his arm around her shoulder, implying he wanted Nalan Meng to lean in. Then he looked into the distance. "After returning, we will build Nalan City into a powerful city, proving to the third prince that he was wrong about you." It had been a long time since Nalan Meng felt protected. Moved to the point, tears filled her eyes. She shyly leaned towards the other side, quickly using her sleeve to cover her teary eyes. "Where did the sand come from? The wind is strong today." Yuba silently watched the fire, caught in his own thoughts. "But in the original novel, I never wrote about Nalan Meng's background. Seems like this place has turned into a real world." Then he calmly looked at the person beside him. Nalan Meng must have been very tired, so she quickly fell asleep. So she didn't hear his sigh. Truly a silly girl. Suddenly a noise came from behind. Yuba quickly turned around. He quickly stood up and extinguished the fire, then carried Nalan Meng and sneaked away. It turned out Yi Qiong led people following the traces, finding the place where they were resting. The fire at their feet still had some residual smoke and red glow. The fire was extinguished not long ago. Maybe the people are still nearby. Yuba hid in a nearby bush, observing the whole situation from just now. Indeed, Yi Qiong's group followed the blood trail here. Luckily, I used fresh blood to lure them away from here. In his hand was a bag of fake blood bought from Ali Mama. He wrapped Nalan Meng in a grass mat, letting her sleep soundly. As long as Yi Qiong is tricked by the blood trail, we'll be safe. Suddenly a silver dart was thrown from somewhere, creating a considerable noise. Yuba gritted his teeth, turning back. Not good. Someone with Yi Qiong quickly discovered his hiding spot. Indeed here, they quickly chased the target. "Chase him for me." Yuba ran for his life while cursing. "Useless trash. If not for the people behind you, how could you find your daddy?" In this situation, even a small stone blocked his way. Ouch. Truly no one unluckier. That stumble made him fly into the air and tumble several times. In the end, still injured, Yi Qiong saw him fall and started loudly provoking. "Shameless soft rice king, let's see where you run now." Then he quickly attacked. True origin ruler, 3 feet. Break. Before striking, he stared at him, saying loudly, I will definitely make you pay for your evil deeds. In a blink, a precise move pierced across the knee. Yuba couldn't do anything before getting hit. He sat down on the ground in pain, holding his leg. Suddenly among them, someone pointed forward trembling. Junior brother Yi. Not good. Yi Chong looked where the person pointed. Face turning black. Spirit Snake Mountain's Demon Beast Overlord. Dragon King Turtle. Under the lake appeared a terrifying giant thing, breaking the beautiful scenery. Eyes full of killing intent. Huge body, making humans look like dwarfs. Yuba also felt his face change color amidst the chaotic screaming. Don't worry about the soft Rice King anymore. They didn't worry about running, but spent time gossiping about Yuba's life. This kid is dead for sure. Suddenly that huge thing opened its mouth wide, like a bottomless pit, feeling like it was about to swallow him into its giant belly. Yuba just tumbled around, and now took another hit, unable to bear the pain, cursing inwardly. My butt. After regaining his spirit, dusting off his butt, and standing up, he was attracted by something in the cave. In front of Yuba now was a dried monster skeleton. It was held tight by large chains, probably imprisoned for a long time. Between the forehead was a blinding red gem, feeling like it was burning. He stood looking at it, then spoke. Found it. Ancient demon beast. Guardian spirit beast. Yuba tried to find a way to climb to its head to get that glowing red gem. Finally touched it. My human face spider bloodline. Finally can be changed. The Dragon King Turtle lay still motionless with eyes closed. Quiet to the point of being scary. Yuba dragged a huge cardboard box from somewhere. Hands on hips, waking the other up. Old Turtle, I brought good stuff for you. Hearing the noise, it opened its bright eyes. He opened the box lid. Countless fresh oysters lay peacefully, shucked ready. To keep the freshness, inside was filled with ice. Can you protect me while I fuse this demon essence? The Dragon King Turtle shouted angrily, almost blowing him away. What? You have guts. Fusing demon essence is synonymous with distorting the bloodline of oneself. No different from seeking death. Yuba smiled, foolishly replying, I know. It is letting my soul wrestle with the opponent's soul. Very risky, but I cannot try. That's why I asked Old Turtle you to help. Then he patted the box of the other's favorite food, trying to curry favor. As long as you help protect me, every month I will bring delicious food for you. The Dragon King Turtle drooled, reconsidering. This, after a moment it sighed. Finally couldn't resist because of food. Fine too. You go to the snake spring. The spiritual energy there will help you suppress the exploding original energy. At the snake spring, Yuba sat shirtless in the lake, palms facing the gem, creating an arc shape, surrounded by a trail of red smoke. Fuse. Suddenly his eyes rolled back. Red gas flowed from his eyes, shooting into the air, making him grit his teeth in pain, showing a face about to turn evil. The Dragon King Turtle, witnessing such a scene, couldn't help but say, Rekles Brat. This guardian spirit beast demon essence dares to swallow the kid's 5 senses. Waves of pain hit Yuba. Thoughts simultaneously flashed through his mind. The remnant soul of this demon essence is unexpectedly so powerful. If my life-bound bloodline is swallowed instead, I'm in big trouble. Inside his body was like a giant spider fighting a cunning wolf. The guardian spirit beast quickly jumped aside, dodging the spider's attack. It growled fiercely, raising 2 terrible claws to gain momentum, rushing in to grab the spider, biting off its legs, making it struggle in pain. Blood splattered, creating a disgusting scene. In reality, Yuba also spat fresh blood. Even his eyes leaked thick liquid. Doomed. Just as the guardian spirit beast was about to finish the spider, golden rays flew from here. This is the Dragon King Turtle's golden thread. Right now, the fierce wolf was wrapped tight by a golden strip. No gaps. The situation turned. Soon it was the giant spider's prey. Great. Thank you, Old Turtle. The spider opened its mouth wide. 2 long, sharp fangs pounced, quickly swallowing the cunning wolf, following Yuba's excited voice. It is this moment. Then he easily finished it all. Prey processing complete. Great. Bloodline fusion successful. Finished everything. Yuba quickly went to the Dragon King Turtle, asking curiously, what bloodline is this? In front of Yuba was a monster with a terrifying shape mixed between an octopus and seemingly a bear. Oh my god, this evil thing unexpectedly really exists. Looks so scary. The Dragon King Turtle explained in a low voice. It is the most evil existence in demon beast legends. I have never seen it either. No, can't even call it a demon beast. It is a demon. Thousand-handed demon. Yu was sobered up with a healthy body state. Splashing water, standing up saying, "Power is too strong. I even feel my cultivation directly increased to late-stage Grand Martial Master." The Dragon King Turtle lying on the shore worriedly advised him. "Stinky brat, you must be careful. If this power gets angry, conversely you'll be swallowed by it and die." He still sat in the lake, checking his body. Mood improved, happily replying, "Yes, old turtle, rest assured." Suddenly at the cave entrance appeared two strange figures, making him startle and turn shouting, "Who is it?" Then he angrily waved his hand. Tentacles flew out, not caring if the person could block or not. "Get out here." Outside the cave were Jun Shui and Yun Fan, who had been struggling to find Yua for the past few days. The latter raised his hand to block, then said with difficulty, "Big brother, it's us." Jun Shui also quickly chimed in. "Great. Young master, you're okay." She worriedly ran over recounting the story she knew. Yudong said young master was eaten by the Dragon King Turtle. "Brother Thief King, and I didn't believe it, so we entered the mountain to find you. 7 days, already. Young master, why didn't you return?" Madam locked herself in her room, not coming out. Hearing this, Yu was startled, as if struck by lightning. Turning to glance at Old Turtle. "Huh, 7 days?" It uncomfortably swallowed, each fish avoiding responsibility. "Don't look at me. You really sat in that snake spring for 7 days." Yin Fan was angry to the point of clenching his fist. Couldn't help but tattle. That shameless villain Yudong. While Big Brother wasn't there, he pestered sister-in-law every day. I see he has designs on sister-in-law. Just hoping Big Brother met with an accident. Hearing this, Yu's face momentarily became cold. Every time Yudong makes a move against me. Can't keep him anymore. Yin Fan, how is the evidence collection on Miss Linglong's side? Hearing this, Yin Fan frowned, replying, "Miss Linglong successfully collected the list of those colluding with Yudong. A few days ago, she even urged us to act quickly." Receiving the desired answer, Yu quickly instructed, "You guys go back first. I still have an even more important matter to do." The next morning, Yu hid behind a large rock watching what that group was doing. Unconsciously, he muttered softly, "Yi Vyong." The person mentioned was blending into the crowd, gripping his sword while interrogating. "Speak, where's the fire crystal?" Yin Xianshun, standing beside, also posed ready to fight anytime. Just turning to ask gently, "Junior brother Yi, are you sure the fire crystal is here?" Yi Qiong confidently raised his face, replying, "I'm sure. Li Yudong told me the fire crystal is here. That's why I agreed to help him deal with Li Yugua." Hearing his name, he hiding behind a rock immediately got angry, but couldn't speak, so had to curse inwardly. Indeed, the one secretly reporting was that brat Li Yudong. Big Toad heard this and also got angry, holding his weapon ready to challenge. That bastard Li Yudong clearly cooperated with our stronghold, but betrayed us to others. You cooperating with a villain like him will also be betrayed later, saying that they angrily rushed forward. "Kill them. Avenge our brothers." Shimin Lang firmly deployed troops. True origin sword formation, still had breath to scold a sentence. "Don't know your own strength." Then the sharp sword flew straight at the prickly pair opposite. The scene right now was a mess. Just that victory was leaning towards Shimin Lang. Powerful destructive force cracked the rock, shielding Yugua. He shielded himself while thinking, "Power truly terrifying. Is this the strength of martial spirit peak?" Yi Qiong, sharp-eyed, quickly discovered a figure, then turned shouting, "Who is over there?" Yugua guiltily jumped out. Awkwardly, smiling, replying, "You guys keep fighting. Keep fighting. I'm just passing by." Shimin Lang, seeing it was him, sneered, "So it is the prince consort." Yi Qiong conversely was furious. "This soft rice king is still alive? Kill him. We can't spare this villain." Suddenly, Xianxin noticed Yugua's sword. Wait, he is holding a bloodcloth sect blade? Bloodcloth sect also came to Spirit Snake Mountain? Yi Qiong couldn't control himself, stomping on the spot. He definitely colluded with the bloodcloth sect too. Indeed a villain. Shimin Lang quickly stopped him. "Junior brother, ye don't be impulsive." Yugua thought smugly inside. "Seems I can't leave directly, since it's like this." Then he started turning on his writing function. Calm down, everyone, listen to me. Before I was taken to the lair by the Dragon King Turtle. Discover it killed the Bloodcloth sect people. Harvested a lot of fire crystals. Yuwa glanced at the person beside him. But now Big Toad can't take out the fire crystal. Then the fire crystal with the Bloodcloth sect was probably taken from here. Yiqiong still refused to listen, cutting him off. You don't even have evidence. Yuwa immediately took out 2 beautiful glass bottles from his bag. This is the evidence. 2 bottles of snake spring water I risked my life to get, and the Bloodcloth sect blade. He walked up whispering to Big Toad. Seems like a misunderstanding. You guys stop fighting. Although unwilling, he had to agree. I will give face to the Nailin City Prince Consort this time. Shimin Lang still felt something off. Before he could speak, Yuwa saw through his thoughts. But he winked mysteriously, continuing. Brother Shimin, I still have some private words to say to you. Yuwa pulled Shimin Lang to a corner and affectionately put his arm around his shoulder. The other hand holding the jade bottle, smiling extremely sinisterly. Brother Shimin, don't worry too much. The fire crystal matter was said by Yiqiong. If your sect leader blames anyone, he can only blame Yiqiong. His voice was like a curse hitting straight at Shimin Lang's weak point. At first he was suspicious, but the more he listened, the more he was drawn into these words. While the other was hesitating, he heard Yuwa continue. And this precious junior brother of yours recently has been extremely arrogant in the sect. If this goes on, senior brother Shimin's status in the sect. Yuwa kept speaking vaguely, not finishing the thought, but enough to confuse the listener. Taking this chance, he continued, whispering in his ear. But since we are brothers, Brother Shimin, you just take this bottle of snake spring water. The sect leader, seeing it, will definitely like it. Shimin Lang wasn't an idiot. Hearing this, he understood the hidden meaning. So very quickly, an unhealthy brotherhood was established between the two. Good brother. Soon they finished the deal. Everyone wearing a smirk, turning back to look at Yiqiong's group. Shimin Lang, just like that, completely spoke up for the bandits. I investigated clearly. The fire crystal was indeed snatched by the Bloodcloth sect people. We must quickly return to inform the sect leader and elders. Yiqiong naturally didn't agree with this. He wanted to destroy that group. Now Shimin Lang says go back just like that? Wait, senior brother. These people are all bandits. We can't just spare them like this. Yiqiong's objection was completely expected. Shimin Lang pretended to be stern, scolding. Shut up, junior brother Yi. Our mission this time is to get the fire crystal, not because of them. Moreover, returning empty-handed, we can hardly avoid punishment. These words immediately received agreement from many other disciples in the sect. Right? Telling the sect leader without clear news. Isn't that making us risk our lives for nothing this trip? If the fire crystal is obtained, his credit is the biggest. He doesn't care about us at all. Yiqiong wasn't deaf. He heard every word of gossip without missing a beat. Momentarily unable to keep calm, face turning ashen. Whatever is said, Yiqiong still couldn't stand others bad-mouthing him. Had to scream aggrievedly. I didn't, but then was coldly cut off by Xianqin. Luckily, no other accidents happened this time. Let's go back. Then she looked up, clear blue eyes widening as if thinking of something. A moment later, stepping closer to Yuwa, asking frankly, Prince Consort, can you share some snake spring water with me? I'll exchange spirit stones with you. Yuwa was a bit surprised by the beauty of the girl in front of him. He guessed silently. A true origin sect girl this beautiful can only be Yun Xianqin. So he revealed his unique flirting ability, making the other's face flush red. Snake spring water is a prohibited item. If you want to buy 1,000 spirit stones for a bottle of snake spring water. Yuwa paused for a moment, then slowly smiled, ambiguously continuing to tease. Don't know how Miss Xianqin feels about it. She didn't expect his face to be so thick. Only able to stammer a sound. Finally, a girl like Xianqin still couldn't win against the old fox Yuwa. She turned away angrily, leaving Shimin Lang alone, clasping hands to say goodbye. Thanks to the Prince Consort for bringing accurate news this time. Then we asked to leave to report back. Yuwa also replied, safe travels. Xianqin, before leaving, secretly glanced at Yuwa waving behind her back. Couldn't help wondering, how did he know my name? Big Toad now led the bandits over. Just now, thanks to the Prince Consort for speaking up for us. Yuwa half closed his eyes, listening to his hollow thanks, asking back disdainfully, no need for thanks. Do you really not know what I came for? Hearing that, Big Toad startled in fear, sweat pouring like a stream, looking at him hesitantly, then gritting his teeth. Suddenly a thud. The bandit leader actually knelt down to the surprise of his minions, miserably bowing his head low, trying to plead innocence for himself. Prince Consort, these past years we robbed the common people all on Li Yudong's instructions. Not voluntarily. Big Toad knew just these words weren't enough for Yugua to forgive, so he could only bow his head hard, face contorted just to beg. We sold our lives for Li Yudong. He incited others to assassinate us. Truly a shameless villain, begging the Lord to seek justice for us. Yugua considered his intention accomplished, patting his shoulder lightly. This is enough. Stand up. Then he squatted at eye level with Big Toad, sincerely giving them a way out. You guys follow me back. Identify the mastermind behind the scenes. The other was moved by this sentence, not daring to look up, just saying, "Thank you, Prince Consort. Necessary things are now considered enough." Yugua's eyes suddenly became sharp. This time it's my turn to play you. Li Yudong, at another place, on the ramparts of Nalan City. Nalan Meng leaned lonely against the wall. The gloomy atmosphere around made her mood even more depressed. She rested her chin, looking down, sadly thinking about what happened. Why do I keep feeling it was the true origin sect acting against Yugua? Nalan Meng's train of thought was abruptly cut off by the loud voice of the person behind. Sister-in-law, the marriage matter I mentioned. What do you think? Yudong squinted, walking closer. Handsome face, full of deceit. If you don't believe, why not quickly marry me? Only then can we invite people from the true origin sect to ask clearly. Nalan Meng didn't even bother turning her head to look. No one knew what her expression was, only heard the cold refusal. Brother, please don't mention it again. I won't agree to you. Those words stimulated Yudong. He excitedly grabbed her wrist. I am helping you avenge Li Yugua. Just think carefully. Nalan Meng was terrified by the other's action. In this world, how can there be such an absurd thing? No need. That would be wronging Yugua. Suddenly outside the city walls came the sound of galloping horses from afar, kicking up dust, attracting both their attention. Yudong looked down, face pale, mouth uncontrollably stammering. Bandits. People from Spirit Snake Mountain. Why are they here? Nalan Meng took the chance to pull her wrist from his control, also equally surprised. What? Bandits? Why invade at this critical moment? The group below quickly spurred their horses to the foot of the city wall. The identity of those coming from afar was now clear. Nalan Meng looked tearfully at the man leading the group, unable to believe her eyes, crying out. That is Yugua riding a war horse leading the way. Knowing she saw him, couldn't help spurring the horse faster. Wife, I'm back. Nalan Meng was just waiting for this confirmation sentence. She cheered happily, hand gripping the city wall tightly. Yugua. It's Yugua. Conversely, Yudong's mood beside her wasn't good at all. He darkened his face, ordering the soldiers on the ramparts. Men, close the city gates. Fire arrows. Nalan Meng was immersed in happiness, then was splashed with a bucket of cold water by this sentence, hurriedly turning to shout, "Do not act." The response was Yudong's mocking laughter. Then her wrist was gripped tightly by him again. You think they still listen to you? Nalan Meng couldn't believe her ears. Brother, are you crazy? Why are you doing this? These words made a vulgar smile appear on Yudong's face, eyes shining with ambition and his own desire. Huh, I'm crazy. I want you to the point of madness. Nalan Meng angrily knocked away the soldiers next to her. The heat of the flame made people around unable to approach. She looked at Yudong with killing, intent shouting. Shameless villain, you are truly daydreaming. That terrible power from the fire claw didn't make Yudong tremble. True, a grand martial master like me isn't an opponent for a rank martial spirit like you. But look behind me. Nalan Meng shifted her gaze behind, unknown since when little Chui's group was tied up tight by soldiers. Everyone scared and disappointed giving up. Only little Chui still carried resentment aiming at him. Li Yudong, you won't die peacefully. I help you so much. Yet you treat me like this. Yudong had always been of noble status. Few dared to shout curses like that. Now a tiny maid had the guts. Yudong angrily grabbed a bow from a soldier nearby. He drew the bowstring taut. The arrow accurately pierced Xiao Chui's left chest. It was accompanied by a loud curse. Bitch, you talk too much. Soon, the deafening sound vanished. Only then did Yutong satisfyingly toss aside the bow. Nalan Meng witnessed everything, but there was nothing she could do. She gritted her teeth, disappointed in her own judgment of character. Shameless. Why didn't I realize sooner what kind of beast you are? Yutong didn't mind Naelan scolding. After all, she was his future wife. He could afford to be magnanimous. With that delusion in mind, he made his demand. If you don't want them to die, such an ugly death, then immediately declare to everyone that I am the new son-in-law of Naelan City. Thinking about how Naelan would soon belong to him, he broke into an extremely excited smile. Otherwise, the next one to die will be your wet nurse. Hearing this, the old woman looked at Naelan with worry. My lady, don't worry about me. The wet nurse had been with her since she was a child. To her, she was no different from a blood relative. Now, her life was being threatened like this. Naelan looked down from the city wall in turmoil. Her heart was a chaotic mess, but in the end, she had to make the decision herself. Tears fell uncontrollably like pure pearls. Though unwilling, she had to speak against her heart. Yugwa, I never thought you'd be foolish enough to join forces with bandits. You have been cast out. From this day forward, all ties between us are severed. Dagu heard these words from afar and couldn't help but get angry. He spurred his horse closer to Yugwa and cursed. Damn it, how could this happen? It seems the lady has also been deceived by that shameless Li Yutong. Yugwa didn't hesitate for a moment. He denied it. No, I know her. She must be under duress. With that, he took a signal flare from his breast pocket. Gritting his teeth, he made his decision. Then, Yugwa lit the signal flare. Gunpowder smoke began to rise. He rode his horse while shouting loudly. My wife, don't be afraid. I'm coming to save you. The signal flare shot straight into the sky. Brilliant fireworks lit up the daytime. Naelan looked up at it. Her tears continued to fall. Li Yuwu. You really are a fool. Yutong observed everything. Naturally, he didn't consider Yugwa a worthy opponent. After all, he still had hostages in his hands. How interesting. I really want to see how a piece of trash like him can come and save you. He was arrogant, but as soon as he finished speaking, the heads of the surrounding soldiers were severed. Bright red blood splattered for several meters. The soldiers were terrified as they watched their comrades die silently. They could only manage to scream a warning. What? There's an assassin. The only clue was an unknown green thread stretched across the wound. A hand emerged from thin air, retracting the green thread back to its finger. It turned out the one who had acted was Yun Fan. Following him were other familiar faces. Yutong stared in shock at the newcomers. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Li Yuwu, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have an ambush in the city. The Poison Emperor flashed a sinister, villainous smile that would make anyone shudder. I didn't want to kill anyone. But if you stand in my way, don't blame me. For being ruthless, the soldiers on the city wall recognized him at a glance. They couldn't help but scream in terror. It's the Poison Emperor. The Poison Emperor who massacred a city in one night. Some of them clutched their heads. Others had tears streaming down their faces as they fled in panic. I don't want to die. Run. Quick. They ignored the shouts, ordering them not to flee. In the midst of the chaos, Zhou chose the right moment to untie the wet nurse and lead her to safety. The Poison Emperor approached step by step, scaring Yutong so much that sweat poured down his face. He could only cower behind two other soldiers. Stop him. That's a military order. Anyone who disobeys will be executed. Seeing that the situation on the city wall had turned, Yugwa gave a signal. The opportunity is here. He rode at the head of the group, charging straight for the city and shouting, breach the city, avenge your brothers. But then a wolf's paw, bathed in raging flames, suddenly appeared and blocked their path. Yugwa, startled, pulled back on the reins. A fire wolf. Dajieg Gravlud. The Hanbei bandits have arrived. A man suddenly appeared. He rested his heavy saber on his shoulder. With a contemptuous tone, he spoke to Yugwa. Trash prince consort. Where do you think you're going? The opponent was Zhang Wei, the leader of the Hanbei bandits. He rode a large fire wolf. Behind him were two other wolves of similar size, flanking him on the left and right. The heat radiating from the fire wolf was intense. The smoldering flames formed a defensive screen around it. Now, the real battle was about to begin. On the flat ground before the city, Yugwa's group sat on their horses, facing the Hanbei bandits. The other side was putting on a show of force. Da gave us restless. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. The strength of these fire wolves is equivalent to the martial master level. 5 of them at once. This won't be easy to deal with. An unnamed bandit herded GEs. Respectful assessment of their strength and grew smug. So you have some insight. Bandit Chief Ma, I advise you to quickly surrender to our side. The Gu couldn't stand his side being looked down upon like this. You would cut him off coolly. Don't waste your breath on them. They're just a bunch of wretched beasts. With that, he dismounted, alone and unarmed. He intended to face the 5 firewolves with his bare hands. Let me handle this. The Hanbei bandits were already laughing their heads off. One of them couldn't help but mock him. I think he's just in a hurry to die. How pathetic. It wasn't just the enemy. Even some on his own side didn't believe in him. They spoke up to warn him. Are you crazy, kid? Those are 5 martial, master-level firewolves. In the eyes of others, he was just being reckless. A fool rushing in where angels fear to tread. Yugua arrogantly rested the blazing red sword on his shoulder. Deputy Commander Zhang Wei, you and these 5 firewolves can all come at me at once. Zhang Wei looked as if he had just heard the funniest joke. He sneered and shouted, You don't know your own limits. Fine, I'll personally take your dog head for the boss. As soon as he finished speaking, the firewolves charged. They bared their sharp teeth at their prey. But Yugua, under the sudden attack, showed no signs of shock or fear. His hand merely tightened its grip on his sword. His emerald eyes suddenly turned ice cold. In just a few short seconds, he had clearly seen the path to victory against these beasts. Yugua decisively gripped the hilt and slashed through the air. A powerful, sharp sword chi cut through the wolves. Fresh blood sprayed out like a fountain. All of them were defeated in a single, brief second. He even skillfully dodged the splattering blood. His handsome face no longer wore its usual wicked smile. Instead, it was an expression filled with killing intent. Anyone who stood in the way of him saving his wife had only one fate, death. Zhang Wei was terrified by his opponent's formidable strength. He could boast and intimidate the weak, but when faced with a true expert, he trembled like a dog with its tail between its legs. You, aren't you a martial master? How did you reach the 2nd level of martial master in an instant? Yugua's lips curled. His familiar wicked smile returned. He tossed his sword aside and spoke as if scolding a child. Come on, don't stop now. I won't even use a weapon. Zhang Wei had always seen the prince consort as a good-for-nothing who relied on his wife. He couldn't accept being humiliated like this. His shame turned to rage. He raised his heavy saber and roared. You're asking for death. He was about to charge and attack him. But after just 2 steps, a strange tentacle-like object erupted from the ground and wrapped around his ankle. Then, all the tentacles emerged. A massive bloodline manifestation seized and tightened around Zhang Wei, trapping him. He couldn't escape and could only scream. What? What is this? Yugua began to channel his power. A powerful, blood-colored aura enveloped his hand. He had truly been moved to kill. When you get down there, remember to tell King Yama that I am very pleased with this novel's world. The bloodline manifestation, following its master's command, began to move. It slowly tightened its grip, letting out a steady, gruesome gurgling sound. Zhang Wei felt death approaching. His whole body trembled as he stammered and begged. What are you talking about? I was wrong. Please don't kill me. No listening to the hero's explanation. No waiting for the villain's monologue. That had always been Yugua's rule. He decisively clenched the hand, mobilized the power to kill him. The bloodline manifestation instantly coils around him, crushing Zhang Wei until nothing remains but a pool of blood. Until the very last moment of his life, he could only groan 3 words. I beg you. After completing its task, the energy vanished, taking Zhang Wei's flesh and blood with it. A living, breathing man was completely erased by Li Yugua with just a clench of his hand. The remaining bandits of the Hanbei group looked at him in terror, as if staring at a monster. Trembling, they backed away, trying desperately to explain. Consort, come out. It was all a misunderstanding. Li Yugua had no interest in killing them all. Bathing in the blood of one was enough. But he certainly didn't intend to just let them go. He tilted his head and smiled slightly. A faint killing intent radiated in all directions. Right. It was Li Yutong who seduced you into acting against me. Now that you've come to your senses, you will immediately go with me to take revenge on Li Yutong, right? The bandit minion turned pale with fear. He didn't want to take revenge on anyone. But he was even more terrified of facing this terrifying consort. So, he could only play along with an expression that looked like he was about to cry. You are absolutely right. Brothers, we will follow the consort to break the city and capture Li Yutang alive. The group immediately scrambled onto their horses and galloped forward, shouting in unison, Right, Kapta Li Yutang Aliba. Siege the city. Li Yutang stood on the ramparts, furious to see the battle turn against him. He clawed at the wall, cursing, You shameless traitors. Ling Long ran over from the distance. She held a record book in her hand. Her hurried appearance did nothing to dim her beauty. You are the true traitor to Nayland City. We have obtained everything, all the evidence of your crimes. All day long, Li Yutang had been stabbed in the back by many people and outsmarted by Li Yugua. Now, even Ling Long was turning on him. He went mad, veins bulging on his forehead as he cursed. Sloot, even you dare to betray me? He reached out and grabbed Ling Long's throat, using enough force to snap her neck. At this point, Li Yutang had nothing left to lose. Ling Long's appearance was convenient. He choked her and pulled her close, locking her in his grip to threaten Li Yugua. Scholar King, if you have the skill, come fight me one-on-one. Otherwise, I'll crush this little bitch's throat. Li Yugua was sick and tired of watching Li Yutang awkwardly threaten him. He replied indifferently. One-on-one. His tone was full of confusion as he retorted. That is your woman. Why should I agree to your terms? Do whatever you want. I no longer need to prove your treason anyway. Seeing his scheme destroyed right before his eyes, Li Yutang's face turned black with rage. If that's the case, I'll send this slut to hell right now. Li Yugua didn't flinch. He glanced in a certain direction and winked. Yun Fan sharply picked up the signal. He immediately slashed off the hand Li Yutang was using to hold Ling Long. Li Yutang let go in agonizing pain. Reflexively clutching his bloody stump, he screamed, My hand! Witnessing this scene, the soldiers standing behind him shouted in panic. Run! Quickly! They scattered in chaos. Li Yutang backed away in fear. Warily eyeing Yun Fan's group, he shouted a threat. You! Don't come any closer! He gritted his teeth, thinking, right. I have to run too, as long as I can escape. But Li Yugua seemed to have anticipated Li Yutang's every move. He quickly appeared behind him, having casually disposed of the subordinates who tried to rebel. Li Yugua stared intently at the man before him, his voice steely. Lord Captain, what do you think you're running to, huh? Being repeatedly exposed wounded Li Yutang's pride. He grabbed a nearby spear, roaring as he vented his anger. A piece of trash like you dares to stop me? Immediately, a three-headed snake spirit appeared to support him, accompanied by a furious roar. You ruined me. Go to hell. If it were the Li Yugua of the past, he would certainly be trembling with fear. But now, he just let out a cold, oh. Then, a beast appeared behind him, backing up its master's provocative words. Comparing bloodlines with me? Yugua said nonchalantly as his tentacles shot forward. I clearly gave you plenty of chances to change. Taking bribes and breaking the law. I could have let that slide. Yutang warily watched the main character's bloodline manifestation approach him. In the blink of an eye, the tentacles had completely wrapped around Yutang's body. He only had time to scream in pain. Yugua's face showed his disgust. But you never, ever should have laid a hand on Nayland Ming. Ling Long, who had been standing aside, seemed to have been waiting for this chance. She charged forward, a dagger in her hand. She accurately stabbed it straight into Yutang's chest. Her voice was bitter as she screamed, Give me back my brother. She plunged the dagger deeper, sobbing, Give him back to me. Seeing Ling Long's anguished state as she stabbed him again and again, Yugua couldn't help but feel sympathy. He approached and placed a hand on her shoulder. He gently comforted her. By Ling Long. He's already dead. Ling Long's tears streamed down her face. She looked up at Yugua and said, Thank you, Prince Consort, for helping me avenge this blood debt. I don't know how I can ever repay you. Yin Fan, standing to the side, couldn't stop marveling. Big brother, you truly are a master strategist. You even predicted Yutang's escape route. Receiving the praise, Yugua said excitedly, We've finally gotten rid of Li Yutang. This time, Nayland City is sure to prosper. Let's go get the 200,000 silver taels he embezzled. Nayland Ming approached, confused, and questioned him. 200,000 taels? Yugua nodded in response. That's right. This bastard embezzled a lot of money. Looking at Nailin Meng's blushing face, he said playfully, with so much money, why don't we? At the same time, a beautiful golden bird flew back to the Jinyuan sect. Jianshun familiarly extended her hand to receive it. She then gently removed the letter and read it carefully. Yi Qiong stood behind her, grumbling incessantly. Senior Sister Yun, I can't believe Senior Brother is colluding with that prince consort. He even gave the snake spring water he got to master. How shameless. After reading the letter, Jianshun showed little emotion. She just slowly turned to Yi Qiong and said calmly, Senior Brother, perhaps he has his own reasons. He didn't get his sister's approval. He said resentfully, I just don't get it. Why don't we go ask him together, Senior Sister? Jianshun faintly refused. Let's do it next time. I have something important to do right now. With that, she drew the sword from her side. Before flying away on her sword, Jianshun glanced at Yi Qiong. She shared the news she had just received. Oh, right. I heard that the deputy commander of Nailin City, Li Yutong, committed treason and was killed by Li Yugua. The news was like a bolt from the blue. Yi Viong éclatait in choc. What? Li Yuwu? That despicable villain. He actually forced a good person into treason. That night, a figure in black landed silently on the roof tiles of a house. The person looked at Yugua, who had his back to the window, focused on his cultivation. Suddenly, Yugua's voice broke the silence of the night. Stop hiding. Come out. The person didn't beat around the bush. They stepped out directly and praised him. As expected of the prince consort, I can't believe you already discovered me. Yuga got off the bed, causing Jianshun to lose her balance and nearly fall. He clasped his hands behind his back and greeted her calmly. I trust you've been well since we last met. Senior Sister Yun, to what do I owe the pleasure of this late-night visit? Jianshun asked suspiciously. How did you know it was me? Yuga suddenly turned and moved closer to her, explaining enthusiastically. As the #1 playboy of Nailin City, I don't need to see a woman's face. I just need a little sniff to know. Senior Sister Yun, the scent of the immortal grass flower due on you is truly exquisite. Before he could say any more blush-inducing words, Jianshun immediately pushed him away. You lecher. Yuga played along. I'm a lecher. Then does that mean Senior Sister Yin came to find me late at night because you were lonely? Jianshun was thoroughly disgusted by Yuga's flirtatious act. She cut him off directly. Shut up. I can make a deal with you. She also removed her face covering to negotiate. I need snake spring water to aid my cultivation. Help me find the Dragon King turtle. After it's done, I will give you a lot of spirit stones. This deal didn't seem to interest Yugua. This, he drawled. He poured tea as he spoke. It was only by a stroke of good luck that I managed to steal a bit of snake spring water from that dangerous Dragon King turtle. Then he took a slow sip of tea, not forgetting to glance at Jianshun. And yet, you want me to take you to the snake spring to cultivate? Isn't that asking for my life? Sensing that her request was too one-sided, Jianshun continued to negotiate. Then name your condition, as long as it's not too outrageous. I will help you. Yugua genuinely wanted to tease her. He looked at her with a mischievous glint in his eyes. A condition? Well, the lady and I have been married for 3 years without consummating our marriage. As a man, there are naturally some things I can't endure. Just hearing this much was enough to infuriate Jianshun. She drew the sword in her hand and shouted, How dare you speak so disrespectfully to me? I won't let you get away with this. Suddenly, the sword in her hand fell to the ground with a loud clang. Jianshun felt as if all her strength had drained away. She trembled and leaned on the table, struggling to stay upright. Why am I so dizzy? For some reason, Jianshun's face had turned a suspicious shade of red. Yugua smirked. He looked towards the window and explained in a low voice. I've planted quite a few insect-repelling flowers and herbs by my window to ward off petty people. Among them is a type called the love-inducing flower. Jianshun dazedly uttered an incredibly foolish question. Love-inducing flower? What are you going to do to me? Being so close to a heart-stopping beauty like Jianshun, Yugua couldn't restrain his masculine nature. He felt a little excited, as expected of the #1 beauty of Saibei that I wrote about. Jianshun is this beautiful. I wonder how beautiful the women of the Haoyan kingdom are. Yugua's hand rested on Jianshun's waist. He forcefully pulled the beauty closer. He said flirtatiously, What do you think happens when a beauty breaks into A man's room in the middle of the night? Jian-Chen blushed. She turned away, putting up a brave front. Let go of me. If you don't let go, I'll scream. Yuhua held the beauty's waist with one hand. With the other, he pulled her hand and challenged her softly. Go ahead. Scream a little louder. Let everyone know that the second disciple of the Jinyuan sect, Yun Jianshun, snuck into a man's room late at night with indecent intentions. Jianshun was hit where it hurt and couldn't say another word. Meanwhile, Yuhua's hand continued to explore the body in front of him. She was like a fish on a chopping block, struggling in vain. You, keep your hands to yourself. After a surreptitious body search, Yuga was a little surprised. I can't believe Yun Jianshun isn't carrying any hidden weapons. After achieving his goal, he quickly released her, not forgetting to taunt her. Never mind. Your body is far inferior to my Nalanmang's. Who knew if Yuhua had eaten a bear's gall, but he actually dared to criticize Jian Chen's appearance. Unsurprisingly, she immediately turned back and shouted angrily, How am I not as good? Her sudden reaction caused their lips to meet. And just like that, they shared a kiss. Jian Chen shyly pushed him away. Meanwhile, Yuhua was screaming internally. Oh my god, a rogue for 2 lifetimes. And my first kiss is finally gone. Jian Chen looked at him with aggrieved eyes. I'll kill you. Seeing this expression, Yuhua immediately panicked. He clutched his head in self-reproach. Oh no, I took the joke too far. I need to appease Yun Jianshun quickly. With that thought, he took out a vial of snake spring water. He said awkwardly, the effect of the love-inducing flower doesn't last long. It's worn off now. This is the snake spring water you need. Jianshun couldn't believe he would be so kind. She asked directly, snake spring water? You just giving it to me like that? What do you want me to do? Yuhua didn't dare to joke anymore. He stated his conditions seriously. I heard that in half a month, your 3 Saibei sects will go to the Black Forest for a disciple training session. Help me get on the list for the Jinyuan sect. Regarding this condition, Jian Chun was somewhat hesitant. But Yuhua immediately interrupted, shaking the vial in his hand enticingly. I also know you need the snake spring water because your body is obstructed, preventing you from reaching the martial spirit level. And I can currently cure your Inkol body, helping you advance to the martial spirit realm. Jian Shun, of course, couldn't pass up such a good opportunity. She immediately agreed. Really? Then I agree to this deal. Receiving her nod, Yuhua quickly got to work on the treatment. Take off all your clothes. Lie down here. I need to channel the fire essence, aura, and the snake spring water into your body. Hearing this request, Jian Shen's face turned bright red. She hesitated a little, but what could she do? The allure of advancing to the martial spirit realm was too great. She stammered, unable to form a complete sentence. Then, you turn around and promise this matter will not be told to anyone else. Yuhua nodded and turned his back. He said calmly, that goes without saying. I don't do things that tarnish others' reputations. What if you can't get married and end up crying and begging me to marry you? Wouldn't I be at a great disadvantage? Hearing these words from a man, Jian Shun felt a little let down. She turned her head and asked, Am I that ugly? But fearing her words weren't convincing enough, Yuhua raised 3 fingers and said, To me, you're drop-dead ugly. Jian Shen's pride was wounded. She said angrily, Where am I ugly? Tell me clearly. If you don't explain yourself, I'll haunt you for the rest of your life, making sure you never have a moment's peace for all eternity. What did I tell you? Never criticize a woman's appearance. Now look what you've done. Yuhua could only lament his belated regret. Oh heavens, please don't take that oath seriously. After speaking, he returned to a serious state. He poured a little snake spring water into his hand. Are you ready? Jian Chun, lying on the bed, was a little nervous. Be gentle. I'm afraid of pain, probably regretting her earlier words. Yuhua comforted her softly. Although you're ugly, your body isn't bad. As he spoke, his hand applied the medicine to Jian Chen's back. He couldn't help but marvel. Damn, her skin is so smooth. His nose began to bleed uncontrollably. He thought with a tremor, Yuhua, get a grip. She holds the ticket into the Jinyuan sect. Meanwhile, under the effect of Yuhua's hand and the snake spring water, Jian Chun let out soft moans. Seeing this, Yuhua's face darkened, and he threatened her. The feeling of spiritual energy seeping into your body is very intense. Endure it for a bit. I don't want anyone to overhear and ruin my pure reputation. Her voice, as soft as a kitten's meow, retorted. It's my purity that's at risk. You're taking advantage of me and still complaining. Jian Chun tried to calm herself. She buried her blushing face in the pillow and mumbled, Damn it, this bed smells entirely of that scoundrel Yugua. After the treatment was complete, Jian Chun slowly put her clothes back on. At that moment, Yugua was trembling, facing the wall, doing who knows what. It turned out he was crying while hugging the empty vial. His tone was full of reproach. A whole bottle of snake spring water, all used up. This stuff is worth 100,000 silver. Faced with this stingy display, Jian Chen's favorable impression of him suddenly dropped by half. That could be considered my debt to you, can't it? Who knew a massage would use up so much snake spring water? Yugua immediately put on a lecherous expression. He even drooled as he smiled and said, Repaying the debt with your body. That could work too. Jian Chen immediately shot him a look. She replied warily, Don't even dream of it. He dropped his worldly demeanor. He said seriously, Then the list for me to go to the Black Forest. Of course, Jian Chen wouldn't go back on her word. She confirmed coldly, I'll get the list for you tomorrow. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Yugua said relaxedly, Then we're even. Actually, you're already considered very strong in the Jinyuan sect. Why do you still care so much about your cultivation level? Jian Chun was busy adjusting her clothes. She didn't seem to hear him. After a moment, she replied indifferently, Why do you ask? Yugua crossed his arms, feigning disinterest. Just curious. But if you can't say, then forget it. Jian Chun continued what she was doing. Her voice was strangely calm. It's not something that can't be said. But if one looked from a different angle, they would see a different emotion reflected in her eyes. If I reach the martial king realm, I can have my family annul the engagement between me and Shimin Lang. Shimin Lang clearly likes Xue Nini, and I have no feelings for him. But we have to be together for the sake of our family's interests. It's too tragic. She paused for a moment. She turned to Yugua, seeking sympathy. You can understand, right? After all, you and Lady Nalan have always had a marriage in name only. However, he had long since checked out of this conversation, lost in his own thoughts. I remember correctly. Jian Chun is a descendant of the great Yun family from the capital. Then, Yugua turned back to Jian Chun and replied, But as for me, an image of his wife appeared in his mind. He smiled and continued, Having the title is enough for me. After all, when I was at my lowest, it was Nalan Meng who took me in. She didn't let me starve to death on the streets. Who would have thought that a playboy like Yugua could be so devoted? Jian Chun was a little surprised. Then she lowered her eyes and shared her thoughts. Actually, based on her background and cultivation, you could totally join the Jinyuan sect. I believe the sect master would absolutely not treat you poorly. Yugua stretched and yawned, declining the offer. Forget it. I still prefer the freedom of Nalan City. Miss Yun, if you miss me. You can always visit me late at night during these few days of recuperation. Someone as thin-skinned as Jian Chen couldn't handle his teasing. She could only stammer a farewell. I'm done talking to you. I'll be leaving now. I don't want my fellow disciples to know I spent the night away from the dormitory. With that, she quickly flew away on her sword. Yugua watched her figure disappear. He silently calculated. Now that the Jinyuan sect list is settled, I should start thinking about revitalizing Nalan City. The next morning, everyone gathered in the center of the city. Yugua, along with Yun Fan and Jun Shui, stood leisurely on a stage, observing the work. Suddenly, a man with a lumpy face ran towards Yugua. Neo Air, the leader of the North City water camp, flattered him profusely. Prince Consort, so you're this skilled at fighting. This little brother is thoroughly impressed. From this day forward, whatever the Prince Consort says, my brothers from the water camp will do it. Jun Shui, standing to the side, corrected him disapprovingly. He's not called Prince Consort anymore. The young master is now the deputy commander. Realizing his mistake, Niue replied awkwardly, Right. Deputy commander. Deputy commander. Yugua propped his foot on a stone pillar with a thud. Then he said with satisfaction, Very good. From today on, you're all people of my Nalan City. Since you are people of Nalan City, you must work for Nalan City. He gave his orders seriously. Neo Air, I'm giving you 3 months. Use these 30,000 silver taels to transform the North City water camp into a port. In the future, the port will become a trade route for merchants. You take 3 parts of the profit. Nalan City takes 7. Neo-Air saw the large chest of gold. His eyes lit up. He nodded and replied, "Well said. We'll listen to everything you say." He then turned and threw a token to the man in front of him. "Old Chungan, your horse caravan will be under the management of Nalan City from today. From now on, you are the captain of the cavalry battalion of the Nalan City Guard. You will be in charge of the post station. This is a lucrative job." Yugwa added generously. "Here's another 30,000 silver taels for you as a settlement fee. Move all your families to Nalan City. No more wandering." Old Gon couldn't help but be moved. He clutched the token and cried out, Finally, we don't have to wander anymore. Thank you, Big Brother. This life of mine will forever belong to you, Big Brother." Yugwa nodded with satisfaction. He continued to delegate tasks. "Matagu, your task is the most important. You need to repair the city walls and gates." Being called upon, he was slightly startled. Then Yugwa patted the hundreds of sacks beneath him. He continued, "This stuff is called cement. Mix this with sand, and you can build city walls so strong they'll be second to none." Although he didn't know what it was, Dagu promised with a determined tone, "I will definitely repair the walls of Nalan City to be strong and sturdy." Nalan Meng slowly walked toward her husband. She didn't hold back her praise. "Your ability to manage people is truly something that makes others see you in a different light." Yugwa said shyly, "It's just treating people with sincerity. If it weren't for having no food to eat, who would want to become a bandit in the forest?" Nalan Meng listened to him intently, almost forgetting why she had come. Then she quickly presented a wooden box. "All right, the Poison Emperor has left, but he left a farewell gift for you." Yugwa took the wooden box. A wistful smile appeared on his face. "A farewell gift? I wonder what it could be." Yugwa shouted excitedly. Then, for the Nalan City of everyone, let the rebuilding begin. The atmosphere became more lively than ever. Everyone joyfully looked forward to a bright future. The crowd chanted, "Rebuild Nalan City! Rebuild Nalan City!" Yin Fan approached Yugwa. He said earnestly, "Then my wife and I will properly train the city guards." He nodded with great confidence. "Then I'll leave it to you, my brother." After assigning all the tasks, Yugwa returned to the mysterious box. He couldn't help but be puzzled when he saw the object inside. A fire crystal? Why would the Poison Emperor leave this for me? After carefully reading the remaining note, he exclaimed with joy, "I can't believe there's a fire crystal mine nearby." Then he put everything away. He turned to discuss it with Nalan Meng at the early village mine. "I'm going to check it out now." She nodded, showing she understood. "I'll go with you." Seeing this, Jun Shui chimed in. "I want to go too." But Yugwa refused. "We don't know if it's dangerous." "Jun Shui, you wait for us at home, okay?" At the early village mine, the atmosphere sent a chill down one's spine. Yugwa assessed the area and then asked Nalan Meng, "The stone materials here aren't bad. Why did you insist on going to Spirit Snake Mountain to mine stone before?" She walked over to a cliff face with scorch marks. She explained calmly, "A demonic beast that breathes fire once appeared here. It killed quite a few people. No one dares to come here anymore. Look, these are the scorch marks from back then." Yugwa nodded in understanding. He approached what looked like a blocked cave entrance and made a judgment. "It seems what we're looking for is in here." A second later, Yugwa unleashed a scorching sun treasure fist. Instantly, rocks and dirt flew to the sides. The cave entrance was opened. The two of them slowly ventured deeper, beginning a new journey. Nalan Meng looked at her husband in surprise. "The treasure fist can be used like that too?" Yugwa said proficiently. "Many magical arts have different uses. For example, using fire-based arts to cook food, or water-based arts to irrigate fields." The two of them were engrossed in their conversation when the scene before them made Yugwa fall silent. The flame in his hand illuminated rows of bodies piled on top of each other. He slowly approached a human skeleton. He discovered something suspicious. "Look, there are claw marks." They continued on their way. He carefully warned her. This was probably left by that demonic beast. "Be careful. I'll go first." Nalan Meng followed closely behind. She obediently listened. "You must be careful." They reached a deep, dark abyss. Suddenly, Yugwa stopped. The two of them hid behind a rock and peeked out to observe. There it is. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He exclaimed excitedly, "A Shihua beast. This thing eats fire crystals long term. It's very likely to produce a red crystal in its body. Just a fist-sized piece of red crystal is enough to buy all of Nayland City." Perhaps Yugua's joy disturbed the beast's sleep. It roared in anger. Nayland Meng frowned, dodging a flung rock. "Oh no, have we been discovered?" Yugua calmly and quickly swept Nayland Meng into his arms. He carried her and dashed away. The two of them pressed themselves against a nearby rock. He peeked out. He assessed the situation in a low voice. It was probably woken up by the treasure fist earlier. Luckily, it's lying down again now. But Nayland Meng was no longer in the mood to care about that. Her face was flushed red from their intimate contact. "Can you let go of me first?" Yet, the famously romantic Yugua directly dropped her on the ground. He even said with a dazed look, "If you don't like it, then I won't hold you anymore." He nimbly took out his weapon. Then he left his wife, who was still sitting dazedly on the ground. He coldly advanced with his sword. "While this beast is still asleep, I'll go kill it and get the red crystal. You hide well." Yugua stealthily approached the soundly sleeping Shihua beast. Just when it seemed he could end its life, with a single strike, the Shihua beast suddenly opened its eyes and stared at the tiny human. Yugua was so scared he froze. His body was covered in sweat as he whispered, "Not good." Nayland Meng, witnessing him in danger from a corner, immediately rushed forward to warn him. "Be careful." Then, she plunged her spear straight into the Shihua beast's back. It was caught off guard by the attack. It instinctively kicked Nayland Meng, sending her flying. Seeing this, Yugua hurriedly chased after her. He shouted, "Wife," but the distance was too great. Just as she was about to hit the ground, he still hadn't reached her. When Nayland Meng was sent flying by the beast, Yugua rushed over anxiously. He instinctively shouted, "Wife!" Luckily, he managed to catch her in time. Nayland Meng looked at the Shihua beast, which was roaring continuously. Its mouth constantly spewed fire. She quickly reported the situation to him. That Shihua beast, except for its eyes, is covered entirely in scales. Weapons can't penetrate it. "Yugua, you should run. I'll cover you from behind." Yugua slowly carried her to a corner. This time, he no longer had a clumsy appearance. Instead, he very gently set his woman down. Then he looked at Nayland Meng with a confident expression. "Run? No need. Just wait and watch me work my magic." She couldn't help but worry, calling out softly after him. "Yugua!" He ignored her words. He nimbly gathered his strength and leaped up. At the same time, he summoned his system. "Adi Mama, it's time for you to show your talent again." The screen booted up. It was also the moment Yugua generously spent money to buy rocks. "Watch me." Then he threw several large sacks straight at the Shihua beast. The creature roared in pain. However, after fighting for a while, aside from its roars, the beast was unharmed. Yugua quickly ran away. He was so frustrated he started sobbing. "This is literally burning money. If the Shihua beast doesn't fall soon, my wallet won't be able to take it anymore." Suddenly, a rock hit its eyelid, causing the creature to stop in pain. Yugua said joyfully, "There's an opening." While the Shihua beast was still struggling to get up, Yugua had emptied his wallet to buy weapons. "Eat my continuous rock bag combo. Fall before the power of money." The moment the giant bag of rocks touched the Shihua beast's body, the previous roars immediately fell silent. The beast was completely frozen. Yugua stood on top of it. He said coldly, "A tiny lizard dares to injure my wife." Then he furiously stabbed it with his blade. He uttered 3 words. "Go to hell." The beast's entire body shattered into pieces. Seeing this, Nayland Meng rushed over, calling out, "Yugua!" At the same time, Nayland Meng's spear, which was stuck in the beast, suddenly shot out. Yugua quickly caught it. He held the spear in his hand. He said with satisfaction, "It seems the spear happened to pierce the red crystal and absorbed it. This spear has now become a red crystal quality weapon. Wife, you should keep it." Nayland Meng took it, stunned. She couldn't help but marvel. "I can't believe you actually killed the Shihua beast." Meanwhile, Yugua was busy hugging a giant fire crystal. He said affectionately, "This is great. So many fire crystals. We're rich. We're rich." But Nayland Meng couldn't be so happy. She quickly found another worry. But the news about this fire crystal mine must not get out. We can only mine on a small scale to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Unfortunately, Nayland City can't rely on fire crystals to recover. Yugwa quickly reassured his wife. Wife, you don't need to worry. Our Nayland City is well connected. It's actually more suitable for large-scale trade. To add more credibility, he took out a small glass vial and said, Look, this is a type of perfume I just invented. A few days ago, I had Old Sure take it to the capital to sell. The noble ladies are all fighting to buy it. As long as we master the technology for glassmaking and this perfume formula, everyone will flock to our city. Nayland Meng carefully took the perfume bottle and sniffed it. Then she said happily, This scent, it's so fragrant. After leaving the cave, Yugwa looked up at the clear blue sky. He spoke with great anticipation. In the future, our Nayland City must engage in trade with the entire world. This is called commerce. Nayland Ming asked hesitantly in disbelief. The entire world? Will that day really come? Yugwa opened a large magic circle, sealing the cave entrance. At the same time, he said decisively, Of course, I can guarantee it. He suddenly remembered a very important issue. He continued, Oh, right. I forgot to tell you something extremely important. This perfume, Yugwa calmly finished his sentence, is called Nayland Fragrance. This name really gave one a lot to think about. Nayland Ming looked at the object in her hand, blushing. She said with emotion, It's from Nayland City, after all. I know, but in her heart, another thought stirred. Why did I hope this name had another layer of meaning? That night, after returning home, Yugwa finally had some time to himself. He looked at the system in his hand and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Yi Qiong's halo has unexpectedly increased to 95. He scrolled for a while, still wondering what had happened. What is this halo store? Yugwa, curious about what it was, clicked on it to see. A series of information appeared. Yugwa thought to himself, no wonder he could subdue those 3 bandits so easily. It turns out the villain's halo can bring other benefits. Getting this halo is really not easy. I should save it for later. There will be a time when I need it. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Jianshan walked in, marveling. I never thought you were so wealthy. To even possess so many rare fire crystals. Yugwa replied wearily. Wasn't it because I had to treat someone's cold constitution that I deliberately bought them? The value of these fire crystals is truly no small sum. Jianshan was a little surprised and grabbed his arm. You're saying you bought these fire crystals for me? Yugwa crossed his arms and smiled happily. Of course. Aren't you very touched? But there's no more snake spring water. Tonight, you have to go with me to Spirit Snake Mountain. Jianshan was a bit surprised by this schedule. She turned and asked, We have to go tonight. Yugwa quickly pushed her along. At the same time, he confirmed, Yes, while the moon is full tonight. The effect of the snake's spring water will be at its strongest. The two of them walked and chatted animatedly. Let go of me. Don't tell me you're planning to ride a horse to Spirit Snake Mountain. Yugwa replied playfully. Is there anything wrong with that? What a lame joke. Jianshan immediately dismissed it. Forget it. You give me directions. I'll take you there by flying sword. In a dark corner, someone was watching their every move. It turned out to be Yi Qiong. He gritted his teeth in anger. That damn prince consort. I can't believe he planted so many love-inducing flowers outside. And now he's tricking senior sister into leaving with him. He definitely has sinister intentions. Wait for 2 hours. When the effect of this love-inducing flower wears off, it will be your doomsday. Jianshan and Yugwa stood on the flying sword, heading to Spirit Snake Mountain. He was a little scared. He held onto her waist tightly and didn't let go. The sound of the wind whistled in his ears, along with Jian Chen's cold voice. Keep your hands to yourself. Otherwise, I'll chop them off. Yugwa raised his hands to defend himself. I'm not. Before he could finish, he slipped and almost fell. He let out a terrified scream. In his panic, Yugwa grabbed onto the first thing he could find a hold on. But unexpectedly, his hand landed in an inappropriate place, causing Jian Chen's face to darken. Yugwa, unaware of his impending doom, even let out a sigh of relief. Oh my God, that was a close call. Jian Chen kicked him. Pervert. The feeling of weightlessness hit him, and he screamed in terror. Help me. He looked somewhat pitiful. She clicked her tongue and swooped down to save him. Yugwa was dizzy. Young lady, you really know how to joke. You almost scared me to death. The two of them continued their journey. After a while, they finally arrived. The Dragon King turtle had been waiting for them for a long time. Kid, you're finally here. When Jianshin saw it, she felt a little anxious. The Dragon King turtle. But Yuwa cheerfully walked over to chat with the Dragon King turtle. Don't be hasty. This time, I brought you 3 whole barrels of good stuff. It seemed quite satisfied, smacking its lips. Looks like this kid knows how to behave. After the greetings, the two of them entered the pool together. Yugo was performing acupuncture on Jianshin. She blushed and asked, "Can this really change my constitution this time?" He answered seriously, "If you directly absorb a large amount of fire crystals, it would be extremely dangerous for you. But the spiritual energy of the snake spring here can neutralize it. Plus, these acupuncture needles of mine can help you. All right, calm your mind and circulate your origin energy." In such a confined space, a man and a woman were together, yet nothing happened. Jianshin couldn't help but think, could it be that I'm really that ugly? I can't believe a Yugwa is so indifferent. But she didn't know that at this moment, he was trying very hard to restrain himself. Even though she's just a character I created, this is just too tempting. Yugwa reminded himself, No, I'm here to clear her meridians. Resist, but had no effect at all. He would occasionally steal glances at her. But my eyes. After some time, Jianshin gently opened her eyes. She happily turned around. My cold constitution has recovered. I've successfully reached the early stage of the martial spirit realm. Liugwa, thank you for bringing me to the Snake Spring, and for giving me so many fire crystals. But at this moment, Yugwa was sitting upright, trying to calm his mind as he replied, Well said, but this Snake Spring is really effective. I've also reached the mid-stage of the Grand Martial Master Realm. Let's get changed and head back. After they were done, Jianshin gave Yugwa a jade bracelet. As a token of gratitude, this is the white jade bracelet of a Yun family. Inside is the qualification token you need. There are also 100 low-grade spirit stones. Yugwa's eyes lit up. This bracelet must be worth at least 100,000 taels. This isn't your dowry, is it? Jianshin retorted awkwardly. Who are you looking down on? My dowry would only be this little. Wait, who said I would marry you? Just then, a figure appeared outside the cave. Ye viong, roarit inenguv. You adulterous pair. As Yugwa and Jianshin were about to continue their conversation, Yi Qiong, from outside, trembled and shouted, What are you two doing? In his mind, he imagined a scene of Jianshin and Yugwa having just been intimate. He shouted without restraint, Damn it, and I've had a crush on senior sister Yun for so many years. I thought she was pure as ice and jade. But you've been fooling around with this scum Yugwa. Yi Qiong didn't hesitate, drawing his sword and charging towards the two of them, loudly declaring, I must kill you two shameless adulterers. Jianshin couldn't listen anymore. She gritted her teeth in anger. Then she turned and slapped Yi Qiong across the face. Jianshin said with dissatisfaction, Junior brother Yi, watch your mouth. I'm your senior sister, after all. Yugwa also approached Yi Qiong, laughing. Young Master Yi, did you perhaps eat your own eyeballs for dinner? I risked my life to bring your senior sister here to cultivate. She has advanced from a grand martial master to a martial spirit. He still stubbornly refused to believe it. But just now you two were... Yugwa grabbed Jianshin's arm and held it out in front of Yi Qiong. He asked loudly, Just now we were what? Would you wear clothes to bathe in the spirit snake spring? Besides, can't you see your senior sister's chastity mark? Only then did Yi Qiong feel regret. He hurriedly said, Senior sister, I am sorry, Yi. Jianshin sighed and turned to leave. Forget it. An ignorant person is not at fault. You also had good intentions. Suddenly, she stopped and glanced back. Yugwa, you helped me advance today. I owe you a great debt. I will repay you another day. Yugwa waved his hand cheerfully. It's a small matter, a small matter. We're all friends here. Yi Qiong followed, shouting in confusion. Senior sister, I know I was wrong. Please don't be angry, senior sister. He begged her. Seeing that Jianshin had left, Yugwa also departed. He even whistled happily. He ignored Yi Qiong, who was bowing his head in misery. A killing intent emanated from him. He slammed a fist into the ground. He was worried sick. Senior sister Yun's impression of me has been completely ruined. It's all because of that Li Yugwa. Yi Qiong felt a little helpless. He staggered to his feet and left. His steps were unsteady. Suddenly, on his way back, He passed by a grave. Yi Qiong accidentally glanced at something. He suspiciously examined the token he had just picked up, the grave of a blood-clad sect member. He suddenly remembered. Yugua's sword. It's the blade of the blood-clad sect's young master. Yi Viong similet sinisterli. He started digging at the grave with his hands and said, "Whether you killed him or not, Yugua, you're finished." The next morning, at the blood-clad sect's arrogant blood city, Yi Qiong arrogantly carried something and walked straight towards the guards. A disciple of the Jinyuan sect requests an audience. Once inside, Yi Qiong dropped the bag from his shoulder. He bowed politely and said, "My name is Yi Qiong, a disciple of the Jinyuan sect. I have specially brought the young master's remains here." The lord of arrogant blood city, Shui Zhenxiong, who is also the Bloodblade sect master, frowned and said, "My son has been missing for 10 years. How do I know that the body you brought is his?" At the same time, the young lady of the blood-clad sect, Xuan Nini, shouted angrily, "You are very bold. How dare you say my brother is dead? This is an unforgivable crime." Yi Qiong was a little scared when he heard Xuan Nini's imposing manner. He quickly spoke up, "Miss Shui, there's something you don't know. Yugua not only ambushed the young master, he also stole young master Shui's precious blade. He even wanted to bury the body to hide the evidence. It wasn't easy for me to retrieve the body and the token from his hands. Only then could I bring the young master home." Jin Xiong was agitated by Yi Qiong's words. Is this true? He was so angry that his aura shook the entire palace. A mere son-in-law of Nayland City dares to kill my son and sever the Shui family's bloodline. Yi Qiong watched and laughed inwardly. So this is the power of a martial king. Li Yugua, be dead for sure. Jin Xiong had nearly lost his mind. He roared, "Where is that dog thief Li Yugua?" Ye Viong, replied unhurriedly. In half a month, Li Yugua will participate in the trial tournament under the name of our Jinyuan sect. It's the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Jin Xiong's anger soared. He let out a great roar. His voice seemed to come from hell itself. The grudge for killing my son is irreconcilable. At the same time, Xuan Nini was overcome with grief. She ran to the remains. She sobbed, "Brother, I can't believe you died so tragically. Your bones are broken. I can't believe it. That my brother had to suffer such a thing." Her tears fell like rain. She couldn't wipe them away fast enough. She cursed through her sobs. That Li Yugua is truly a monster. He's a demon. Yi Qiong pretended to be kind and approached Xuan Nini. He added fuel to the fire. Li Yugua has committed every evil deed imaginable in Nayland City. The common people hate him to the bone. Your brother and I were the closest of friends. It's a pity I lacked the strength. I couldn't protect him. Yi Qiong was completely shameless. He brazenly hugged Xuan Nini and said, "Before he died, he entrusted you to me. I swear to the heavens, I will definitely protect you, even if I have to sacrifice my own life." Xuan Nini was naive and trusting. In her grief, she fell into his trap. She completely buried her head in Yi Qiong's shoulder. She cried even harder. "Big brother Yi, we must avenge my brother." The cunning Yi Qiong was frowning and calculating. If I don't use Xuan Nini to climb up to the blood-clad sect's backing, and if I lose my standing in the Jinyuan sect later, my end will surely be miserable. Li Yuwu. Everything I've lost, I will take it all back. At this time, Yugua, the one being framed, was still completely unaware. He stood casually in the middle of the street. He panted and sighed. Walking back to Nayland City is so tiring. I should have had Jian Shin bring me back. After walking a few more steps, Yugua saw a food stall. He rubbed his stomach and decided, "I am starving. I'll have a bowl of noodles and then keep going." Then he casually sat down at a table and ordered, "Boss, 1 bowl of mutton noodles, 3 tails of wine, and 2 vegetarian side dishes." The shop owner quickly came over. "Please wait a moment, sir." Yugua casually placed his blade on the table. Suddenly, many strangers' eyes were all focused on Yugua. He was quick-witted. He started to feel suspicious. Something feels a little off. Then, Yugua cautiously approached the owner and said, "Never mind. Pack up 5 meat buns for me. I have to go." The owner didn't say much. He quickly handed over the food. "Here are your buns." Receiving the package, Yugua found it strange. Why do these buns smell like blood? He broke one open to check. The filling inside was actually a human finger. Yugua was stunned for a moment, then immediately, Raise his guard. The people around him stopped pretending. They drew their swords and gave the order. Surun li Yuwu. Don't let him leave. Yuwu wasn't panicked at all. He quickly drew his blade to defend himself. His tone was icy. Who are you? The soldiers didn't waste any time. They charged straight forward and slashed down. They shouted as they did. Li Yuwu, stop playing dumb. Today is the day you die. After a few exchanges, words flashed in his mind. Blood-clad blade technique. Thinking this, he chuckled and said, So you're brothers from the blood-clad sect. Is there some kind of misunderstanding between us? From a distance, a man slowly sipped his tea and said nonchalantly, No wonder our young master was ambushed by you. The speaker was the grand disciple of the blood-clad sect, Jiao Tianshan. He casually sat on the table. He sized up Yuwa with a scrutinizing gaze. This kid looks delicate and weak, but his martial arts are quite sinister. Yuwa frowned, confused. This Jiao Tianshan has the cultivation of a martial spirit, and his blood blade technique is as pure as fire. His strength is on par with Shimin Lang's. I'm definitely not his match. Thinking this, Yuwa smiled fawningly. So if it's senior brother Tianshan, the young master you mentioned, I really don't know him. Tianshan jumped off the table, his brow furrowed. Lies. The blade in your hand belongs to my young master. Murder and robbery. Your crime is unforgivable. He decisively smashed the teacup. Then, like the wind, he charged straight forward. With just one strike, he sliced the table in two. Luckily, Yuwa was agile and dodged the blow. The guards behind him, seeing this, also charged forward desperately. Yuwa was too focused on Tianshan's group. He had forgotten that the old shopkeeper was also on their side. He took advantage of his opponent's carelessness. He slashed Yuwa's back with his blade. Yuwa fell to his knees in pain. His sharp eyes glared at Tianshan. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, You attacked me without distinguishing right from wrong. This is truly bullying. He would endure it no longer. Yuwa angrily swung his sword at the group. The single strike was so powerful that 2 soldiers were killed. Tianshan gritted his teeth and asked loudly, Ninth junior brother, damn it, how dare you secretly learn the blood-clad blade technique? They were currently in a crowded place. Therefore, Yuwa turned and fled. He calculated in his mind, It's too cramped here to fight properly. I have to find a way to get to the main street. The men from the blood-clad sect saw Yuwa run. They quickly gave chase. They shouted incessantly, Where are you running, you thief? After running for a while, Yuwa suddenly stopped. He had run into an acquaintance riding a horse down the street. Yin Fan was confused. Big brother? What are you doing? Yuwa smiled and replied, The people from the blood-clad sect are here to cause trouble. Yin Fan's face darkened with anger. You dare to injure my big brother? Today, I will not let you leave here alive. As he spoke, a thin thread shot out and wrapped tightly around Tianshan's arm. It made him frown and say involuntarily, Soft finger thread? As he spoke, the thin thread had severed one of Tianshan's arms. Yuwa, on the opposite side, had used the blood escape technique, shooting it from his fingertip. Tianshan cursed furiously. You dog thief. I can't believe you also know our sect's secret technique. And you still say you didn't kill the young master? Before he could finish cursing, the other soldiers had been killed. He panicked and quickly ordered, Protect me, quickly. At the same time, a gust of wind swept by, accompanied by a voice. Try to run? Nalan Meng, full of vigor, charged towards the blood-clad sect members and shouted, Who dares to harm Yuwa in Nalan City? The tip of her blade was now pointed straight at Tianshan. It scared him so much that he clutched his arm and tried to run, but it was all in vain. Her opponent was struck by a powerful move from Nalan Meng and fell to the ground. Only then did she give the order. For the others, disarm them, but do not kill. Those who resist will be buried with him. As soon as she finished speaking, the soldier's body shriveled up. They were nothing but skin and bones. Then, many shadows flew out and escaped. Yuwa noticed something unusual. He rushed over to check the bodies and became angry. Damn it, I can't believe he's not dead yet. Could this be the true blood escape technique? To escape as a blood shadow, leaving only a layer of skin behind. Nalan Meng then kindly helped Yuwa up and asked, Are your injuries okay? He shook his head and replied, It's just a flesh wound. These people are all elites from the blood-clad guard. It seems I'm being targeted by a group of dangerous characters. After thinking for a moment, Yugwa suddenly had a realization. Could it be that the remains of those blood-clad guards were used by someone else to frame me? Meanwhile, at the blood-clad sect, Tian-shan, upon his return, rushed to report. Sect Master, I thought I could avenge the young master. But unexpectedly, two martial spirit experts, the thief Emperor and Meng, pursued me. I was outnumbered. If I hadn't used the blood escape technique, I'm afraid I would have died on the spot. Hearing this, Nini said, now that we've lost an opportunity, Yugwa will surely be on his guard. What should we do about this? Only then did Yi Qiong speak up. In my opinion, we can find a martial spirit expert to deal with him during the trial in the Black Forest. Hearing this plan, Jin Xiong laughed and praised him. Not bad. We can conveniently blame Yugwa's death on a demonic beast, a genius like young Master Yi. Why don't you become the son-in-law of our blood-clad sect after this matter is successful? Nini angrily ran up and pulled on Jin Xiong's beard, asking loudly, What did you say, father? Hearing this, Yi Qiong glanced at Nini and thought to himself, Nini is the childhood sweetheart of senior brother Shimin Lang. Before this is over, I shouldn't establish a relationship too soon and create conflict with senior brother. Thinking this, Yi Qiong stepped forward and politely declined. Thank you for your kind offer, Sect Master Shui. But now that the villain has not yet been eliminated, how can I establish a family? Wait until I have eliminated Yugwa for the blood-clad sect and taken Nailin City. It won't be too late to discuss it then. His words were reasonable. His tone was modest. Coupled with Yi Qiong's attitude, Jin Xiong was pleased. He remains composed even with such a good offer. It seems he is a reliable person. When they were outside the hall, Nini asked directly, Big brother Yi, did you not agree to the engagement just now because you feel I'm not worthy of you? Yi Qiong pretended a sigh. He hugged Nini and explained, What a silly thing to say. I really want to marry you immediately. It's just that I'm too weak right now. If only I had a cultivation technique. That would be great. Hearing this, she took the bait. She naively suggested, Big brother Yi, the blood-clad sect has a supreme-grade cultivation technique. The blood demon outer method. Only the sect masters of each generation can learn it. But I will steal it for you. At the entrance to the Black Forest, the three sect masters were cooperating to harness the power of the forest. For this trial, we have released many demonic beasts into the Black Forest. Those who collect beast cores from the demonic beasts will accumulate points. This event had the participation of Sect Master Wu from the Witchcraft Poison Sect. The various sects each sent 40 disciples. The sect with the highest score and the top 100 disciples will receive Spirit Stone rewards. Jin Xiong also participated in the harnessing of the Black Forest. After Sect Master Wu finished speaking, Sect Master Shimin of the Jinyuan sect stood up and continued. Disciples of all sects should focus on finding demonic beasts. Sparring should be kept within limits. You are not allowed to inflict life-threatening injuries. The forest is ready. The three sect masters announced together. The trial begins. The disciples of the Jinyuan sect shouted in unison. Disciples respectfully obey. Yugwa stood among the crowd, facing the unfriendly gazes from all around. He wondered to himself, Jian-chun didn't even give me a set of clothes. This is really attracting a lot of attention. Shimin Lang slowly walked towards him and said, Prince Consortly, you are a guest of the Jinyuan sect. It's dangerous inside. Why don't you come with me? Yugwa smiled and politely declined. Thank you for your kind offer, senior brother Shimin. I'll be fine on my own. I don't want to be a burden to the Jinyuan sect. The other disciples of the Jinyuan sect gathered together, discussing Yugwa. Isn't that the prince consort of Nailin City? He must have gotten on the list through connections. And besides, senior brother Shimin is being so considerate. This guy must be completely clueless. After Shimin Lang left, Yi Qiong also took the opportunity to approach and show off. The demonic beasts in the Black Forest are very ferocious, especially the old demons in the central region. If you just wander in, I'm afraid you won't even be enough to get stuck in their teeth. Yugwa clasped his hands and replied with a forced smile. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother Yi. At the same time, he snorted coldly in his heart. I was planning to go to the center of the Black Forest anyway. Do I need you to provoke me? Yugwa thought with great satisfaction. Does he really think I came to the Black Forest for a few spirit stones? One idiot. In the original story I wrote, a martial emperor-level expert failed to break through to the next realm in the Black Forest. His entire life's fortune was left inside. An opportunity like this, I can't let it pass. After his threat, Yi Qiong quickly ran to Jian Chen's side. Senior sister, let's go together. But she showed him no courtesy. She brushed past him. I never knew that my once righteous junior brother also knew how to mock others. Now, your strength is enough for you to be independent. There is a difference between men and women. You and I should go our separate ways. Being spoken to like that, Yi Qiong trembled with anger, his fists clenched. Some disciples from the same sect approached, smiling. Senior brother Yi, why don't we go together? Yi Qiong frowned and replied half-heartedly. As you wish. Not far away. Nailan Meng and Yun Fan were hiding under a tree, discussing. Brother thief, I'm worried the people from the blood-clad sect will harm Yugua, and no one from the Jinyuan sect will help him. Help me go in there and look after him. You be careful too. Yin Fan didn't think twice. He nodded casually and smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I will definitely protect Big Brother and bring him back safely. After this is over, I still want to have a little thief with my wife. Nailan Meng suddenly became serious. You was said not to make casual promises to me. It's bad luck. Yin Fan asked blankly. What's a flag? At the same time, Yuba was sitting on a rock, sighing. I should have eaten breakfast before setting out. This poor place is making me hungry and thirsty. Suddenly, 2 swords were placed against his neck. At the same time, a malicious voice rang out. Prince Consortly, I hear you have quite a few treasures on you. The 2 were disciples of the Jinyuan sect. They held their swords firmly. They looked at Yugua and snickered. Who told you to be so decadent usually? Even if we kill you, no one will investigate. It's not uncommon for a powerless person to hold so many treasures. Hand them over as your contribution to the Jinyuan sect. Yugua smiled calmly and asked, So, it's murder and robbery, huh? As he spoke, he smirked. You've taken the wrong path, brothers. Then he quickly jumped up to avoid the 2 blades. Yugua defeated the 2 useless disciples with a single, simple move. After being beaten and losing a few teeth, the 2 trembled and looked at Yugua, stammering. Are you a grandmaster? Yugua didn't answer. A killing intent emanated from him. He asked in a loud voice. Speak. Who sent you here? One of them, terrified, quickly begged. Please don't kill me. It was senior brother Yi who said you had valuables on you. So Yugua had heard the answer he wanted. He chuckled and interrupted. So it was Yi Qiong who has been trying to harm me all along. It has nothing to do with you. But before anyone could react, Yugua decisively swung his sword. The heads of the 2 foolish disciples flew into the air. His calm voice followed. But who told you to provoke a villain? Suddenly, a mocking laugh came from under a tree not far away. To casually kill people from the Jinyuan sect. You're really something. Yugua glanced towards the source of the voice. He asked loudly. Tianshan didn't bother hiding anymore. He slowly walked out and said, It's me. Seeing an old acquaintance, Yugua smiled and approached with his blade. Ninth senior brother Du. Is your arm reattached already? Tianshan shrugged and explained. Don't misunderstand. I don't want to fight. I just came here to tell you a few things. Yugua sheathed his weapon. He asked with interest. Interesting. Let's hear it. Tianshan replied unhurriedly. I have examined the body of Shui Wanhua. I found that Wanhua died a year ago. And a year ago, you were just a martial artist. It's impossible for you to have killed him. Then he frowned and continued. So I did a little investigating. Yi Qiong has always held a grudge against you. He just wants to use the blood-clad sect. Yi Qiong added new wounds to the body to frame you for the murder. He's even gained the trust of our master and the affection of my junior sister. Now, I have no way to convince them at all. The more Tianshan spoke, the more he sighed in frustration. Yugua listened intently to every word, then snorted coldly. So it was him after all. Your junior sister. You mean Shiman Lang's childhood sweetheart, Xuen Nini. His opponent nodded in confirmation. Yes, the apple of everyone's eye in our blood-clad sect. The young lady of the blood-clad sect, Xuen Nini. Speaking of this, Tianshan sighed again. Now she's been bewitched by Yi Qiong. She hates you to the bone. The blood-clad sect has already planned to make a move against you here. If I were you, I would choose to give up. Leave this place while you still can. While he was sincerely giving advice, Yugua took out a stack of can wine. He cheerfully popped open a can. He asked in disbelief. Give up. After asking, Yuba burst out laughing. He handed an opened can to Tian-shan. He put his arm around him in a friendly manner. I don't want to run away like a coward. But thank you for the information, brother. Come on, let's have a drink. At this moment, Tian-shan looked at the person next to him with admiration. This Yuba is truly a man of honor. Completely unlike what Yi Qiong said. Thinking this, Tian-shan took the can and burst out laughing. You got guts. I'll take these 2 drinks. From a distance, someone was watching Tian-shan leave happily. If that's the case, then I'll be on my way. Be careful on this path. Yuba said gratefully. We'll meet again someday. Seeing that Tian-shan was far away, Yin Fan quickly jumped down. Big brother, do you need me to kill him? Yuba took a sip of wine and replied, no need to kill him. That brat Yi Qiong is colluding with a blood-clad sect, opposing our Nalan city's rise at every turn. Then he wagged his finger, and Jiu Tian-shan knows the truth. And like Xuan Yini, the enemy of my enemy is my good brother. Yin Fan was now full of admiration. Big brother, you are truly brilliant. This brother is thoroughly impressed. Oh right, I just saw Yun Jianshan being surrounded by a pack of wolves while protecting her junior sister. Let's see. Before Yin Fan could finish, Yuba turned around in surprise. He ran off, laughing loudly. Let's go. Time to spread some love. Meanwhile, in another place, the wolf pack was baring its fangs, looking ferocious. 2 female disciples of the Jinyuan sect hid fearfully behind Jianshan. Senior Sister Yin, I'm so scared. Hearing this, she quickly reassured them. Don't be afraid. I'll lure the wolves away in a moment. You take the opportunity to escape. They worriedly backed away while saying. Then, Senior Sister, Jianshan quickly cut them off. Don't worry about me. Go back and find people from the sect to rescue me. Without another word, she activated her technique. When her sword struck the head of a wolf, she shouted, now, run. Jianshan turned and ran in another direction, drawing the attention of the wolf pack. On the other side, one female disciple, reluctant to leave, was being pulled by the other. Junior Sister Wang, let's go quickly. Don't hold Senior Sister back. After running for a while, Jianshan frowned and thought, they're too fast. They're about to catch up. She gritted her teeth, hesitating. Do I really have to use my embarrassing bloodline? Jianshan suddenly remembered her childhood. At that time, she was surrounded by a crowd of people pointing and whispering. Look, that's the second young lady of the Yun family. She's even a twin with the first young lady. But her bloodline is just a yellow-feathered chicken. A far cry from the first young lady. The first young lady's bloodline is the azure sky white crane. It's pure. No wonder the Yun family arranged for her to be engaged to a lower-tier sect. They must be ashamed of the second young lady's bloodline. That's right, that's right. Returning to the present, Jianshan saw the ferocious attack of the wolves and sighed. There's no other way. She immediately used her yellow-feathered chicken bloodline. Then she gathered her strength and unleashed the falling featherwing transformation slash. In an instant, she had killed a group of wolves. Seeing that she had dealt with them, Jianshan let out a breath. All right. I just need to deal with the Grand Marshal Master-level Wolf King. Just as she thought this, the scene before her made her pupils contract. The growl from behind startled her. Why are there 2 Wolf Kings? Jianshan looked at the 2 large wolves with worry. Oh no, 2 Wolf Kings. How am I supposed to deal with this? In her moment of confusion, a laughing voice came from a distance. So silly. That's the Wolf King and the Wolf Queen. Yuba flashed a provocative smile. It's time for you all to perform. He stood high above, opening a cage and releasing a flock of poultry. The hen squad. Jianshan was stunned and quickly turned to look. She thought in shock, it's him. Then she was confused by the scene before her. Why did you bring a whole basket of chickens? Yuba frowned and replied, these hens cost me 500 taels. Without another word, Yuba directly swept Jianshan into his arms and said, silly girl, what are you spacing out for? Hurry up and run. Then he lifted her up. Meanwhile, she asked suspiciously, did you come to save me on purpose? Hearing the question, Yuba glanced at her and replied, but before he could say more, his foot accidentally caught on a tree branch. With a thud, he fell straight to the ground. And like everything else, Yuba landed perfectly on top of Jianshan. What's more, their lips almost touched. Jianshan said shyly, but she couldn't get out a second word. Yuba had reacted very quickly. He raised a hand and whispered, "Shush, someone's nearby." The two of them maintained that position for a moment. Jian-Chen covered her mouth with her hand. She asked in a low voice, "Are they gone yet?" As she spoke, Yuba suddenly shot up. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Turns out it was just a fly passing by." He hadn't been laughing for long before he took a full force, heaven-sent punch. It was accompanied by a curse. "You despicable man." Yuba cried out in grievance. "Young lady of a Yun family, that was a martial spirit-level punch. If you cripple me, you'll have to take responsibility." Jian-Chen shouted back angrily, "I'm not any young lady." Jian-Chen suddenly calmed down. "In the eyes of the Yun family, I'm just a tool for a political marriage. I'm not a young lady at all." Yuba chuckled. "You mean that bird? It's very cute. Summon it and let me see." She asked doubtfully. "Goo." As if possessed, Jian-Chen actually summoned a small yellow bird. Yuba affectionately stroked its head and said, "Besides, I have a feeling. When it grows up, it could very well be a divine bird." At the same time, he smiled smugly to himself. A mutated vermilion bird bloodline that only appears once in 1,000 years. But the future I wrote for it is very cool. Jian-Chen heard Yuba's words and asked, confused, "A divine bird?" He nodded without hesitation. "Yes, those who look down on it will definitely regret it in the future." Then Yuba flashed an incredibly bright smile. "And another thing, even if others look down on you, you have to believe in yourself." Jian-Chen suddenly stared blankly at Yuba. Then she slowly lowered her head to look at the small bird in her hand. She said softly, "Although you act like a rogue, you really know how to talk." Suddenly, Yuba grabbed Jian-Chen's hand and said, "Oh right." This action made Jian-Chen's green pupils widen, and she was pulled to the ground by Yuba. He said mysteriously, "It's time. Let's go catch the fly." She looked blank, asking unconsciously, not far from where the two stood. Several people from another sect were struggling to fight a monster. Exhausted, they said to each other, "We can't beat this Emperor Scorpion. Run." The scorpion aggressively raised its sharp tail and charged. Another person anxiously interrupted, "We have to be able to run first." The group hurriedly shouted, "Control it. Quick." Instantly, one of its claws was bound by tentacles. Seizing the opportunity, Xian-Chun executed the true essence sword art, unleashing a wave toward the scorpion. Just that single strike was enough to take down the prey. The men from the other sect looked at Xian-Chun with admiration. After destroying the monster, she glanced at Li Yugua and said, "Is this the fly you were talking about?" "You really are." She wanted to say more, but was interrupted by another voice. "The senior brother from the True Essence sect is so handsome. So amazing." Xinger leaned close to Li Yugua, praising him endlessly. If senior brother hadn't stepped in to help, we would have been in danger. Li Yu Rapliao Kuarli. Small matter. Just a small matter. Xian-Chun was fuming. She marched toward them, scolding, "Li Yu, you lecherous devil." Xinger kept smiling brightly, but she suddenly looked a bit confused. "Senior brother Li? I thought you were senior brother Yi Qiong, whose fame has been spreading lately." Li Yugua felt let down. He muttered, "Yi Qiong's reputation is really loud, huh?" Xian-Chun snorted from the side. "Your reputation is big, too." The consort of the Nailan family. Xinger didn't believe it. She wrapped her arms around Li Yugua's neck, shaking her head in denial. "Impossible. That guy's a trash son-in-law. Senior brother Li is so powerful. How could he be that guy?" As soon as she finished speaking, Li Yugua grabbed Xinger's hand and pushed her away. He asked loudly, "So, junior sister, do you have a grudge against me or against the true Lord?" He coldly exposed her. "You shouldn't use these cheap tricks on me." At that moment, there was a poisonous insect in Xinger's hand. Caught red-handed, she was stunned and stammered. "How did you find out?" Xian-Chun went on alert, drawing her sword and pointing it at Xing. "Little girl, we saved you in good faith. Yet you want to poison him." Seeing Xian-Chun about to strike, Li Yugua smiled and stopped her. "Wait, don't be hasty." Then he looked at Xinger's embarrassed face and said, "I won't hide it from you. When the Poison Emperor and I drank together, we talk a lot about the voodoo poison sect." Xing feigned calmness. "Really?" She gave an awkward laugh. Struggling, she said, "I didn't expect you to know Uncle Poison Emperor. You should have said so earlier. I am Vu Xingya. Uncle Poison Emperor once visited our voodoo poison sect. He even gave my father some pointers. He has done a favor for my family. Suddenly, Liu will let go of her hand. So it is Miss Wu. We are all friends. Then I won't hold it against you. Liu took the demon core and turned to leave, giving a reminder. You should stay away from the Black Forest core. Be careful. I'll take this demon core as your repayment. I'm taking it. Xinger quickly nodded and smiled. Sure, since Senior Brotherly says so. We'll be going first then. Xinger put on her mask and winked, turning gracefully to leave. When I have time, I will come to visit Senior Brotherly. Liu watched with a goofy smile, nodding like a bobblehead. Sure, sure. Xian Chun stood beside him, arms crossed, snorting angrily. The two continued on their way. At night, they stopped by a stream to build a fire. Liu grilled food while talking. The belly of this moon deer is the tenderest part. Grill it like this for a bit, and it'll be ready to eat. Night had fallen completely. Jian Shun watched Yugua's skillful movements and praised him. I never thought you'd be so knowledgeable about food. Yugua sighed. I had no choice. Otherwise, I would have starved to death long ago. He suddenly recalled. Thinking back on the 5 years I spent writing alone, I don't even know how I survived. Yugua happened to see the pile of beast cores. He spoke up, these beast cores. You can take them all to report the mission results. Hearing this, Jian Chen couldn't understand. Li Yugua, your real purpose isn't this trial, is it? I felt something was off back at Spirit Snake Mountain. How did you know the Dragon King Turtle's preferences? The more she spoke, the stranger she felt. After coming to the Black Forest, you never cared about the precious spirit herbs. Suddenly, Jian Chen's voice grew louder. And now you're even giving me the beast cores. And you deliberately chose to camp here, just a river away from the center of the Black Forest. What exactly do you want to do? Yugua smiled. I do indeed have another purpose. But don't worry. I've already exceeded the beast core quota for the Jinyuan sect's mission. It won't affect you. Only then did he remember. How could I forget? Jian Chen's character was designed to complement Yi Qiong's. She's a smart and cold girl. Jian Chen genuinely cared about Yugua. She moved closer to him and said in a low voice, I'm not worried about the mission. I can see that you've been carrying a heavy burden. Suddenly, Jian Chen froze. She hesitated for a long time before managing to say the word, I. Finally, unable to hold it in any longer, she burst into tears. She grabbed Yugua's collar and shouted, I'm worried about you. Seeing Jian Chen cry so hard, Yugua became tense. He frantically raised his hands to wipe her tears and comfort her. Wait, don't cry. Jian Chen refused to stop. She sobbed and made her condition. Then tell me, and I won't cry anymore. Yugua sighed with a headache. When I ruined Yi Qiong and Yun Jinshin's chance to be together, I should have thought of this. But do I really have to tell her? Can I protect Jian Shun? He clutched his head and made a decision. All right, I'll tell you. In his heart, he thought, whatever. I have the invincible Ali Mama anyway. There definitely won't be any problems. Just as he was about to continue, people from the blood-clad sect suddenly appeared. A few disciples looked at Jianxun and Yugua and sneered. You two are so sweet. Exchanging loving glances out here. A beautiful day, a beautiful scene. How romantic. The voice shattered the romantic atmosphere. Yugua looked around and shot to his feet. People from the blood-clad sect. Seeing the two of them together, Yi Qiong gritted his teeth in anger. Before, I only suspected. Now it seems you two are indeed in cahoots. Then his blood boiled and he shouted, Liu Wu, you despicable villain. What did you do to senior sister Yin? This is the first time I've ever seen her cry. Seeing Yi Qiong, Jin Shun was extremely surprised. Junior brother Yi, why are you with the blood-clad sect? Yugua wasn't surprised at all. He explained, this kid is obviously a traitor to the Jinyuan sect. He's teamed up with the blood-clad sect to ambush me. Xuanini approached excitedly. She pointed straight at Yugua's face. Shut up, Li Yugua. You killed my brother. Today, I will make you pay with your blood. He calmly smiled and explained, Young lady Xue, don't be deceived by Yi Qiong. I can prove my innocence. Yi Qiong clapped his hands twice, looking smug. He sneered. Innocence? Is that what you said to this traitor too? Luckily, when he was trying to deceive Xuanini for you, I discovered it and executed him on the spot. Seeing Tianshan's body, Yugua roared in fury. You actually killed him. Yi Qiong nonchalantly dropped the body to the ground. as the son-in-law of the Bloodblade sect. Killing a traitor is understandable. He kicked the can beside him. The bottle in his hand was a gift from you, wasn't it? The evidence is all here. What else do you have to say? Yuba reached out and caught it. Jian-Shen frowned and retorted. Junior brother Yi, have you really betrayed the sect? The Jinyuan sect has clearly treated you well. Yi Qiong covered his face and sneered. Treated me well? That's all what I deserved. But that Shimin Lang still couldn't stand the sight of me. Isn't it because I, a commoner, am a martial arts genius, and stole his thunder? He clenched his fists and made a decision. I've thought it through. The Jinyuan sect doesn't welcome me. Why should I stay there? Everything I've lost. I will take it all back, step by step. Yuba drew his sword. He couldn't help but feel regret. I can't believe Jiu Tianshan is dead. This time, in the blood-clad sect. Do I really have no cards left to play? Xuanini is clearly impossible to persuade. Is fighting Yi Qiong the only way? But suddenly, several people emerged from the bushes. Shimin Lang spoke in a deep voice. I couldn't stand the sight of you. But have I ever treated you as anything less than a junior brother? Put your hand on your heart and ask yourself, was there ever a time you caused trouble that senior sister Yun and I didn't clean up for you? Then he drew his sword with a grim expression. And what about you? You clearly knew my feelings for Xuanini. Then he gritted his teeth and shouted. In broad daylight. You were intimate with her in the forest. How could you do that? A moment later, Shimin Lang's eyes flew open as if he had made a decision. The sharp blade stabbed straight towards where Yi Qiong stood, but he just sneered contemptuously. So what if we were intimate? A piece of trash like you is not worthy of Nini. Let me use the blood-clad sect's secret art to end your foolish hopes. As he spoke, the phantom of a gorilla-like beast appeared as he executed the secret art. By the time Shimin Lang realized the beast was the blood demon outer method, he had already been struck in the stomach by a punch. He flew backwards, crashing through several trees without stopping. Yubua and Jian Chun rushed to help him sit up. Brother Shimin, senior brother, are you all right? Fresh blood trickled from Shimin Lang's mouth. He couldn't help but cough. Why can't I feel my origin chi? Yubua helped him check. Oh no, brother Shimin. You've been hit with the blood-clad sect's origin chi dissipating powder. Yi Qiong leisurely rested his hand on a junior disciple's shoulder. He confirmed, that's right. It's the origin chi dissipating powder. If you continue to forcefully circulate your origin chi, you'll die on the spot. Brother Shimin, how does it feel to be poisoned by a brother? At your side, Shimin Lang cursed loudly. You, shameless. Yuba's face contorted in anger. Oh no, the reinforcements that just arrived are already gone. And Yi Qiong has learned the blood-clad sect's secret art. And he snapped his fingers and continued his train of thought. I think I understand a little why this world was destroyed. It's not because I wanted to end it badly in the first place. It's because this Yi Qiong's personality is more villainous than the villains themselves. A ray of light silently flew through the air. It seems the only way now is to... But it was deflected in another direction by Yi Qiong's protective barrier. At this moment, Yin Fan also appeared. Big brother, why does this bastard keep targeting you? Yuba also noticed. As expected, the soft finger thread alone cannot defeat the blood demon outer method. Seeing the newcomer, Yi Qiong shouted loudly. Yin Fan, as one of the 10 emperors, how could you be deceived by this shameless villain? And you call him big brother? Are you blind? Yin Fan retorted angrily. Nonsense. I see more clearly than anyone. The one who keeps causing trouble for Big Brother because of misunderstandings is you. Yuba patted his shoulder to calm him down. Yin Fan, don't waste your breath on him. Yin Fan cracked his knuckles and replied. I understand. Big Brother means we should just fight, right? I've been ready for a while. Just as he was about to charge, Yuba pulled him back. No. Then he pointed his sword at Yi Qiong. The one you're after is me. Let them go. The others were all surprised. Jian Chun frantically tried to stop him. Li Yubo, what are you saying? Don't you dare leave. This time, without hesitation, he struck and knocked her out. Then he instructed the other two. Trust me, I just don't want to get you hurt. Quickly take Yin Jianshan and Shimin Lang and get out of here. Yin Fan asked doubtfully. Big brother, are you trying to... Yin Fan didn't continue. He obediently supported Jianshan. I trust you. Don't worry, big brother. I will definitely bring reinforcements to find you. With that, Yin Fan left with the other two. Only Yubo remained, facing Yi Qiong's group. He didn't hesitate to shoot an arrow from his sleeve. Don't even think about it. None of you will escape. Yugo caught the arrow with his bare hand. An oppressive aura radiated from him. You'll have to get through me first. Octopus-like tentacles writhed behind Yugo. Ye Viong fronet in disgust. What is this monster? Xuanini's expression was full of loathing. How disgusting. Did he use this monster to kill my brother? Then she drew her sword. I must avenge my brother. Ye Viong stopet. Nini for this kind of trash. There's no need for you to dirty your hands. Just leave it to me. With that, he used the blood demon outer method. He charged forward with the silver blood fist. Yugua quickly calculated. The three great secret arts of the blood-clad sect. Blood demon outer method, blood blade technique, and blood escape technique all require circulating origin chi. I'd better avoid the brunt of his attacks for now. Focus on defense. Try to exhaust Yi Qiong's origin chi. The octopus immediately blocked the attack. Even so, Yugua still suffered some damage. It's really just like I wrote. Yi Qiong's power is invincible. And I still haven't reached the martial spirit level. I can't gather spirit energy. Just defending with my bloodline has already used up all my origin chi. Yi Qiong was furious. You really are a shameless coward who only knows how to dodge. Then he confidently executed the blood demon outer method. Blood ape tyrant fist. At the same time, he roared. Next, I'll use a move I, a genius, created myself. You absolutely won't be able to dodge it. A series of attacks rained down, accompanied by Yi Qiong's arrogant laughter. Scared, aren't you? A piece of trash like you wants to resist a martial arts genius like me. Yugua could only desperately defend himself. His fists and kicks are too fast. I never thought Yi Qiong would grow so strong so quickly. In a moment of carelessness, a fist slammed into his face. Deep trash. Xuanini looked at Yi Qiong with heart-shaped eyes as he leisurely smoothed his hair. Even for trash like this, I can't go easy on him. Yugua sat leaning against a tree, coughing. Brother, when you hit someone, don't hit them in the face. Yi Qiong had lost interest in fighting. He turned away and ordered, Nini, this trash can't move anymore. I'll leave him to you. Xuanini ordered her subordinates. You guys go. I want this villain to taste what it's like to be pierced by 1,000 arrows. The blood bows all aimed at Yugua. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. His bloodline beast manifested. Yi Qiong's group had not expected this situation at all. What kind of bloodline is that? Yugua quickly took out 3 bright red pills. Without hesitation, he swallowed them all in one gulp. Haha. Yugua's strength was restored in an instant. He stood up straight and provoked them. Pay the price for your overconfidence. The tentacles began a massacre. Not a single soldier was left alive. Yi Qiong was also caught by 2 tentacles that shot up from the ground. Another tentacle stabbed straight at him. Ye Viong screamed in panic. No, I don't want to die yet. Xuanini quickly pushed a subordinate forward to act as a shield for him. Big brother Yi. The two of them took this opportunity to escape hand in hand. A good chance? Of course, Yugua wouldn't let them go so easily. Don't even think about running. Unfortunately, the bag in his hand was already empty. Oh no, I've used up all the origin chi replenishing pills. His strength was gradually fading. My origin chi has been drained by my bloodline, and I still couldn't kill Yi Qiong. It seems I've completely lost this gamble. I wonder if I can beg King Yama for another chance. Yugua fell heavily to the ground. His vision began to blur. 2 groups of people stood before the teleportation gate outside the forest. Sect Master Shimin laughed heartily. This time, our genuine sect has sent our 3 most promising disciples. First place is definitely ours. Just then, Xuanini supported Yi Qiong as they emerged from the portal. Help us. Sect Master Shimin called out in surprise. Ye Viong. Jin Xiong asked worriedly. Daughter, what happened to you? Xuanini threw herself into her father's arms and tattled. Father, Li Yugua is a beast. He killed all the blood-clad guards, and he was disrespectful to me. If it weren't for senior brother Ye's timely appearance, I'm afraid your daughter would have been. These words sent Jin Xiong into a rage. Li Yuwu, I will definitely kill you. The people around them shielded themselves while gossiping. Li Yuwu really has the guts of a bear. How dare he be disrespectful to Xuanini? The last scoundrel who harassed Xuanini had his entire sect wiped out. I think Nalan City is done for. This prince consort of Nalan City, his brain really has a problem. At the same time, sect master Shimin grabbed Yi Qiong and asked, Yi Qiong, where are Langer and the others? He clutched his wounds and pretended to be in pain. Brother Shimin and the others. They were all killed by the evil wolf pack that Yuwa deliberately lured. This result made Sect Master Shimin so angry he coughed up blood. Oh my god, the surrounding disciples couldn't help but worry. Sect Master! Sect Master! He struggled to stay upright and swore. Li Yuwu, I will make you pay with your life. Meanwhile, Yi Qiong secretly observed the others' reactions. Xuanini sat beside him and whispered, Big brother Yi, I did as you said. But what if Shimin Lang comes back? He asserted with certainty. He won't. Shimin Lang was hit with the origin chi dissipating powder. Within 2 days, he will. Un dup ted li di. Then he smirked with a wicked smile. Even if he survives and meets up with Liugua, they will be torn to shreds by the wolf pack I lured before leaving. Then you can't blame me. In a daze, Yugua heard someone calling him. Yugua, Yugua, big brother, wake up. His mind was currently a blank. Why is someone slapping my face? The service in your hell is terrible. I must file a complaint. The next second, he sat up abruptly. Jian Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Yugua, you're not dead. He himself was surprised. What? I can't believe I'm not dead. Hasn't my origin chi been depleted? Yin Fan praised him cheerfully. I told you. Big brother is super strong. He definitely wouldn't die. Yugua's gaze fell on something and suddenly froze. The corpses lying scattered on the ground seemed to answer his question. That's right. The blood escape technique can absorb the origin chi and blood of others. It seems the secret art I secretly learned from the blood-clad sect really saved my life. Jianshin reached out and pinched his cheek. Yugua, I can't believe you dare to knock me out. How outrageous. He could only laugh sheepishly. Hey, wasn't that because I was afraid the blood treasure would hurt you, so I protected you first? She blushed. She turned away. Cut out. Who needs your protection? Then, Yugua gave Shimin Lang a pill. Oh right, brother Shimin. Quickly take this antidote. It can cure that origin chi dissipating powder. Shimin Lang quickly took it. Thank you, brother Yugua. Where did you get these spirit pills and medicines? Yugua boasted proudly. They're all good things the Poison Emperor gave me. For my brother, I can endure the pain of parting with him. Shimin Lang couldn't help but be moved. Brother thief, I owe you another debt of gratitude. Then, Yugua seriously reported everything. Yi Qiong ran away with Xuanini. It seems our peaceful days are about to end. Shimin Lang gritted his teeth. Don't worry. As long as I, Shimin Lang, am alive, I will absolutely not let him go. At the same time, Xian Qin suggested, we should return first. Report to the sect master. I'm worried the Blood Robe sect, identifying Li Yugua as the culprit, is just an excuse to launch an attack on Nalan City. She slowly analyzed the situation. The Blood Robe sect's recent growth rate seems to have surpassed even the True Essence sect, the #1 in the north. And the resources of Proud Blood City, which the Blood Robe sect relied on, have been exploited to exhaustion. Therefore, they will definitely go out to find more resources. The more she spoke, the angrier Xian Chen became. Judging by their actions, the target they have chosen is Nalan City. This conclusion made Li Yugua anxious. Crap, we have to go back quickly. But they hadn't yet dealt with the gift Yi Qiong left behind. Damn it, we're surrounded. The howling of wolves under the moonlight sounded like the call of death. The group looked around anxiously and exclaimed in unison. A pack of wolves. Only Li Yugua remained calm and spoke up. Leave it to me. Li Yugua browsed the items in the system. I'll use the cannon to deal with them this time. He covered his mouth, laughing mischievously. I really am amazing. To come up with such a genius idea. Suddenly, the system screen flashed a warning. Warning. Host is critically weakened. Stamina and origin energy insufficient. Purchase operation halted. He screamed in dissatisfaction. What? Li Yugua slammed his hand on the ground in misery. We're screwed. I have to rely on skill now. He cursed silently in his heart. Asterisk, why does this thing have such crappy restrictions? Asterisk. Asterisk King of Hell, are you toying with me? Asterisk. The surrounding disciples couldn't help but be terrified. Eldest senior brother, senior sister Yin. Are we going to die? Shimin Lang encouraged them. Bastards, don't talk nonsense. We can definitely escape, revealing the true face of Yiqiong. The wolves, each one ferocious, charged simultaneously. A disciple under attack screamed loudly. Senior brother, senior sister, help! Xianxin quickly struck, slashing the wolf away. Don't be afraid. But immediately after, another one pounced on her. Luckily, Xianxin quickly used her sword to block the attack. But the wolf's strength was too great. Shattering the sword in Xianxin's hand, she stammered in shock. What? On the other side, a flame lit up. A cannonball was fired with precision, instantly taking down the wolf before it could harm Xianxin. Someone caught her body. Li Yugua stood dashingly with a cannon on his shoulder. He spoke with extreme coolness. A bunch of little wolf pups. Back down. He was incredibly smug inside. Good thing I prepared these fireworks for picking up girls beforehand. Seeing their companion down, the wolves hesitated. Yin Fan seized the chance to shout. Run toward the riverbank. There are no wolves there. Everyone quickly moved their feet. Li Yugua was worried inside. Without stamina and origin energy, the systems Alimama and Tmall are unusable. This is my last weapon. How on earth can we escape? Xianxin's eyes suddenly lit up. Look over there. Luckily, there was a large log floating on the river. Li Yugua urged the group. Quick, climb onto the log and cut the vines. I'll cover the rear. The others agreed. Then he pulled out a large firework and lit the fuse. Little wolf pups, it's my turn to show off. Take this gift I saved for you. The wolves stood frozen, a bit apprehensive. Before they could react, the flames erupted. Li Yugua dusted off his hands dashingly and turned to leave. Xianxin called from the log. Come here. The vine is about to break. Li Yugua happily skipped over. Coming. But suddenly, a vicious wolf lunged out of the smoke and fire, shocking him. What? Li Yugua couldn't react in time. He was knocked into the river, to everyone's horror. Li Yugua. Big brother. Li Yugua flailed his limbs in the water. Xianxin's eyes widened in worry. Then she decided to jump into the river. You guys go ahead. I'm going to save him. Shimin Lang called out after her. Junior sister, Jian Chen quickly swam towards his position. She thought to herself, Li Yugua, I won't let you die. The dim moonlight hung high in the sky. Yugua slowly opened his eyes. Cough, cough. Why is my chest so heavy? He glanced down and saw Jian Chen lying on top of him. Jian Chen opened her eyes. She couldn't help but scold him. You idiot. Are you awake? Yugua seemed to have water in his brain. He just stared blankly. You saved me. Jian Chen nodded calmly in confirmation. That's right. To save you. I got separated from my senior brothers. You owe me your life. Yugua was moved and took her hand. Then it's perfect, while there's no one around to bother us. I'll repay you properly. Jian Chen shyly turned away. Who needs you to repay me like that? You lecher. Then, Yugua secretly opened his system panel. What did I do? I haven't even said how I'll repay you. But since you've already called me a lecher, hearing this, Jian Chen quickly squeezed her eyes shut. Stop. After applying a bandage to her, Yugua let go with satisfaction. Done. Jian Chen was dumbfounded. She vaguely felt something. What is this? It's cool, and so comfortable. Yugua applied another bandage. He explained as he worked. My family's special medicine. This is how I'm repaying you. With that, he kindly continued his unfinished action. Even a small wound must be treated properly. For a girl like you, having a scar is nothing to be proud of. Where did this cut come from? Jian Chen calmly explained. It was when I was pulling you ashore. I wasn't careful and got cut by a rock over there. She recalled as she spoke. That rock looked really strange, like a black, three-sided drill bit. I don't know who fixed it under the river. Hearing this, Yugua became excited. Where? Take me there quickly. He thought to himself, isn't this the Fangjian steel I've been looking for? What a coincidence. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of a dilapidated house. Yugua happily put his hands on his hips. This is it. The reason I came to the Black Forest. Jian Chen exclaimed in surprise. No wonder you came to the Black Forest. How did you know? Yugua didn't know how to explain. He could only laugh sheepishly. He cursed himself internally. Oh no, I ran my mouth a little too much. So he had to change the subject. Come on, let's go take a look. The door to the room creaked open. stirring up a thick layer of dust. Jinshin looked inside, surprised. He seems to be a member of the royal family. Inside was a dried skeleton sitting in front of an old coffin. Yua asked in surprise. She replied softly, "The Yun family is in the capital. I've met many royals there." Then she explained carefully. Their clothes look just like this, mainly blue and white, with a dragon embroidered in gold thread. Suddenly, Jinshin's foot stepped on some kind of mechanism, activating a formation diagram. Yua immediately pulled her back. "Be careful." A hazy figure appeared, along with a majestic voice. "Someone has finally come." Jinshin's eyes widened as she asked warily, "Who are you?" The person smiled faintly and replied, "I am the crown prince of the Haoyin kingdom, Nalen Sheng. No matter who has come, I hope you can listen to my story." Yua secretly guessed. This could be a projection this expert left behind before he died. Perhaps he left some last words. Nalen Sheng continued the script of his life. "From the moment I was born, I was raised as the heir to the throne. I was deeply loved. I received a large number of martial arts training points from the Haoyin divine sect, the predecessor of the Haoyin kingdom. At only 20 years old, I had already reached the martial emperor realm. Unexpectedly, this led to the jealousy of my younger brother, Nalen Jie. He recounted sorrowfully. He sent a female assassin to kill me. But that female assassin and I fell in love at first sight. I was determined to marry her. Nalen Jie, seeing his plan fail, repeatedly plotted against me in front of the emperor. Finally, I decided to flee the capital with my beloved wife. Unexpectedly, he pursued us all the way to the Saibei region, showing no mercy. My wife was stabbed to death by them. She left me. Jinshin was moved to tears. They clearly loved each other so much. "Why aren't you moved at all?" Yua's expression was cold. I wrote this story." Nalen Sheng continued. "Now that a fated person has arrived, I have a few things to ask of you. In the coffin beside me is a pair of matching rings. They're called The Ocean Accepts 100 Rivers. They are a national treasure of the Haoyin kingdom. Their capacity is limitless." This plot point made Yua's jaw drop. A pair? Didn't I write that there was only one? Nalen Sheng continued his introduction. "Inside is a special holy grade cultivation technique, the Langqing Tai Art. But it requires a man and a woman to cultivate together in a state of complete honesty with each other. My wife and I decided to cultivate it together. Unexpectedly, she passed away before we could." Then Nalen Sheng smiled and stated his final wish. "I can only trouble the fated person to pass it on to a pair of lovers. That will also be a living testament. I must go find her. My friend, I wish you a love without regrets." Outside, the mournful howl of a wolf echoed from the mountaintop. Yuba was startled and turned around. "Not good. Those evil wolves are about to catch up. Based on our strength and condition, I'm afraid our chances are slim." Jian Chun rushed to the coffin. "Then let's cultivate quickly." Soon, Jian Chun and Yuba found the pair of matching rings hidden in the coffin. She exclaimed in admiration. "The Ocean Accepts 100 Rivers is really here. And there are so many spirit stones inside. We don't have to worry about running out of spiritual energy while cultivating." Then Jian Chun held up 2 swords as if she had struck gold. She said excitedly, "And there's the Langqing blade and the sword. They're a perfect fit for us." But he was wearing a drooling, lecherous expression. Even the weapons come in a pair. Could this be fate? She immediately turned her back to him and urged, "There's no time to hesitate. You need to decide quickly. No peeking. Why wouldn't you cultivate this boundless sword art?" He immediately agreed. Okay. I'm turning around right now. Right now, he also began to take off his clothes, revealing a six-pack. Even though he really wanted to, he had to maintain his image. Learning another supreme-grade cultivation technique is good, right? That's absolutely all I'm thinking. Then Yuba threw his clothes to the ground. At the same time, Jian Chen's voice rang out. I'm ready. On her side, she blushed and used the hem of her skirt to cover her body. She shyly ordered, "Then you sit cross-legged." Yuba was as obedient as a puppy and sat cross-legged. Jian Chen stammered a warning. "Promise me you won't open your eyes." He was probably so anxious that he just spoke perfunctorily. Okay. I absolutely won't open my eyes." Finally, she was willing to turn and face him. Hand to hand, they began to cultivate. After just a short while, Yugua's shifty eyes began to peak. It was unbearable. Before him was a body that couldn't be more perfect. Wicked thoughts grabbed hold of Yugua's head, causing his nose to bleed. Oh heavens! I really didn't mean to open my eyes. Cultivation is more urgent. Cultivation is important. Meanwhile, Meng was discussing something very important. She slammed the weapon in her hand onto the ground. Her voice was extremely resolute. Nonsense. Yugua would never do such a thing. Yi Qiong, standing behind the two sect masters, said arrogantly, Miss Naylan, you should wake up. Senior brother Shimin has already been killed. I saw it very clearly. At this point, a loud shout rang out. Shameless traitor. Who did you say is dead? Shimin Lang was back, and stronger than ever. He clutched his wounded stomach with one hand. He held his sword with the other. Behind him were Yun Fan and his comrades. Sect Master Shimin, seeing his son was still alive, grinned. He exclaimed with joy. Langya. Yi Qiong's heart pounded, his legs trembled. He had only one question in his mind. How did they escape? Meng turned and asked anxiously, Yun Fan, where is Yugua? This made him lower his head in self-reproach. Sister-in-law, it's my fault. I failed to protect Big Brother. These words left her stunned. Her entire world of longing seemed to collapse. At that moment, Sect Master Shimin and his son were anxiously asking questions. Langer, what happened? As he spoke, he placed both hands on his shoulders and shook him. It made him wince in pain. Then Shimin Lang immediately pointed his sword at Yi Qiong and accused him. Everyone in the Black Forest. It was this traitor, Yi Qiong, who led the disciples of the blood-clad sect to ambush us. Fortunately, Yugua came to our aid. We barely managed to escape. But his own fate is uncertain. And so, all eyes turned to Yi Qiong. Everyone gritted their teeth as if they wanted to tear him to pieces. He quickly tried to defend himself. Senior brother, why would you say that? You must have been deceived by some demon. We are close senior and junior brothers. How could I possibly harm you? Although Xuan Nini stood by his side, holding his arm and trusting him completely, he couldn't hide the truth revealed by the sweat on his face. I've had enough of this. Meng gripped her weapon tightly. She began to speak in a gruff, threatening voice. Ye Viong, you still want to argue? You have repeatedly tried to kill my husband. With that, she executed the dragon claw art, demanding justice for her husband's life. A fiery spirit dragon coiled around her weapon with every movement. She shouted in anger, a life for a life. Go to hell. Xuan Nini, unable to distinguish right from wrong, resolutely stepped in front of Yi Qiong, raising her hand to block the fatal blow. Stop! No one is allowed to bully Big Brother Yi. Jin Xiong saw the danger. He rushed to block the attack and shouted, Who dares to harm my precious daughter? His shout was accompanied by the solar eclipse palm technique. The two sources of spiritual power immediately clashed fiercely. Everything around them lit up. Unexpectedly, Meng's weapon had pierced a hole in his hand. Jin Xiong couldn't believe his eyes. He used a kick to send his opponent flying back to turn the tide. But Meng was a step faster. She used the other end of her weapon to block it. The spectators on the side, while the two opponents in the arena were at each other's throats, played the role of commentators, chattering amongst themselves. I never thought Meng, a mere woman, would have such profound power. I can't believe she could injure Sect Master Shui. Another person chimed in. Isn't it because of her bloodline and her weapon? I think she's a demonist too. To be with that prince consort. Meng's eyes were filled with sparks of anger as she stared at Jin Xiong. He crossed his arms and started boasting prematurely. You've got some skill. No wonder a mere martial spirit realm practitioner dares to oppose me. This Yi Qiong, our blood-clad sect will definitely protect him. You all can just blame the Black Forest. Sect Master Shimin and his son saw his arrogant attitude. They gritted their teeth in anger. I can't believe the blood-clad sect would protect Yi Qiong like this. It seems what my son said is all true. I never thought. His face was as red as wine. He opened his mouth and shouted, Ye Viong, I declare that from this day forward, you are expelled from my Jin Yuan sect. Hearing this, he looked as if his soul had left his body. He stood motionless, without any reaction. Xuan Nini worriedly held his arm and gently shook him. Big Brother Yi. Jin Xiong was not to be outdone. He approached and sneered. Then I will also announce something. From this day forward, Yi Qiong is the son-in-law of my blood-clad sect. Ximen Long was furious. His hand was ready to draw his sword. Yi Qiong, you've gone too far. Sect Master Ximen saw him losing his patience and stopped him. Son, calm down. There's no need to get angry over this traitor. Nail and Meng led the group away. Sect Master Ximen's words are right. Right now, the most important thing is to enter the Black Forest and find Li Yugua and the others. Ximen Lang quickly followed. I'm going too. Jin Xiong felt the situation was not good and stopped them. No, if you all enter the Black Forest, how will this victory be decided? Besides, the Lord of Nailin City is not one of our 3 sections. She has no right to enter the Black Forest. Hearing this, Nailin Meng and the others stopped. They looked at him. She said with unwavering determination, it's just a life or death situation. Let me fight. No matter what, I must go in and find Yugua this time. In a corner somewhere, Yugua, who was mentioned, sneezed silently. Seeing him, Jian Chun was startled and turned to ask, are you all right? Yugua pouted and rubbed his nose. I probably caught a cold. Just then, a ferocious beast outside aggressively broke through the door. The wolf pack is here. Yugua was startled and hid behind Jian Chun. Why did they come so quickly? I haven't even gotten dressed yet. But just a second later, he became serious again. Both of them were in a fighting stance. They brandished their swords and leaped up. The wolf pack gathered. Outside, a moment of peace before the disaster. Then, a loud explosion erupted. Several wolves were sent flying. The 2 of them emerged from the rubble. Jian Chun asked curiously, this Lang Qing Tai is really powerful. Just the blade and sword united has the power of a peak martial spirit. But why can't we learn the 2nd level? Flying together, Yugua took the opportunity to flirt. He pouted coquettishly. Maybe it's because we didn't kiss when we were cultivating. Jian Chun scolded him helplessly. Kiss my foot. She focused on the matter at hand. She swung her sword and slashed at the wolf blocking their path. Let's kill these wolves first. The 2 of them worked together in perfect harmony. They held hands. They recited the incantation in unison. Within the lover, there is the concubine. Within the concubine, there is the lover. Qi gathers in the dantian, determined to advance. Faced with the combined power of Jian Chun and Yugua, the large wolf was instantly defeated and collapsed to the ground from their blade and sword united technique. Another black wolf charged out from nowhere. Beside it were 2 other wolves of different colors. Jian Chun was startled. What? Even Yugua didn't expect this. The black wolf stood in front, protecting the weak white wolf. I never thought animals could be so affectionate. A spirit martial level demonic beast has some intelligence, equivalent to a 7 or 8-year-old child. Jian Chun tugged on his sleeve and said, Yugua, we were the ones who intruded on their territory. Why don't we? How about we spare them? Yugua rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Come to think of it, in my novel, there's a part where the main character tames a spirit beast. Why don't I take a gamble? Even if something unexpected happens. With our current strength, we have nothing to fear. Then he reached into his clothes and fumbled for something. He took out a spirit pill and fed it to the motionless white wolf. It obediently swallowed the pill. Finally, it slowly sat up. The black one, seeing this, nuzzled against it. The 2 of them affectionately cuddled. Watching their deep affection, Yugua smiled happily. You're right. We were the ones who invaded their territory first. Jian Chun looked up at him with satisfaction. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Under the bright full moon in the night sky, the wolf pack returned to the forest. The black wolf howled a few times. They hesitated, looking back. Yugua quickly realized. They want us to go with them. Jian Chun hesitated. What if it's a trap? Seeing her worry, he encouraged her. If you knew, would you still want me to save them? Jian Chun lowered her eyes and stammered. To Jian Chun's surprise, Yugua quickly took her hand and reassured her. It's okay. I'm here. The scene was as beautiful as cherry blossoms in spring. She smiled brightly, no longer troubled. As they entered the forest, the 2 of them were still hand in hand. Jian Chun marveled at the scene before her. What happened here? Yugua couldn't hide his surprise either. It seems this is the true core of the Black Forest that I never described in detail. The 2 of them stood beneath the skeleton of the creature known as the core of the Black Forest. Vines clung tightly to the fossil. On the ground were a few more bones and a skull. This time it's really strong. Standing before the giant fossil and the bones cracked into pieces, Yuba spoke slowly. The wounds on this demonic beast are too numerous, and the scars are so deep. They were probably caused by a martial spirit-level person. It seems Nalen Shung fled here, and unfortunately ran into this demonic beast. There were traces of human presence on the ground, as if to confirm his speculation. No wonder Nalen Shung and his wife chose this dangerous black forest as their resting place. It turns out they had no choice. Jin agreed. Look at this nameplate. These bones must belong to the assassins sent by the Haotian divine sect. Yubo exclaimed in surprise. This is from a nearby bush. A large, shining purple gem appeared. He recognized it immediately. A third-tier beast core. And this demonic beast was at the martial spirit level. Jin Chun was a little puzzled. I can't believe this beast core has been able to exist here for so long. Haven't any demonic beasts coveted it? Yuba looked at the object in his hand and smiled faintly. The wolves behind them were digging in the dirt. The wolf pack, this type of demonic beast, cannot cross realms to absorb the beast core of a higher-level demonic beast. It would explode and die. Yuba, having found a treasure, pocketed it. He quickly put it away and smiled as if he had won the lottery. Great. Then I'll gladly accept it. Hearing a noise from behind, the two of them turned around. Both of their eyes sparkled. They couldn't stop grinning. Oh my God, we're rich. It turned out the wolves had dug up a pile of gold and shiny swords. Jian-Shin asked hesitantly, There's so much. What are you going to do with it? Yuba had already picked up a ring and replied, You get a share. Half for each of us. Suddenly, a wolf bit his pant leg. He looked down curiously. Seeing its excited expression, its eyes shining like car headlights, and its tongue lolling out in desire, Yuba waved the ring back and forth in front of it and asked, You want the spirit stones inside this ring? That's right. They can absorb low-grade spirit stones. He tossed several rings into the air. Instantly, the rings all transformed into a mountain of spirit stones. Yuba called out loudly, Wolf cubs, it's dinner time. Jian Chun tugged on his sleeve and called out, Yuba, while the wolves were happily munching away. She reminded him in a deep voice, This time, don't go around showing off the blood-clad sex weapons. Yuba didn't hesitate. He smiled and agreed. But we agreed on the money beforehand. Half for each of us. Jian Chun didn't object. I'll help you sell these armor and spirit weapons on the black market. You still have to provide for Nayland City's expenses. We should go now. The trial is probably about to end. Yuba was startled and shot off like a rocket. He left her behind, dazed. I almost forgot. Let's go quickly. Somewhere else. Jin Xiong unleashed his power, his hand enveloped in flames. He roared, Do you think you could just fight whenever you want in a life-or-death situation? Nayland Ming leaned to the side, dodging the attack. Yuba appeared out of nowhere. His face contorted in fear as he screamed, Let's talk things over calmly. I'm just an innocent bystander. Seeing him, Yun Fan and Shimin Lang smiled brightly and called out, Yuba, big brother. Nayland Ming turned her head to look. Tears streamed down her face. She whispered with emotion, Yuba. She ran and hugged him tightly, saying joyfully, I thought you. It's good that you're okay. Jian Chun silently watched the two of them being affectionate. Two other girls also ran over happily, calling out, Senior Sister Yun. Yuba then took out what he had obtained earlier. He told everyone, All right, the beast core for this trial. He shone as brightly as the light of the party. Sect Master Shimin couldn't help but smile happily. It seems that this year, the leadership of the three great sects will surely be taken by our Jin Yuan sect. Just then, Yuba said loudly in anger, Yi Qiong, you rotten brat. Our debt isn't settled yet. As a disciple of the Jin Yuan sect. How dare you? Before he could finish, Jin Xiong interrupted. He is no longer a disciple of the Jin Yuan sect, but the son-in-law of our blood-clad sect. It's not your place to point fingers. Hearing this, Shimin Lang was so angry he wanted to chase after them, but was stopped by Yugua. Jin Xiong turned and left. He didn't forget to call out to his people. Disciples of the blood-clad sect. Heed my command. Let's go. Sect Master Shimin placed a hand on Yugua's shoulder. Thank you, Prince Consort, for saving my disciple and my son. Then he praised him politely. From this day forward, you are an honored guest of the Jinyuan sect. Yugua smiled modestly. Sect Master, you're too kind. To be able to come to the Jinyuan sect and train with Brother Shiman and Senior Sister Yun is my honor. Shiman Lang approached and laughed loudly. Welcome, Brother Yugua at. Anytime, Jian Chun said softly. Thank you, Prince Consort, for this time. Meanwhile, Jian Chun noticed something. She saw Nalan Meng standing behind Yugua, looking in her direction. Nalan Meng felt an invisible threat. She stared for a long time. Finally, she had silently confirmed her opponent's identity. Nalan Meng let out a soft, gentle laugh. She extended an invitation that was actually a statement of her own status. This must be little sister Jianshan, right? You're welcome to visit Nalan City when you have time. Jianshan directly accepted her challenge. The atmosphere between the two of them was instantly thick with the smell of gunpowder. But the scariest thing was that both of them still had smiles on their faces. Of course, I've long heard of Sister Nalan's reputation. I hear your spear techniques are excellent. I've long wanted to spar with you. Nalan Meng let out a soft "oh." The intention to belittle her opponent was clear. That wouldn't be good, would it? I hear you only recently advanced to the martial spirit realm. If you were to compete with me like this, I'm afraid you might get hurt, little sister. The surrounding air instantly dropped several degrees. It even made Yugua, who was caught in the middle, tremble with fear. Jian Shun, standing before the wife of the man she liked, showed no restraint at all. How could that be? Could it be that you're scared, sister? Hearing this, Nalan Meng didn't react strongly, but simply replied, I'm just afraid of hurting you, little sister. If you don't mind, we can have a little spar next time. Yugua was afraid the two girls would have a major conflict, affecting everyone. He mumbled a suggestion to distract them. The weather is quite nice today. Why don't we all go to Nalan City for a bowl of noodles? Hearing the true cause of the silent argument speak up, Nalan Meng and Jian Shun were both annoyed. For a rare moment, they shared the same thought. Go back by yourself. Shut up. Yugua, who feared neither heaven nor earth, had to fear this. He obediently nodded. Okay. I'm going. The group began to move. Nalan Meng still walked with Jian Shun. The two of them fell behind the group. She spoke up and asked, Little sister Jian Shun, I hear you and Shiman Lang have an engagement. Jian Shun was hit where it hurt. She angrily reaffirmed her feelings. So what if we do? I don't like him at all. Nalan Meng looked at her in surprise. A hint of surprise flickered in her eyes. But it's still an engagement. Jian Shun didn't look back. She just replied coldly with an extremely certain tone. If I don't like him, I don't like him. Even if you gave me mountains of gold and silver, even if you gave me a palace in the ninth heaven, I still wouldn't like him. Then suddenly, her eyes became unusually soft and gentle. The memory of Yugua carefully tending to her wound gradually appeared. But if I like someone, even if that person has nothing, even if in the eyes of others he is nothing, I would still be willing to run away with him. After hearing her feelings, Nalan Meng's expression suddenly became sorrowful. A look of sadness washed over her face. I really admire you. For me, the orders of parents, the words of the matchmaker, that is simply my destiny. Hearing this, Qianxin immediately criticized her. So you chose to submit to destiny. But then you treated him coldly for 3 years. You are truly cruel. Even though Nalan Meng didn't intend for it to be that way, what the other girl pointed out was true. She didn't try to defend her mistakes, but gently admitted them. That's right. In the past 2 months, I've seen his heart change, and I often feel the same way. He not only dealt with Liu Tong's rebellion, but also developed commerce and agriculture, reviving the ruined Nalan city on the border. The more Qianxin listened, the angrier she got. She gripped the sword in her hand tightly and questioned, So, because of these things, you changed your opinion of him? Qianxin turned her head to look at her. Her blue eyes, calm as water, asked, So, do you actually like him as a person? Or do you just like his ability to make money and develop the city? Nalan Meng was taken aback by the question. She froze slightly, unable to say a word. Qianxin took that as an answer. She gently tapped Nalan Meng's shoulder, then left her behind, walking forward comfortably as she concluded, Sister Nalan, I think our duel is no longer necessary. Qianxin turned around, blooming with a smile so gentle that it could make flowers tremble. After all, the winner and loser have already been decided. Nalan Meng naturally understood the hidden meaning in those words. But she didn't fly into a rage. Instead, she pouted her cheeks in annoyance. This girl, her mouth is really sharp. At the apricot blossom tower, the lights were blazing. Magnifique lantern hung avoa. On the stage, women as beautiful as flowers and jade danced gracefully to melodious music. Pink silk robes glided gently through the air like fairies, captivating the audience. Wuhua was sitting there, enjoying delicious food. Suddenly, a beauty took the initiative to sit down beside him. He turned to greet her. Miss Linglong, long time no see. You're still working at the apricot blossom tower? Linglong poured wine as soon as she sat down. Her beautiful face was full of smiles. Besides the apricot blossom tower, where else can I go? Unless Lord Wuhua wants to take me in and make me your concubine? Yin Fan didn't know how much wine he had drunk. He was swaying drunk. His words were slurred, unable to distinguish right from wrong. Sister Linglong is so beautiful. You're a perfect match for my big brother. Linglong had been the number one courtesan here for a long time. There wasn't a sweet promise she hadn't heard. She didn't believe in such things. Above all, she understood her position. Brother Yun is joking. How would I dare to hope for such luxury happiness? I should just focus on becoming the next madam of the apricot blossom tower. Fortunately, the lieutenant saved me when I was impulsive. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have lost this little life of mine long ago. Speaking of this, as if suddenly remembering something, Linglong suddenly leaned close to Wuhua, making him blush. Her tone was sweet and coquettish. That's right. I came to see the lieutenant today because I have something to tell you. Then, from an indescribable place, Linglong gently pulled out a token. She whispered a secret report. This is something my sisters found while entertaining guests. Wuhua took the token, which had the words Blood Clothes carved on it. He frowned. Aoshues City, Blood Clothes Guard. Sure enough, they haven't given up yet. The drunkenness in Yun Fan vanished instantly. He immediately asked to confirm. Big brother, enemies? Is it the people who caused trouble at the tavern last time? They started discussing business. Linglong knew she shouldn't listen to things she wasn't meant to hear. You brothers go ahead and drink and talk. If you need any snacks, just tell the servants. I will take my leave first. Before leaving, she intentionally lingered a bit to tease him. Lord Li, my door is unlocked tonight. Wuhua was hit with a massive flirtatious hint. He coughed twice, pretending to be serious. Business talk. Business talk. As for the trio led by Yun Fan, they were completely captivated by Linglong. Their eyes turned into shining hearts. Miss Bai walked slowly, returning to the main issue. Wuhua placed some rings on the table. He quietly assigned tasks. Take one of these spatial rings each. Inside each one are 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Use them. Within 3 months, you must cultivate to at least the great martial master level. Speaking of serious matters, the others dropped their playful looks. Even Dagu, who was infatuated with the beauties, sat up straight to listen. Wuhua was satisfied with their attitude. He continued, the blood-clothes sect of Aoshues City has 20,000 men. If we don't improve our strength, we have little chance of winning. They accepted the orders. Gradually, they left the apricot blossom tower. Wuhua was still a bit uneasy. He patiently reminded them once more. Nyoair, this matter concerns the survival of Nayland City. No slacking off. Dagu looked muscular and fierce, but he was very obedient. Don't worry, big brother. Old Jin also affirmed confidently. Just leave it to us. Just as Wuhua was about to leave, suddenly a hand pulled his shirt. Wuhua turned his head in surprise. Suddenly, an incredibly comical expression appeared on Wuhua's face. He grimaced in fear, thinking, could it be Nayland Ming came to catch me? It turned out to be just Jun Shui. She smiled brightly and said, young master, I've been waiting for you at the door for a long time. When he saw clearly who it was, he breathed a sigh of relief. Consider it escaping a disaster. Little girl, why did you come here? Hearing Wuhua say that, Jun Shui blushed shyly and poked her fingers together. I was worried about you because it's been so long, so I came. But inside, there were people hugging. I didn't dare to go in. Wuhua was helpless, but didn't complain. He patted Jun Shui's head and smiled. Silly girl, it's okay. Let's go home together. Being patted on the head, she replied happily. Then Wuhua gave Jun Shui a gift that looked like a necklace. Girl, there are 500 snow spirit fruits in here. Remember to eat one every day. She obediently accepted it, receiving a gift from him. Jun Shui jumped up in joy. She raised both hands to the sky. Young master is so good to me. As they walked, the two chatted along the way. Jun Shui turned to look at him and said, "Ever since young master gave me the snow spirit fruits, I feel like even my breath can freeze water." Hearing her say that made him happy too. That's right. Just keep eating them. You will get stronger and stronger. Jun Shui continued to ask, "If I become stronger, can I stay by young master's side every day?" Wu Guo replied directly without thinking, "Of course." While they were chatting happily, Jun Shui suddenly noticed something. Her eyes became sharp. She quickly pulled his arm closer to her. Her voice was wary. "Young master, there are strange people following us." Wu Guo didn't seem surprised at all hearing her say that. He maintained a calm attitude and replied, I noticed them a while ago. Girl, don't be afraid. Let's go into the alley." The two of them entered a deserted alley together. The strange people stood outside, watching their every move. When they reached a certain spot, Wu Guo and Jun Shui suddenly stopped. Suddenly, he shouted, "I don't know which friends have been following us so diligently. Why don't you come out so we can fulfill our duties as hosts?" The strange men covered in cloaks, after being discovered, didn't bother hiding anymore. "Bastard, very good. I didn't expect you to detect us. What a pity. We intended to let you live for a few more hours." Wu Guo turned around. The expression on his face gradually became serious and terrifying. "That line should be mine to say to you." He smirked. A bunch of rats from the blood-clothed sect. The guys opposite were surprised that he knew their identity. "Impossible. How did this bastard recognize us?" Another one spoke up to reassure the others. "It doesn't matter. He's just a small, great martial master. Kill him first, then frame the Jinyuan sect." Hearing the blood-clothed men say that, Wu Guo didn't say much and directly drew his trusty weapon. "You want my life? Come and try." Then he rushed forward to confront them directly. Behind him, Jun Shui also wanted to help. "Young master, I'll help you." With overflowing confidence, Wu Guo gently unleashed his moves. Executing a few light sword strokes, he turned those guys into fragrant roasted meat. "Little rats. Leave them to me. Girl, just hide. Watch this." The blood-clothed men screamed in surprise. "Cursing, damn it. How does he know our sect's secret arts?" Wu Guo winked, shooting out sparkling lights like a genuine pretty boy. He said to Jun Shui, "Girl, you're my secret weapon. Before you grow up, you must not fight, okay?" His words made Jun Shui's heart flutter. "I am the secret weapon of the young master." Motivated by this thought, she puffed up her cheeks looking like two buns. Her hands clenched tight. Determined, her actions showed her resolve. "I will definitely eat lots of snow spirit fruits. I'll become stronger soon, to stay by young master's side." Meanwhile, Wu Guo was still busy dealing with the sewer rats. He concluded with a short sentence. "Let me teach you a bit of the blood-clothed sect's Taoist arts." He unleashed the ultimate move, Blood Flame Slash, turning them into burnt barbecue. The blood-clothed men were wiped out. He left only one alive for interrogation. That man knelt on the ground, held his sword point by Wu Guo. Sword at his neck, Wu Guo spoke confidently. "Now, I'll give you a chance to live. Tell me, how many more blood-clothed sect people are in Nalan City?" The remaining man not only didn't answer the question, but directly grabbed the sword to end his own life. He shouted loudly, as if declaring he would never betray the sect. Long live the blood-clothed sect. The sword directly ended the opponent. Seeing such a terrifying scene, Wu Guo rushed to Jun Shui and covered her eyes. He sighed, "I didn't expect the blood-clothed sect to send suicide warriors this time." Suddenly, a negative thought popped into his head. Since the squad killed themselves so decisively, could there be even more blood-clothed guards in Nalan City? Wu Guo put on a serious expression. He hurriedly turned to run. "Girl, let's go quickly. We need to get back fast." Seeing his strange behavior, Jun Shui also ran after him. "Young master, wait for me." Nalan Manor was immersed in the dark night. Wu Guo pushed the door open and shouted anxiously, "Wife, are you okay?" She was sitting and writing, then looked up. "What?" He breathed a sigh of relief, wiping his sweat calmly. "Nothing. It's good that you're okay." She picked up a piece of paper and proposed. "Wu Guo, you came at the right time. I have something to show you." He took it, opening with a cheerful tone. "Wife, what good thing do you want to give me?" Wu Guo looked at the content on the paper, his face turning pale and eyes widening. Nailan Meng firmly declared, "You're fired." The paper fell to the ground. Li Wuguo gritted his teeth. He slammed his hand on the table, frowning and questioning. "What are you saying?" She clenched her fists until they trembled and said, "Did you not hear me clearly?" She shouted angrily, making him wide-eyed and stunned. "I was only using you to rebuild Nayland City. Now you are fired. Get out of Nayland City today. Don't ever come back." Wuguo couldn't believe it, thinking, "No, calm down. Nayland Meng is absolutely not such a heartless person. So what exactly happened? I should play along for now." June Shui beside them expressed her worry. "Young master, madam, what's wrong with you two? Is there some misunderstanding?" Wuguo hardened his expression. Resolute. "Whatever the reason, I agree with you." As the two walked away, June Shui looked back. He urged her on. "Girl, let's go." Naylan Meng let her hands drop, standing frozen in place for a moment. A hand was placed on her shoulder to comfort her. "Sister-in-law, is it really okay to do this?" She opened up. "What is the news from outside now?" Yin Fan stood with his arms crossed, calmly sharing. The Bloodclothes assassin just now explained it correctly. The Bloodclothes Guard is divided into 3 groups attacking Nayland City from the water route, Linjiang, and the southern border. It is predicted that they will launch a general offensive in 2 days. The two looked at each other. Yin Fan persisted. Unexpectedly, the Shaman Poison sect also sent 500 shamans. Now the enemy ranks have a large number of martial masters, great martial masters, and even a few martial spirits. Naylan Meng expressed her concern. "This situation is truly worse than I imagined. I hope Wuguo leaves in time." Yin Fan looked at her deep in thought and gritted his teeth to confess. "Sister-in-law, actually Big Brother is really strong. If he joins the fight, we will definitely win." She lowered her head, pouring out her heart. "It's not that I don't trust him. It's just that I owe him too much." Then Naylan Meng turned and forced a smile. "Even if it's just this once, I want to protect him." The lamp on the table was still shining. After all, he doesn't need to pay such a price for Nayland City. "Yin Fan, it wasn't easy for you and your wife to be together. You should leave too." Yin Fan put on a look of determination. "We are not afraid. Our lives were saved by Big Brother. Resisting the Bloodclothes Guard for Big Brother, even for a minute or a second, is worth it." Zhosher looked at her husband and chimed in. "Where Yin Fan is, I will be there." Naylan Meng looked over with a resolute gaze. "For Wuguo, I will personally take that Yi Qiong's life." 2 pairs of feet walked hurriedly. June Shui weakly reminded him, "Young master, slow down a bit." Seeing Wuguo with a bad expression, she quickly stepped up to gently comfort him. "Young master, don't be depressed. Madam, chasing you away for no reason is her fault. June Shui will always be by your side." Wuguo was confused, thinking, "Chasing me away? Why did she chase me away?" At this time, the plot shouldn't develop like this. He suddenly understood, punching his palm as he thought, "I'm so stupid. Why didn't I react sooner?" According to the plot I wrote, it's almost time for Yi Qiong to attack Nayland City. Wuguo frowned, looking up and thinking, "My actions forced Yi Qiong to leave the Jinyuan sect. That Yi Qiong is very likely to attack Nayland City early. No wonder so many Bloodclothes Guards appeared in the city. Naylan Meng must have discovered it." Remembering something, he thought, "Wait." Wuguo dashed towards the city gate. June Shui also ran after him while he thought, "I know what to do. I hope this time." 2 people in 2 places were of one mind. I will make the correct choice. At the Jinyuan sect gate, many people gathered carrying weapons. Suddenly someone asked, "Where is the Bloodclothes cannon?" The cannon was raised high. Xiao Shui crossed his arms with a challenging look. "Shiman and I, our Bloodclothes sect, is mercifully giving you one last chance. Within half an hour, come out and surrender. Declare that from now on the Jinyuan sect submits to the Bloodclothes sect, and we will remove these cannons." Xing'er, wearing a silver mask, covered her mouth and yawned. How boring. Sitting on horseback, she turned around boredly. The Bloodclothes sect, really, has no shame. They're in the wrong, but brazenly come to cause trouble at someone's home, dragging our Shaman Poison sect along. Xiao Shui shouted angrily. "Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." The people around looked at him with apprehension and boredom. Xing'er watched and evaluated. "Father, he really is too terrifying." The subordinate beside her covered one side of his face and whispered, After all, the blood-clothed sect's strength is very powerful. The sect leader surely thought it over many times before cooperating with them. The girl jumped down. All right, decided. Xinger, with her big round eyes, happily put her hands on her hips and decided. They don't need me here anyway. I'm going to Nailin City to notify that Li Wugua. The subordinate collapsed, crying and pleading. Eldest miss, you can't. Although Big Brotherly saved us, he is someone the blood-clothed guard wants to kill. The subordinate was flustered, but Xinger calmly smiled at everyone. Won't you all help me hide it? You guys come with me. The others followed the sect leader's instructions. She turned and walked away, making the subordinate want to scream in fear. Eldest miss, wait for me. Back to the situation at the Jingyuan sect. The person sitting above spoke to the disciples below. Master, the blood-clothed sect has attacked the mountain. Shiman Lang frowned, eyes full of hatred, gritting his teeth in anger. These animals dare to attack directly here. Qianqin put on a look of determination. I feel we can seek help from Nailin City. There are over 1,000 troops there. Perhaps they can help us break the siege. The Shiman sect master gripped his sword in thought. No, Nailin City is full of commoners and bandits. Just newly trained, their strategic value is very low. Xie Xiong is taking advantage of my serious injury. Nailin City still hasn't risen to dominate the Northwest. He covered his mouth and coughed up blood as he spoke. Everyone panicked. Shiman Lang rushed forward. That damned Yi Qiong angered my father into internal injury. This grudge cannot go unavenged. Qianqin asked, Master, how shall we respond now? Shiman Lang supported the Shiman sect master, blood staining the corner of his mouth as he shouted. Pass down the order. Activate the Jingyuan sword formation. The disciples of the Jingyuan sect will fight to the death. 3 sticks of incense burned out, making Xiao Shui angrily crush them. Time is up. It seems you Jingyuan sect people prefer a penalty drink over a toast. The cannons were loaded. Men, fire. Cannons fired straight at the sect protected by the formation. The disciples set up the Jingyuan sword formation. Xiao Shui sneered. Jingyuan sect still has this move. He drew his sword. Long-range attacks don't work? Then let's fight hand-to-hand. With a sinister face, he rushed forward. The crowd behind him, holding shields and swords, rode horses fiercely forward. Blood-clothed iron cavalry, charge. They smashed through the wall and entered. Both sides rushed into combat with weapons, slaughtering the Jingyuan sect guards. Disciples were stabbed by swords. Shiman Lang frowned and gritted his teeth. His face was dirty. Angrily said, this crowd is at least over 10,000. The disciples fought to protect the 2 of them. Qianshan turned and said, Senior brother, we have lost many fellow disciples. We can't continue like this. We should still think of a way to run to Nailin City first. He sighed. It seems heaven wants to destroy the Jingyuan sect. He resolutely screamed. All disciples listen to the order. Protect the core disciples. Break the siege and head to Nailin City to take refuge temporarily. 2 disciples stayed behind to defend, so everyone could escape. Everyone said, yes. Xiao Shui killed until his eyes were red, mocking as he sliced a person. Want to run? Xiao Shui rushed forward excitedly. Keep dreaming. He swung his blade down at Shiman Lang. Qianqin cried out. Senior brother. He screamed in horror. Langya. Seeing Shiman Lang unable to avoid Xiao Shui's blade, Qianqin shouted a warning. Senior brother. Master. The Jingyuan sect master flashed in, using his sword to block a blade, saving Shiman Lang. His other hand grabbed Xiao Shui's remaining blade. The sect master knew he could only temporarily block the attack. In the end, he could only resort to a desperate measure. Cough, cough. Langya. Quickly take the disciples and go. He vaguely guessed it, but still couldn't accept it, asking back. Then, Father, the Jingyuan sect master knew there was no time left. He couldn't bear to leave his son, but this was the only way out. For them, he channeled his energy, exploding his own power. A giant, glowing sword appeared behind him, distracting the enemy. Taking that opportunity, the sect master shouted, Go! Xiao Shui also began to mobilize his power. Flames erupted, burning brightly around his body, representing his strength. He gripped the dual blades in his hands, challenging with contempt. Lowly talent. I really want to see how you struggle when you're already injured. The Jingyuan sect master said nothing. He just placed his index and middle fingers together in a stance. Muttering, he shouted the name of the move. Jingyuan art. The giant sword behind him glowed brightly. It oscillated violently in the air, then turned into hundreds of small swords rushing towards the enemy. This move had another part to its name called One Thought Ignition. Only powerful attacks with such destructive power could make Xiao Shui feel interested. Red streaks began to spread from the corners of his eyes, branching out like blood vessels. He huffed in amusement. Haha, satisfying. Finished speaking, Xiao Shui pushed off the ground with his toes and rushed forward. The two blades seemed to merge into one, spinning in his palm. An oppressive, bloody aura rose up. That was one of the moves that made his name. Devil Decapitation Slash. Two powerful attacks with earth-shattering power collided, causing the ground to explode. Rocks and soil were thrown into the sky. The disciples of the Jingyuan sect, standing nearby, were also knocked over by this force. That was enough to show that the strength of the sect master and Xiao Shui was not ordinary at all. Dust rose thickly, obscuring everyone's vision. The disciples of the Jingyuan sect could only see two figures still standing tall there. Wait until the dust settled a bit. Xiao Shui appeared with a hollow stomach. The internal organs inside had been destroyed by the attack, just now. He only cared about the fight in front of him. And so he laughed maniacally like a lunatic and praised. Not bad. Opposite him was the Shimin sect master. He stood with his back to the disciples. His chest was ruthlessly pierced by Xiao Shui's two precious blades. Fresh blood gushed out, soaking his outfit. However, he still stubbornly gripped the sword in his hand, determined not to surrender. Tears welled up in his son's eyes. Shocked, he cried out, "Father!" A gentle breeze blew past. The sect master's white hair fluttered in the wind. Even at this moment, he stood tall and straight, never bowing or kneeling. His lips moved, trying to call his son's name one last time. Langya. The sect master turned his head back. His eyes were still bright and brilliant as in his youth, as if death wasn't terrifying enough to make him afraid. However, he still cried, because he knew he would never see Shimin Lang again. He spoke his last words. Father can only accompany you this far. Shimin Lang couldn't believe the scene before his eyes. He collapsed and ran towards him, but was stopped by Qianxian. Senior brother, go quickly. We cannot let Master down. Shimin Lang cried until his eyes were red, painfully screaming, Father! In another place, Wu Guo was leading Jun Shui along. She looked curiously at the surrounding scenery and asked him, Young master, where are we going? Wu Guo gently replied to her, We're almost there. Girl, are you tired? Jun Shui looked with wide eyes, obediently shaking her head. Jun Shui is not tired, as long as I can be with young master. Jun Shui is not tired anywhere. Suddenly, a girl's cry for help rang out nearby. Help! Help me! Jun Shui looked around in surprise. Wu Guo felt like he was about to meet an acquaintance. Why does this voice sound so familiar? He followed the sound of the cry for help. Surprisingly, he saw Xing and people from the Shaman Poison sect being surrounded by the Wolf King and Wolf Queen. They couldn't fight back, so they could only scream for help. Help! Help me! Seeing this, Wu Guo stepped in to help. He spoke gently. Stop! Hearing his command, the pair of wolves instantly returned to looking as stupid as normal dogs. They sat obediently on the ground, wagging their tails to welcome him. Xing was very happy to see someone coming to save her. Knowing it was him, she was even more excited, cheering, Brother Wu Guo. Wu Guo looked at her in surprise. Isn't this junior sister Xing? Why did you come to Spirit Snake Mountain? You didn't even notify me. I could have treated you properly. The Wolf Queen only sat still for a few seconds before immediately pouncing. She happily stuck out her tongue to lick his cheek. Seeing this, Jun Shui was afraid it would hurt him. Standing in a corner, she pulled and tugged, refusing to let the wolf get close. Wu Guo just stood there resignedly, helplessly asking, And you guys too? Why did you run out here from the Black Forest? Xing mischievously took out her gourd. The gourd sucked the swarm of bees back inside. She smiled and explained, Because my bees know the way. I found it strange why you weren't in Nailin City. Xing didn't care if he could keep up or not, gently dropping some shocking news. However, it's lucky you weren't in Nailin City. The Zhenyuan sect is about to be destroyed by the Blood-Clothed sect. The next target is Nailin City. Wu Guo was startled hearing that. He urgently grabbed her shoulders and asked, What? Xingjian sect destroyed. Xing'er maintained the demeanor of an observer from start to finish. She calmly smiled. Brother Wuguo, don't be agitated. Listen to me slowly. Xing'er slowly recounted everything in detail. 10 minutes passed just like that. Enough time for Jun Shui to nod off and fall asleep beside the Wolf King and Queen. After recounting everything in detail, Xing'er winked, hugged his arm, and smiled, claiming credit. Brother Wuguo, I risked death to come here and report this to you. Wuguo ignored her. He rubbed his chin and thought. I didn't expect Nalan City's danger to arise so early. It even implicated the Xingyuan sect. 20,000 blood clothes guards. This situation is more serious than I imagined. Looks like I have to speed up. He quickly made a decision. He handed his demon essence to her and said, Junior sister Xing'er. Thank you. You guys wait for me here. Xing'er held the huge demon essence in her hand. All her attention was focused on it. She didn't even look at Wuguo running away in a hurry. He said, I'm going to recruit a super helper. Only Jun Shui was always paying attention to him. She clenched her fists to cheer him on. Young master, do your best. That day, the sky was as red as blood. The wind howled, pulling the flags of the blood clothes sect to flutter. Outside the territory of Nalan City, an elite army of thousands was besieging the city. Sectmaster, I don't know what sorcery Nalan City's walls are built with. Our blood clothes cannons basically can't break through. The consumption of spirit stones is truly too great. Look, Xie Jinxiong, wearing armor, sat on horseback. He pulled the reins and looked at the citadel right in front of him. He ordered, keep attacking, keep blasting. I don't believe this small city wall is so solid it can't be broken. The soldiers around heard this and accepted the order. They shouted in unison. Yes, but Yi Qiong beside him saw that this method really wasn't sustainable or effective. He leaned over and looked. Father-in-law, I have a plan. Xie Jinxiong waved his hand. He also wanted to see how capable his son-in-law was. Nephew, what brilliant plan do you have? Please speak. Being allowed to speak by him, Yi Qiong felt more confident. He began to slowly explain each step of his plan, which sounded simple but was full of calculation. We can choose to attack the city gate frontally. At the same time, set up siege ladders. That way, they will definitely disperse their forces to defend. We take that opportunity to push the blood clothes cannons forward 100 meters. Directly attack inside the city. This is indeed a good plan. But Xie Jinxiong still hesitated. If we do that, the commoners in the city. Yi Qiong knew what he was worried about. Not letting him finish, he interrupted. If Nalan Meng is a princess who loves her people, naturally she will open the gate and surrender. If she relies on the fortifications to resist us, it will panic the people in the city even more. If Nalan Meng is determined not to surrender, we will blast the city. What kind of strategy was this counted as? Clearly, it was the evil, unrighteous heart of a villain. But unfortunately, Xie Jinxiong had the same thought as him. The will to win in his blood began to boil. He waved his hand to order the elite army. That's right. A man isn't a hero without being ruthless. Pass down the order. Set up the siege ladders. Looking at the soldiers bustling to set up ladders, just like his plan, the smile on his face deepened. His ambition was very deep. Confronting others, he didn't need to consider what was gentlemanly or hypocritical. He calculated in his head. Dealing with a villain like Li Wuguo, there's no need to talk about being upright. I just need to win this battle. In the future, my words in Aoshua City will carry even more weight. On the citadel, friendly troops were spread evenly on both flanks. Nalan Meng wore a red cloak over her armor. Holding a spear in her hand, she calmly observed the situation. Beside her were Yun Fan and the others. He looked at the city wall that had withstood many bombardments from the blood clothes cannons. He couldn't help but praise. As expected of Big Brother, he could bring out such a magical material, building a solid city wall that cannot be broken. Dagu grinned in agreement. That's right, that's right. I never expected that thing called cement to be so strong after it sets. So the two of them laughed proudly. Dagu, it cost quite a bit. Praising Wuguo's construction efforts. Those budgets like a net covering everywhere. The city wall cost the boss a lot of effort. Nalan Meng tapped her spear on the ground to attract their attention. She looked majestic and strong in her armor, fighting against the enemy. She reminded them, I have sent Zhou Shi to ask father for help, but we must not let our guard down. Now the main task is to hold the city, protect the evacuating commoners. Although on the outside, she was a standard and heroic city lord, Nailan Meng still had a bit of fragile emotion inside. She stared blankly into the distance, worrying about her beloved. Wugua, where are you now? Are you safe or not? A Nailan city soldier ran over panting to report the current situation in the rear. Report. The commoners have evacuated about 50%. On the way, the evacuees met disciples of the Xingyuan sect. Nailan Meng turned back suspiciously. Xinjiang sect. Why are they here? Qianqian appeared, looking disheveled and dirty. She happened to hear that suspicious question. She led dozens of Xingyuan sect disciples behind her, standing as their representative to explain. The Shiman sect master is dead. The remaining disciples of our Xingyuan sect originally wanted to come to Nailan City for refuge. Unexpectedly, Nailan City is also in danger. Hearing the news that the Xingyuan sect master was dead, Nailan Meng couldn't bear to look at Shiman Lang. Father dead, sect hunted down to the point of having to flee everywhere like this. His current mood went without saying. She sighed. It seems if Nailan City falls, the entire Northwest will fall into Xie Jinxiong's hands. Qianqian had long hated these people. Now if Nailan City was also lost, revenge would be even harder. She spoke urgently. That is true, Sister Nailan. Now we can only rely on you. Our Xingyuan sect disciples will also do our best to protect Nailan City. Nailan Meng knew she was carrying a huge responsibility on her shoulders. She gave a heavy MHM. Qianqian looked around. Not seeing Wugua, she asked, speaking of which, where's Li Wugua? To be honest, Nailan Meng couldn't be sure either. But right now, what Qianqian was asking for was some good news. If she said she wasn't sure of his safety, it would only make her worry more. So she could only say, right now he is very safe. The enemy forces combined, pushing small carts attached to siege ladders closer. Nailan City soldiers glanced over and spotted them. They shouted in panic to notify others. We're done for. The enemy's attack power suddenly became stronger. The siege ladders have been raised. Enemy soldiers are starting to climb up. The current situation was getting more critical. Our troops continued to report the battle situation, pointing at the siege ladders attacking the city. They want to climb the city wall. Nailan Meng realized the current situation was extremely dangerous. She quickly observed the formation and offered a solution. Quick, kerosene barrels. Absolutely do not let them climb the city wall. We must resist until Father's reinforcements arrive. Obeying her command, soldiers on the wall tried to lift the oil barrels. Just wait for the right moment to attack. The oil barrels were pushed down onto the enemy. A fire was lit. All the falling barrels exploded in a chain reaction, causing the enemies trying to climb and the siege ladders to shatter. Xie Jinxiong's face darkened. He coldly remarked, very good. I didn't expect them to hide secret weapons. The power of these kerosene barrels is not small. If I had this secret weapon, my army's combat power would surely increase. Not to mention the Northwest. By then, I could occupy wherever I wanted. Thinking this, the ambition in his eyes deepened. Xie Jinxiong shouted greedily, capture Nailan Meng alive for me. I must know the method to make these kerosene barrels. The battlefield at that time only echoed with savage shouts of killing. They shouted to capture Nailan Meng alive as a way to boost morale. However, Nailan City's side remained immobile. Barrels of kerosene continued to be thrown down to fight back the enemy. Apart from that, there was no other action. Nailan Meng looked anxiously at the battlefield situation. Based on the current amount of kerosene, she frowned slightly. I don't know how long we can resist if this continues. Just when she thought her side was running out of ability to defend, suddenly Zhou Shi returned. Princess, I'm back. Nailan Meng turned and asked anxiously, have the reinforcements father sent arrived yet? Zhou Shi ran over panting. Sadly announced, I was stopped by the first prince. I was almost captured. I couldn't see the third prince. Nailan Meng couldn't help but be disappointed hearing that. How could this be? While the two were still discussing plans, suddenly Zhou Shi took out some hidden weapons and threw them, shouting a warning. Sister-in-law, be careful. 2 darts were thrown behind Nailan Meng, hitting the wrist and shoulder of an enemy wanting to attack her. Naylan Ming turned around, startled, feeling she had been too negligent to give the enemy such a chance. On the face of the city wall, the enemy not only used siege ladders, but also stepped on the bodies of their comrades to attack the city. As soon as our troops knocked an opponent down, layers upon layers of enemies climbed up. They rushed up without thinking, as if they didn't want to live, their mouths constantly shouting, "Kill! Kill!" Our troops were surrounded by layer upon layer of enemies. Extremely dangerous. Someone couldn't hold back anymore and started cursing. "Bastards! These blood-clothes guards want to use bodies to pile up high. Our forces have no way to withstand this." Naylan Ming looked down at the bloody, miserable scene below. Her confused mood was now completely calm. She comforted herself. "Actually, I should have guessed sooner. When Father sent me here, he had already abandoned me." But then she thought it through. Her eyes lit up, filled with determination. "Fine. Right now for me, the most important thing is to protect the people of Naylan City." Naylan Ming took a deep breath. The aura around her suddenly changed completely. Her face glowed, ignoring the dust, ignoring how difficult the current battle was. She asked the soldiers, "Fellow soldiers, are you afraid of death?" He laughed. "Ha! What is there to fear about this tattered life?" Dagu also replied, "I'm not even afraid of death." Their chivalrous spirit fueled Naylan Ming with a powerful will. She gave new instructions with satisfaction. "Chun Laojian, Nuea, you two lead all the elites straight to the city gate to defend." Chun Long continued guiding the people to retreat. Those assigned clear tasks by Naylan Ming immediately executed them. They nodded. "Yes, ma'am." At the same time, another enemy rushed to ambush her. She shouted, "The rest of you follow me to defend the city wall to the death, until the last drop of blood falls. Kill." Qian Chun gently used her sword to slash the enemy's throat. Her eyes resolutely promised, "Sister is truly heroic. Our Jinyuan sect disciples will not lag behind." Two girls stood in the middle of the dangerous battlefield. Their backs leaned against each other, sincerely trusting and entrusting their backs to the other to protect. Naylan Ming gripped her spear. The corners of her lips lifted in a very slight smile. "Then, little sister, let's have a contest." Qian Chen also replied confidently, "I absolutely won't lose." Two young girls, one in red, one in purple, they gripped their weapons and ran towards the light. Two girls heading towards a victory ahead, shouting, "Then let's fight together." And at that same moment, the enemy succeeded in breaking the city gate. Heavy logs battered the gate continuously. The gate couldn't withstand the powerful force and gradually cracked. A piece of the city gate was broken. Soldiers inside the city shouted worriedly. Not good. The breaking of the gate caused the enemy's morale to rise rapidly. Xie Jinxiong rode his horse, waving his sword and shouting, "Charge faster for me." The enemy rushed to attack the city. Kill them. The battle lasted longer than he speculated. Xie Jinxiong became increasingly impatient. Currently, the advantage was tilting towards them. If it dragged on, Naylan City's reinforcements might arrive. He snorted coldly. "Enough. I've lost patience to wait any longer. Men, bring out the blood-eyed flood dragon." His smile became even crueler. "I must make these stubborn Naylan City people pay a heavy price." Groups of enemy soldiers suddenly did something very strange. They lifted long, thick chains onto their shoulders and heavily pulled forward. The other end of the chain was connected to something unknown, but judging by the size of the chain, the object being pulled was truly terrifying. Sure enough, a giant cage was pulled over. Inside was a pitch-black flood dragon. Its glowing red eyes were filled with intense killing intent, making even the enemy soldiers tremble in fear. Yi Qiong stood on a safe mound behind Xie Jinxiong. He flattered him, clasping his hands in praise. Father-in-law is indeed the king of the Northwest. With this blood beast, overlord, taking down Naylan City won't require wasting effort swinging blades. Xie Jinxiong laughed smugly a few times. "Ha ha, I must let the whole Northwest see what the end is for opposing me, Xie Jinxiong." He ordered the soldiers, "Bring the spirit stone carts out here." Then, 3 carts full of spirit stones were pushed in front of the blood-eyed flood dragon. The blood flood dragon suddenly struggled violently. It roared, opening its bloody mouth. It gently snapped its mouth shut, All 3 carts of spirit stones were swallowed whole in one bite. Even the cart bodies were chewed into powder. The people of Nayland City watched in shock. From the city wall, could that be? The blood flood dragon has a massive body. After being full from 3 carts of spirit stones, it became ferocious. It wanted to digest the food it just absorbed. Then suddenly a loud, terrifying roar rang out. The blood flood dragon opened its mouth. A powerful attack with 10,000 times the power of the blood clothes cannon was fired. The attack was fast, accurate, and powerful like magma, flashing past Nayland. Dust flew into the sky. The solid city wall, 3 or 4 meters thick, was like a piece of cotton in the eyes of the blood-eyed flood dragon. It only needed one attack to make Wugua's defensive structure disappear as if it never existed. Before everyone could get their bearings, the blood flood dragon slithered to where they were standing. Its huge body quickly slithered up the city wall. It rushed up, suddenly opening its mouth. Its sharp teeth could easily crush any architectural structure, let alone flesh and blood. Nayland stood desperately facing it. She knew she had no way to live now. Wugua, if there's a next life. Her strong, decisive face now revealed a bit of fragility. Her tears silently fell like pearls. No matter how desperate she was, she always thought of Wugua. I hope I can still meet you. At that decisive moment, the surrounding ground suddenly shook violently. The blood flood dragon was suddenly hit by a powerful attack on its left cheek. The flood dragon's eyes widened. Its body fell painfully to one side. Wugua appeared just in time. He stood on the head of the Dragon King turtle. His hand gripped the sword tighter. With me here, who dares to touch Nayland City? He looked around, confidently walking. Behind him, Nayland looked at him worriedly. Her voice trembled slightly. Wugua, the blood flood dragon opened its mouth aggressively, roaring and rushing forward. Its teeth were sharp. Its eyes were red and fierce. Nayland held her spear, ready for battle. She stood firm against it, determined not to run. Wugua suddenly turned back. Old turtle, I'm counting on you. The huge Dragon King turtle. Its eyes shone with a majestic green color. On its back was the young man who had just asked for its help. I've been waiting impatiently. Do I need you to tell me? And then he returned to his wife's side, leaving the blood-eyed flood dragon for the Dragon King turtle to handle. It didn't say much, rushing straight at the flood dragon, making it roar. Nayland looked at him in surprise. Why did you come back? He smiled helplessly, teasing. Wife, your acting is too bad. Those around couldn't help but be surprised to see the Dragon King turtle appear. Impossible. Why would the Spirit Snake Mountain's Overlord Dragon King turtle help this trash? The blood flood dragon is suppressed. Clearly we prepared so many spirit stones. While those people were in chaos, over here the couple was affectionately asking about each other. He put his hand on his wife's cheek, gently comforting her. You've worked hard, wife. He smiled gently at her. Quickly go protect the city gate. Then he turned and walked straight. She looked at him, her eyes slightly sorrowful, mixed with worry for her husband. You must be careful, she warned. He walked away proudly. Spear in hand, he walked bravely step by step towards the chaotic crowd. Don't worry, leave it to me. Is this the strongest blood clothes guard of the Northwest City Defense Army? Sure enough, that's all there is to it. His eyes darkened. His sharp gaze swept across the crowd, hand holding the sword, ready to fight. Ye viong, lafit gilifulli. He sat on horseback, mocking loudly. You finally showed your face. I thought you intended to be a cowardly turtle. For the rest of your life. Truly a villain's face. Looking hateful from any angle. Even the smile was despicable. Just looking at it makes you want to punch him. At this moment, Xiejin also spoke up, sounding extremely arrogant. So what if the Dragon King turtle helps Nayland City? It's already been pinned down by the blood-eyed flood dragon. And we still have over 10,000 blood-clothes guards. He smiled viciously and said, trying to reassure the soldiers who seemed worried, seeing the turtle help Nayland City. Blood-clothes guard, listen to the order. The Nayland City gate is broken. All troops enter the city. He shouted the order. Hearing this, our Wugua smiled sarcastically. These guys unexpectedly have such ridiculously childish thoughts. Keep dreaming, he said. Young master. Suddenly a woman's voice came from afar. At the same time, a series of things were rushing towards them, leaving behind a cloud of dust. It's Yun Su, she shouted. Her fragile body lay on a large gray wolf. I'm here. Running behind was a pack of wolves, all looking fierce. Seeing this, the soldiers' faces turned pale as eggplants. We're done for. That is, before they could realize anything, it was too late. Run. It's the Fawn Wolf Pack. The soldiers were thrown into the sky by the power of the wolves, only knowing to shout at each other to run. Xie Zhenxiong rode his horse, intending to trample the rushing fawn wolves. His face darkened, his eyebrows furrowed tight. Displeased, a tiny fawn wolf king dares to show off in front of me. He raised his hand. Power created a glowing red spirit ball. His eyes turned red. His hand released powerful spiritual energy. Enemy, D. He cursed the fawn wolf. Not looking at what kind of thing you are. His spiritual energy was powerful enough to blow a fawn wolf far away. Poor wolf. If it could speak, it would likely threaten Xie Zhenxiong back. I will come back for revenge. While he wasn't paying attention, a familiar voice suddenly rang out behind him, startling him. City Lord Xie, your opponent is me. From nowhere, Wu Hua rushed up to ambush him. He played dirty, sneak attacking this villain. But I like it. Xie Zhenxiong blocked his Super Saiyan kick in time. He once again created spiritual energy preparing to attack. Still looking down on him, saying, overestimating yourself. But unfortunately for him, underestimating the enemy is a taboo in battle. He underestimated the wrong person. Wu Hua didn't hesitate to use the same spiritual energy as him at the same time. He smiled, turning the tables and rushing in. Both unleashed moves. Two streams of power smashed into each other, causing an explosion. Their hands clasped together, looking like these two were high-fiving rather than fighting. He panicked, unable to believe his eyes. His pupils contracted, teeth clenched tight. Impossible. You are clearly just a great martial master. How can you take a palm from a peak martial spirit like me? He unleashed his power then. A sly smile, delighted. The good show has only just begun. There's a good show to watch in the next episode. Wu Hua blocked Xie Zhenxiong's palm, creating immense pressure around the two. He didn't care, directly launching another palm at him. With your meager cultivation, let's see how long you can block this palm. With a cultivation gap, Wu Hua was kicked far away by Xie Zhenxiong. He staggered, trying to stand firm. He was sweating a lot, thinking, damn it, my hands are numb. Luckily, I absorbed the entire snake spring, successfully reaching peak great martial master. Only a short distance from martial spirit. Otherwise, I really wouldn't dare to face him. Xie and I stood outside, watching her father fight. She couldn't help but worry. She shouted, calling him. Father, are you okay? Yiqiong also stood beside his fiancée. He also spoke up. Father-in-law, should I go teach this brat a lesson? He raised his hand to show he was still fine. Just replied briefly. I'm Fine. Although this brat could block one of my palms, he is absolutely not my opponent. He also tactfully reminded his future son-in-law. Your old injury hasn't healed yet. Just watching from the side is enough. Don't disturb me. Hearing Xie Zhenxiong say that, Yiqiong felt like he was being looked down upon, angry to the point his whole body was on fire. Seeing this scene, Wu Hua couldn't help but find it funny. Thinking to himself, Xie Zhenxiong's expression is pretty interesting. Wu Hua opened the system to check. The system panel displayed lines of text. Current villain Yahello, 25%. Owner, Li Wu Hua. Current protagonist Yahello, 90%. Owner, Yiqiong. He rubbed his chin in thought. Not unexpected. This Yahello calculation is related to prestige. When Yiqiong became the son-in-law of the blood-clothed sect, it increased to 95%. Now, failing to attack Nailin City didn't lose him much trust. Dropped to 90%. But I called the Dragon King, greatly increasing my prestige. So the Yahello increased by 5%, reaching 25%. While thinking, Xie Zhenxiong rushed over, startling him. He pressed towards him with a terrifying face, wanting to launch a palm to kill him. Bradley Wu Hua. Give me your life. Wu Hua took out his trusty weapon, his own sword, to block the palm from Xie Zhenxiong. But he missed, directly hitting his body, making him grimace in pain and vomit blood. With just one palm, he was able to knock Wu Hua flying once again, making him fly further than before, creating a loud noise. Dust flew blindly from there. Everyone above saw this scene and couldn't help but shout his name in worry. Wugwa, big brother. The elders on Xiejinxiong's side seized the opportunity to rush up. Can't withstand a single move. All elders listened to the order. Kill this brat, then hang his head on the Nalan city gate. Yinfan saw them bullying the few with numbers. He hated that he couldn't rush over and kill them directly. He gritted his teeth in anger. Despicable. That Xiejinxiong is definitely afraid of backlash, so he doesn't dare use the blood demon outer art. So he forces the elders to gang up on Big Brother. Qinshin also stood outside the fray, feeling she couldn't watch anymore. Directly holding her sword, she volunteered to go into battle. I'm going to help him. Qinshin jumped directly from the height, landing on the ground and walking to assist Wugwa. Wugwa sat slumped on the ground, coughing incessantly. Cough. I thought you met with misfortune at the Jinyuan sect. Qinshin just replied to him with a short sentence. You're hoping I die, aren't you? Suddenly, Wugwa leaned his face close to Qinshin, making her blush shyly. If you died, I would definitely avenge you. Qinshin shyly glanced away. At least you know how to be human. Then, Qinshin paused for a moment, then glanced at him, saying shyly, Do you want to use that move? Wugwa replied directly without much thought. Of course. While speaking, he put his arm around Qinshin's waist. Yi Qiong, seeing this scene, couldn't help but feel jealousy and anger. He gritted his teeth, hands clenched into fists. Adulterous couple. Seeing your sister is clearly mine. On Xianyi's side, after hearing her fiancé say such words, her heart felt a bit empty. Xia and I was like a soulless person, seeming to feel a sense of loss. Brother Yi, perhaps never liked me. What he likes is probably just my powerful family background. As for Wugwa and Qinshin, the two combined their ultimate move, dual sword union. Behind both of them, it looked like angel wings were sprouting, rushing straight at the group of elders. One slash, then two slashes. Together they wiped out the elders on that side. The elders, after seeing the combination, performance of the two, couldn't help but be surprised, even unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. Impossible. Shimin Lang and the others couldn't help but rejoice. These two, why does the power of this combined move far exceed their realm? The blood-clothes sect people put on arrogant faces. Don't know your place. Then a representative said, even if it's a strange technique, there are only two of them. Why don't we take turns? Another one who looked cowardly stepped up to say to the one just now, Elder brother, your technique is superb. Please go first. He quickly retorted. Or maybe younger brother should go first. He tactfully refused, not wanting to. Go. Elder brother is joking. Please, brother, I wouldn't dare. Wugwa and Qinshin sighed in disgust. Knowing there would be such a scene, they said, Is your blood-clothes sect any different from a bunch of cowardly turtles? Cowardly. The Blood Dao sect master couldn't stand the insult and got offended, quickly shouting, scaring the two disciples pale. All of you attack together. Wugwa stared intently ahead, watching a comedy, smiling gently in satisfaction. Then both swung their swords, readying their stance to move forward and engage the blood-clothes sect. That's what I wanted. Wugwa used his old move to slash once. Unexpectedly, the disciple countered it. Same move, and you want to use it twice. That side quickly counterattacked. In an instant, he was at a disadvantage. The guy shouted loudly, encouraged. Go die. Just as his move was about to slash across his stomach. He couldn't react in time, thinking, I'm done for. Just then, Qinshin flew in from nowhere shouting, Wugwa, be careful. Bringing his soul back, she stepped forward and slashed cleanly, leaving the guy no time to adapt. A face full of question marks. Wugwa rallied, kicking the remaining battered guys away. Covered in injuries, the arrogant look of a winner. Powerful. Let me teach you what coordination is. Two streams of light, blue and pink, blended together, coordinating perfectly, knocking down all opponents. That is called saber and sword union. The super skill made the Blood Dao sect master furious, unwillingly frowning and saying, what kind of technique is this after all? Even martial spirit experts can't withstand 3 moves. Blood flowed into puddles. Blood fell like unceasing rain. An arrogant face stating conditions. Withdraw your troops immediately. I might consider not killing you. Qinshin disagreed with this opinion, resentfully saying, No, he killed my master. Killed so many fellow disciples. I definitely won't forgive him. The Blood Dao sect master still argued back stubbornly. Try it. If you want, come on. I'll send you to reunite with your master. Suddenly a streak of light appeared in the sky, then rushed down to the ground, causing the ground to shake slightly. Qianxun seemed to recognize this person. Not good. Why is it him? Wu Guo had never met him, so he asked curiously, Who is this person? In front was Xie Qingtian, the former sect master of the Blood-Clothed sect, also the one who led the Blood-Clothed sect to conquer Aoshua City. He was experienced, standing tall opposite the two of them. Extremely different physique. Xie Zhenxiong quickly clasped his hands in greeting. Looking at how he treated him, one could tell he wasn't ordinary, respectfully saying, Father, I didn't expect you to have to take action personally. Your son is ashamed. The old man didn't even glance at him, saying involuntarily, Trash, your knowledge is still shallow. These two juniors are using a unique male-female technique. This method cannot be used by one person. But if two people unleash it simultaneously, then the power is supreme. The old man put on a terrifying face, arrogantly continued, I, Xie Qingtian, am not someone who doesn't speak of martial virtue. Do you lovers want to have a contest with me? If I lose, I will immediately lead the Blood-Clothed sect to retreat. Speaking of this, Xie Qingtian's face became even more ferocious, making others feel afraid. But if I win, Xie Qingtian frowned and smiled excitedly. If I win, you must give me this dual cultivation technique. Wu Guo was annoyed, thinking, this old fox won't lose either way, truly calculating. I remember Xie Qingtian is martial king level, but the power of the lover's heart technique is also immense. Qianxun said to him, Wu Guo, this technique is priceless. This deal isn't reasonable at all. He closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, deciding, Fine, let's try a contest. Qianxun glanced at him, calling, Wu Guo. He calmly placed his hand on her shoulder to comfort her. I know you want revenge, but the situation of Nailan City and the Zhenyuan sect isn't optimistic. If we focus on revenge, I'm afraid we will lose even more fellow disciples and friends. It's better to save what we can. Xie Qingtian shouted excitedly. His eyes shone, swinging a large blade towards her. Then I'll start with you. Qianxun was shocked. Wu Guo drew his sword to block the move, his face strained, gritting his teeth. Be careful. The old man jumped back. He held his sword, standing in front to protect her. Xie Qingtian looked at him disdainfully, evaluating. The blade in your hand is indeed a good blade. Wu Guo's eyes were determined, frowning and clenching his teeth, gripping the sword tightly, hands bleeding, thinking, a martial king is indeed violent. Qianxun held her sword looking forward and said, Sorry, I was a bit distracted. He smiled and turned his head. It's me who hasn't reached martial spirit yet, holding you back. With determined looks, he said, Let's attack together. Then they swung their swords and rushed up together. Saber and sword union. Xie Qingtian's face darkened, emitting a stream of power surrounding him as a barrier. Blood demon outer art, blood curtain. The move hit the barrier directly, but that strong spiritual energy knocked the two of them away. The subordinates behind cheered happily. The old sect master is mighty. Xie Zhenxiong had a smug look, closing his eyes and smiling. It seems father has successfully broken through. To martial king, he has no rival in the entire Northwest. Yi Qiong beside him laughed happily. Li Wuguo is dead for sure today. Ximen Lang was worried. We're done for. Junior sister Yin probably can't hold on. Yin Fan turned to look at him and asked doubtfully, Why? Ximen Lang widened his eyes with an uncomfortable expression, analyzing situation as I observed their technique. Uses primal energy to maintain. In a short time, the explosive force is extremely large, but the duration cannot be prolonged. And junior sister Yin fled with us from pursuit all day and night, not even having time to drink a sip of water. Xie Qingtian excitedly swung his blade. He used his sword to block. Then the old man kicked at him. The two quickly unleashed moves. Then the old man released a large stream of power from his body. Qianxun was sweating. Not good. We can't break through from any direction. Is this the strength of a martial king? Xie Qingtian smiled and evaluated from inside the barrier. Very good. One great martial master and one who just entered martial spirit can fight me for so long. The old man opened his mouth and roared. But do you know why a martial king is called a martial king? His eyes glowed, bearing white teeth as a large snake appeared. It is because of bloodline materialization. Let me show you the true strength of a martial king. Wuguo frowned, his face serious. Qianchen beside him was somewhat worried. Don't be afraid. I feel we have touched the threshold of winged twin flight. Recite the chants silently. If we can comprehend the second layer, there will be hope of victory. The two held hands, achieving unity. Both closed their eyes. A blue-purple power radiated from their bodies. Maiwell feels your sorrow. This love asks the heavens. Xiaqing Tian and the brown snake saw this scene and didn't understand anything. Fighting to the death, and they're holding hands spreading dog food. PDA. Truly, treating me like air. The old man didn't hesitate, rushing up decisively, and the snake opened its large mouth, advancing. Let you lovebirds die together. I can be considered doing a good deed. Both slammed into the barrier. Xiaqing Tian stared wide-eyed, screaming in disbelief. This, impossible. Wuguo stood with hands on hips, looking smug. Behind him, wings spread wide. Qianchen looked forward determinedly. Wings also appeared behind her back. Wuguo, naked in another dimension, was surprised, thinking, where am I? Did we successfully comprehend the second layer? Where's Qianchen? She was in the same state on this side. Rubbing his eyes, Wuguo turned his head to look, thinking, this girl's body is standard, huh? He blushed, stimulated, to the point of a nosebleed, hurriedly covering it with his hand. Qianchen blushed, shyly covering herself with her hands and scolding. Pervert! Wuguo turned away, hands on his head, face grimacing, nose plugged with paper, thinking, not right. She knows whatever I think in my heart. So after comprehending the second layer, our minds are connected. He crossed his arms, blushing with a lecherous look, imagining the image of the maiden in white underwear, thinking, before it the snake spring too. So nice. Qianchen's skin is really smooth. Looking at it makes me want to kiss it. Then Wuguo hit his own head repeatedly. Stop. Don't think nonsense. Why can't I control my brain anymore? Qianchen blushed shyly, looking down to cover her body, thinking, dying of embarrassment. He saw everything. Who can I marry in the future? Will he take responsibility? He stood up, chest out, looking excited and smiling. I can consider it. She scolded him in embarrassment. Lecher, focus on the enemy. Back to reality, the two were flying in the sky. Xiaqing Tian pointed his blade, surrounded by spiritual energy, and shouted, I don't care what ghostly magic you use. The old man and the snake advanced brutally. You can't beat my blood python. Their eyes radiated power, along with a look of determination. Xiaqing Tian slashed. Qianchen swung her sword to block. She looked surprised. Wuguo, turns out what you said was. From behind her, a brilliant golden vermilion bird appeared. My bloodline is truly the divine bird vermilion bird. Flying in the air, he pointed at himself and said happily and smugly, have I ever lied to you? Looks like we can successfully execute the technique. Second layer, lover's heart. The two jumped up, pointing their swords at the old man and the snake. Winged twin flight. Xiaqing Tian felt something was wrong, staring in panic with red eyes and screaming. How can this be? How can you have the vermilion bird bloodline? The two split into two directions, slashing past. Wuguo cut off the snake's tail. Don't dream of running, leaving the old man no time to react. Xiaqing Tian glanced in annoyance, gritting his teeth as blood spurted. He took advantage of the victory to raise his sword and smile, saying, the higher the level, the stronger the connection between the bloodline and the self. If the bloodline is damaged, you're also seriously injured. Did you think I didn't know? Wuguo spread his wings and slashed down, but the old man opened a barrier to block. Xiaqing Tian bowed his head, gripping the blade tightly in anger. Impossible. His eyes were sharp, radiating killing intent. You cannot suppress me. Xiaqing Tian furiously gripped with both hands, raising the blade, spiritual energy surrounding his body and wrapping around the blade. You force me to use my killing move. The old man raised the blade high behind his head, eyes glowing, face full of killing intent, as if wanting to take lives, screaming, give me your life. I am a martial king. Xie Qing Tian slashed down hard, causing the ground to crack and rise. Blood Demon Outer Art, Blood Sea Lifetime. The two suddenly felt something unusual. He said, "Not good." She replied, "Wuhua, he's risking his life against us." By the city wall, the group set up a formation. A large green, spiritual energy opened up to block the hole in the wall. Quickly formed the formation. Protect the people in the city. Withstand this hit. Everyone hold tight. The two gritted their teeth determinedly, trying to swing their swords to block that move. Wuhua said, "Quick, pour all primal energy into the intersection of the two weapons." Wuhua and Qinshan crossed, swords to defend. The ground broke into pieces and was blown everywhere. From the other side of the city wall barrier, everyone accidentally witnessed a huge explosion. Thick smoke rose blindly. Nailin Meng, wearing her armor, stood within the green barrier cast by everyone. She frowned, biting her lip with a worried and fearful look, thinking, "You must survive." After the big explosion, the thick smoke gradually dispersed. Everyone was anxious to see who the victory belonged to. Wuhua and Qinshan were equally worried. Both were injured to the point of exhaustion. If they didn't win this battle, the entire Nailin city would be leveled. Then the scene appeared, shocking the blood-clothes guards like a thunderclap, screaming in panic. Old Sect Master! The large blade was stuck halfway into the ground. Xie Qingtian's body had been blown away by the powerful primal energy, leaving only his right arm, still holding the hilt. Xie Zhenxiong screamed 3 words in heart-wrenching pain. "Father!" His eyes widened. Tiny red blood vessels appeared. Beside him, Xie and I stared in fear and disbelief. "Grandfather!" Yi Qiong, standing right next to them, couldn't avoid the horror either. Wuhua looked at them without any expression of pity. Voice stern. "Victory and defeat are clear. Why don't you retreat your troops, Sect Master?" Qinshan nestled in his arms. Her eyes looked resolutely at Xie Zhenxiong without fear. He was trembling with anger, falling to his knees before the blade. He gritted his teeth. Tears streamed down. Deep in his broken eyes was a hatred that could not be washed away. "Damn dog, you dared to kill my father." He looked at him, replying without a ripple. "A life and death duel. Fate is up to heaven. If the loser were me, I would have had a similar end." His eyes darkened. He understood he couldn't argue with him, only knowing to swallow his anger back inside. Wuhua glared, arrogantly. "What? If you're not convinced, I can let you taste that move again." Xie Zhenxiong turned back with stinging eyes to look at his 2 children and the soldiers behind. His teeth still clenched tight, seemingly unwilling to accept it. Finally, he knew he couldn't beat him, so he reluctantly picked up the blade. Tears of a man that hadn't fallen for 1,000 years were now flowing down his hollow cheeks. He ordered, "Blood-clothes guard, listen to the order. Retreat." Nailin Meng looked down from the wall. Below, the blood-clothes guards and Xie Zhenxiong left one by one, leaving Wuhua and Qinshan leaning on each other. He smiled tremblingly. The battle just now drained his strength. After they left, he didn't need to pretend anymore. Finally, they're all gone, both exhausted, unable to support their body weight, falling down unconscious. Seeing this, Nailin Meng hurriedly rushed down, calling his name worriedly. Wuhua, not long after, in the sick room where he lay resting. What kind of technique is the lover's heart technique after all? Do you really feel Yin Qinshan is better than me? Forget it. My great wish now is just to see you wake up. Just as she thought that, his eyes fluttered open, sweating profusely. Seeing this, her eyes welled up, looking at him happily. Wuhua, he looked towards her, his eyes slightly dark and tired. Because he hadn't spoken for a long time, his voice was hoarse, becoming shaky. "Did we win?" She immediately, happily held his hand, quickly replied, unable to hide the relieved smile on her lips. Just then, Qinshan and Jun Shui walked in. "Wuhua, you finally woke up. You've been in a coma for 7 days and 7 nights." Qinshan spoke up to ask, voice gentle. Jun Shui was overcome with emotion, rushing to pounce on him and crying loudly. "Young master, boo-hoo, I almost thought you wouldn't wake up." She didn't notice the young master was injured, causing him pain to the point of screaming. Ouch, ouch, ouch. My wound. Pain, pain, pain." Nailin Meng turned her face to look outside as if remembering something. "Wuhua, do you want to go out and see? Everyone is very worried about you." He looked up, rubbing the little maid's head. Jun Shui lay on his lap like a kitten, tears streaming down. Sniff, sniff. Young master, I'll help you. He walked out with the three ladies. Counting from left to right were Nailan Meng, Wuguo, Jun Shui, and Qianqian. He looked at the crumbled city wall, gaping with an unimaginably large hole, and felt regret. It wasn't easy to build a solid city wall. Now in the blink of an eye, nothing is left. At this moment, people ran over from somewhere. Everyone's face was beaming, unable to hide their joy. They pulled up to surround him, constantly cheering. Lieutenant, you are our great hero. Great hero. You finally woke up. I saw it. The lieutenant is really amazing. So cool. No shortage of praise rang out, completely different from a contempt before. Now they all looked at him with admiration. Nailan Meng smiled. She felt extremely proud looking at him, thinking, without Wuguo, I'm afraid Nailan City would no longer exist. From now on, no one will call you the Trash Prince Consort anymore. You are the savior hero of Nailan City. In the bustling atmosphere, everyone cheered and tossed him into the air. Wuguo smiled happily and contentedly. So consider me recognized. The Dragon King Turtle was dissatisfied, angrily sulking. No, I don't accept it. Wuguo smiled and added a condition. For the sake of our brotherhood in defending the city. How about this? 1 extra barrel every day. The Dragon King Turtle agreed without hesitation. Also good. 3 barrels of dried fish every day. Wuguo waved his hand calling, smiling brightly. Okay, deal closed. Niue quickly takes Senior Dragon King Turtle to help rebuild the city wall. Niue carried 3 barrels of dried fish out. Oklahoma. When the Dragon King Turtle went with Niue, Wuguo cried tears of blood. I'm going broke this time, huh? Suddenly a hand was placed on his shoulder. He turned back. It turned out to be Qianqian. She leaned on a crutch and said, those rare treasures from before. We helped you sell them all. Guess how much we got? Wuguo was sad. 2 streams of tears fell down. How much? Qianqian took out a bag of low-grade spirit stones. 5 million taels of silver. 10,000 pieces of low-grade spirit stones. Looks like we broke even. Wuguo held the piece of low-grade spirit stone, raising it high. So much. Looks like expanding the city this time won't lack people or money. Nailan Meng smiled and suggested, Wuguo, Nailan City has also been largely destroyed. Everything is starting over from scratch. Why not rename Nailan City as well? He rested his chin on his hand, thinking for a while, then said, then change it to Heavenly Wolf City. Shimin Lang agreed, giving a thumbs up in approval. Good name. Then he clasped his hands respectfully to Wuguo. Brother Wuguo, the Genuine sect has been completely destroyed. My fellow disciples and I have all decided to join Heavenly Wolf City. He looked at Shimin Lang with joy and smiled. That's great. With the help of the Genuine sect, our Heavenly Wolf City can definitely flourish. He added, we can also merge the sect and the city into one entity. Just like the Bloodclothes sect. Wuguo suddenly remembered something and thought, speaking of the Bloodclothes sect, we still cannot let our guard down. He looked up at the blue sky. Birds were flapping their wings. The bright sunlight illuminated his face. But if we use normal methods to improve Heavenly Wolf City's strength, it is estimated to still take more than 5 years. Looks like I have to innovate my thinking. I wonder if the letter sent to Aoshua City has arrived yet. The sun had reached its zenith. The man held the letter in his hand, trembling with anger. Preposterous. This lowly Li Wuguo is bullying people too much. Xie Zhenxiong furiously threw the letter on the ground. He even sent a letter demanding repair fees. This brat wants to make me vomit blood from anger. Yi Xiong bowed slightly. Father-in-law, we absolutely cannot agree to such an unreasonable request. Xie Zhenxiong was so angry his face darkened. Now we speak with strength. It's not our turn to object. It's all because of you. This failure. You must bear the greatest responsibility. Yi Xiong clasped his hands and bowed, defending himself. Father-in-law, it was also unpredictable. I didn't expect Li Wuguo to have a relationship with a fierce beast like the Dragon King Turtle. And that strange technique, too. Xie Zhenxiong stepped closer to him, radiating a furious. Oha, if you didn't grasp the intelligent situation, why did you confidently tell me to attack Nailan City and the Genuine sect? Yi Xiong was scared pale. Did you really not know Nayland City had such strength? Trembling. I really didn't know. Xie Zhenxiong glared at him terrifyingly. I suspect there's a spy in Aoshua City. Yi Qiong, go investigate. The Blood Clothes Guard doesn't need you to manage it anymore. I will arrange for someone else to replace you in commanding the army. You decide to living peacefully within I. Yi Qiong had no other choice but to obey. His eyes couldn't hide the anger. Thinking, it seems Xie Zhenxiong completely distrusts me now. Trying to explain will only make it worse. Xie Zhenxiong said no more. Walking directly past him, Yi Qiong stood there thinking. However, this favor of Xie Zhenxiong. Will he really marry his daughter to a worthless person like me? Thinking of the scene of Wuguo and Qianxin being affectionate and happy together, Yi Qiong trembled with anger. Senior sister, I truly love you. Why must you be with that trashly Wuguo? What part of him is better than me? Yi Qiong lost his patience at this moment. Taking out his sword, I really wanted to respect you as a father-in-law. You forced me. Xie Zhenxiong suddenly turned his head. What do you mean? He said coldly. I knew early on you didn't trust me. Did you really think your recent poor health was just due to anxiety? Xie Zhenxiong frowned. You viong simulate sinisterity, slowly pulling out the sword. Since 3 days ago, to prevent mishaps, I started putting poison into your primal energy boosting medicine. Now you have no way to use primal energy, right? Xie Zhenxiong was so scared he fell backward, speaking hurriedly. Ye viong, calm down. I investigated your background. That jade pendant on you belongs to the Yi family of the 5 great families in the capital. People from the Yi family are looking for you. As long as you take that jade pendant to claim your identity, your future will surely be boundless. Yi Qiong glared at him, sheathing the sword. Is that so? Xie Zhenxiong forced a smile. Right. I will help you. Yi Qiong stood there speaking with a bit of sarcasm. Then why didn't you tell me sooner? Were you afraid I'd leave and you wouldn't gain anything from the Yi family? Hearing that, he turned away in embarrassment. This matter, Yi Qiong smirked and said. However, I am a person who repays kindness. His face radiated a terrifying. I will mercifully leave your corpse intact. Yi Qiong took a pillow from somewhere and smothered Xie Zhenxiong's face. You, MMPH. He used his strength to try and remove the pillow with trembling arms. MMPH. Yi Qiong's face was full of murderous intent, looking extremely terrifying. He seemed to enjoy Xie Zhenxiong's reaction. He began to use his power, creating something like a small fireball. This blood demon outer art is a bit evil, but it can directly absorb others' cultivation. It truly is a shortcut to increase strength. Of my own, his eyes glowed, throwing the power out the door, creating a small explosion. Yi Qiong pulled the sword from inside his shirt. Without hesitation, he stabbed it straight into his own leg. Blood splattered everywhere. He began to act. With a pained face, he screamed, Not good. Someone come. CNI and the guards ran in. Brother Qiong, how are you? Yi Qiong held Xie Zhenxiong's body in his arms, stammering. It was Li Wuguo. Li Wuguo brought assassins and broke in. While I couldn't react in time, he killed father-in-law. I was also injured by him. CNI was shocked. Father, don't scare me. Father, life gave him a role, so why not play it? Yi Qiong hugged the sobbing woman, comforting her. Nini, this grudge must be avenged. But now father-in-law has just passed away. We cannot leave the house empty. This is likely a diversion tactic to wipe us out. Xie and I hugged him in grief without suspicion. Brother Qiong. He looked down at her. Yi Qiong was like a bloodthirsty vampire, looking at Xie and I with greedy eyes, drooling. Thinking, strange, why do I have the urge to tear her neck open and drink all her fresh blood? Late at night, at the Yun family in the capital. Half a month later, a voice echoed in the courtyard. Big brother, news from the northwest. Niece Qianxin indeed has the vermilion bird bloodline. It seems we misunderstood. Yinha raised his wine cup and smiled. My daughter is indeed not trash. Yuan Lao laughed in amusement. The person who delivered the news is the legitimate son of the Yi family. He isn't even 20 yet, and has already reached the martial spirit level. At the stone table, for people sat drinking wine together. Yuna looked impressed. Could this news have been sent by the Yi family? Yin Lao patted his chest confidently. It's true. We also told the Yi family. that this child is of direct bloodline. Back then, he was hunted down with his father, so they fled to the northwest. Yinha slammed the wine jar on the table, quickly standing up. Immediately prepare. I must personally go to the northwest. Everyone replied. He looked up at the night sky. The round moon was half hidden behind blue clouds. A few birds were still flapping their wings. It seems the 5 great families of the capital are also due for a cleansing. On the roof of a mansion, flames were blazing. It was Qianshun practicing her technique. The power turned into a pair of fiery wings. She closed her eyes and concentrated, thinking, this mutated vermilion bird bloodline is truly powerful. I feel the speed of absorbing spiritual energy is 3 times faster than before. Suddenly, someone complimented Qianshun. She opened her eyes to look. It turned out to be Nailin Meng, smiling. Sister Nailin, haven't rested yet, she quickly replied. Can't sleep. Nailin Meng sat down next to Qianshun. Wu Guo is healing right now. Aren't you going over to take care of him? She replied somewhat sadly. I don't have the right to stay by his side and care for him. You might not know, before the Bloodclothes sect attacked the city, I gave him a letter. Nailin Meng remembered the past events. Just didn't expect. He still came back to help me in the end. Qianshun listened and offered advice. Actually, from the beginning, Wu Hua has valued feelings very much towards a wife like you. The eyes are the window to the soul, never knowing how to lie. Her eyes at this moment were full of thoughts and sadness. That's right. The better he treats me, the more guilty I feel inside. Actually, Wu Hua's father, demon subduing General Li Guangyi, died because of my father. Seeing Nailin Meng stand up, Qianshun quickly offered words of encouragement. But that's a matter of the previous generation. It has nothing to do with you. Under the bright moonlight, Nailin Meng's sadness became even more apparent. Worriedly asking, tell me, will Wu Hua hate me after he knows this? Qianshun looked calm. No, this guy looks quite sleazy. But he is a person who clearly distinguishes kindness and grudges. Nailin Meng looked over. Perhaps so. Being told by you, I feel much better. Qianshun stood up and extended her hand. Since you gave the divorce paper to Wu Hua, you two are no longer husband and wife. She was suddenly surprised. Sister Qianshun. The two looked at each other, sparks igniting a fire. Qianshun crossed her arms challenging. Then from now on, we compete fairly. Nailin Meng put her hands on her hips and retorted. I accept your challenge. The sky was blue. Wu Hua pulled up his shirt, shivering and sneezing, thinking, still can't break through that barrier. Clearly only lacking a tiny bit to reach martial spirit. He walked out, stroking his chin with a thoughtful face, thinking, I heard Ximen Lang also broke through to martial spirit using spirit stones. Wu Hua held his head, crying loudly, thinking, so I'm the only one left behind? He walked past and saw Nailin Meng and Qianshun huddled together laughing and talking happily, thinking, since when did their relationship get so good? Wu Hua frowned in boredom. Forget it, better not guess a girl's thoughts. If I guess wrong, they might team up and use me as a punching bag. Suddenly Yun Fan hung upside down, sticking his neck out and raising his hand. Big brother, I have news. Aoshua City is empty. He jumped in shock, eyes wide, mouth gaping, screaming, what the hell? He jumped down. He realized in panic what he said. Wait, what did you say? Yun Fan recounted the situation. 7 days ago, Yi Qiong led the Bloodclothes sect to clear out all assets and left Aoshua City, totaling over 300 carts. He frowned his eyes, showing suspicion. But it's strange that Xie Jinxiong is dead. Wu Hua crossed his arms, resting his chin in thought, pacing in circles. Not right. Xie Jinxiong is a peak martial spirit. How could he die? Did you find out where Yi Qiong went? Yun Fan said, could be heading towards the capital. He thought about something, frowned and understood, thinking, the capital? According to this direction in the novel, could Yi Qiong have found his true identity? Then this is not good. The full moon rose high. Inside the citadel, many black shadows jumped down and touched the ground. Yunha clasped his hands behind his back, smiling smugly. I heard early on that Nailin City is a tattered place. Seems the rumors weren't wrong. My daughter lives in a shabby place like this. The subordinate beside him bowed respectfully. Clan head, I just made a trip to the Jingyuan sect. That side is already a pile of ruins. Yun Lao Air followed, his face showing calculation. It seems the messenger spoke the truth. I heard this place is managed by the third prince's daughter, Nalan Meng. Yinha still spoke sternly. Just an illegitimate daughter, let it pass. Not worth mentioning. A soldier in iron armor appeared, gripping a sword, holding a lantern with a righteous face. Beside him was a white-furred dog baring its teeth fiercely. Who goes there, daring to break into Heavenly Wolf City? Tired of living, Yunha glanced over, disdainfully looking majestic. Does that brat know who this old man is? The soldier frowned angrily and shouted, Princess Nalan has ordered that whoever you are, you must present full documents at the city gate to enter. No breaking in. Someone said, nagging gives me a headache. Yin Lao Air rushed forward, launching a palm straight into the soldier's chest, making his eyes widen. Spitting blood. The soldier lay flat on the ground. A handprint was clearly visible on his chest, blood on his nose and mouth. The dog beside him howled to notify. A slash swung out, beheading the dog. Yinha had an expression full of disgust. This Heavenly Wolf City is truly a disgusting place. Wu Hua lay on the bed, covering his ears with a pillow, sweating profusely, looking hopeless, thinking, what the hell? It's the middle of the night. Then he startled, thinking, not right. Wu Hua rushed out, throwing on his outer coat. Looking at the black dog barking incessantly, he thought, this is the Heavenly Wolf signal. Something happened. Wu Hua sat on the back of a large dog to be carried away. He thought, if Yi Qiong knows his identity in the Yi family, the Yi family will definitely tell the Yun family about the bloodline of Qianshun. He frowned deep in thought. Tonight's commotion is definitely related to the Yun family. Arriving at the city gate, seeing a group of soldiers holding weapons standing there blocking, Wu Hua pushed a soldier aside and questioned unhappily, who are you people? Yunha stood with hands clasped behind his back under the bright moon, asking disdainfully, who are you? Are you worthy of asking my identity? Qianshun stepped out from behind, looking surprised, calling, Father? Why are you here? The soldiers made way for her. Wu Hua looked over in surprise. Father, Yunha said, good daughter. I didn't expect you to reach the martial spirit level. Why didn't you come home? His face relaxed, speaking gently to her. Father told you before, as long as you reach martial spirit, the engagement with this small sect can be cancelled. Qianshun's face showed a hint of sadness. If it was just this matter, using a carrier pigeon would have sufficed. Why did father have to come personally? Yin Lao Air looked majestic, spreading his arms and smiling brightly, recounting the glorious moment of the beginning when the 5 heads of the families saw the golden vermilion bird radiating spiritual energy. Niece, remember the early days when the Wu Tian divine sect was founded. The Yun, Yi, Hua, Feng, and Ji families were all founding merits. At that time, our Yin family ancestor held the vermilion bird bloodline. Turning away in annoyance, the disciples all clasped hands to Qianshun. Niece, let's go. This tattered place isn't worthy of you. Of course, for taking care of you, I will give them 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Qianshun lowered her face and said, what do you take me for? That year you banished me to the northwest, you abandoned me. If I were still that little golden bird from before, would you have come? Yinha frowned, straightening his back sternly. Everything is for the benefit of the family. As my daughter, you must obey my arrangements. Looking solemn, a pale face panicked, holding a pregnant belly walking over. The soldiers were surprised. Husband, how are you? She hugged the dead soldier. The soldiers got into ready positions. Wu Hua said, wait a moment. Lord Yinha, I want to remind you of something. As soon as you appeared in Heavenly Wolf City, you killed a Heavenly Wolf Guard. His name was Zheng Hao. He has a wife at home. Sister-in-law Zheng hugged her husband crying. Yin Lao Air crossed his arms indifferently. She said, towards him, do you not have even a shred of guilt? Yin Lao Air looked disgusted, taking out a gold ingot with contempt. He brought it on himself. Just a commoner. Death is the end. At most, pay money for him. Is 1 gold ingot enough? Take it and get lost. Everyone shouted angrily. Do you think our lives are not even worth this stone in your eyes? Make them pay with their lives. Our Heavenly Wolf City is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Sister-in-law Zheng glared angrily, grabbing Yin Lao Air's hand and screaming, give my husband's life back to me. The woman tore his sleeve. Yun Lao Air starret, shouting furiously. This stinking woman, raising his hand to slap her face hard, causing her pain and changing color. This is a coat made of capital brocade. Sister-in-law Zheng fell down, eyes, nose, and mouth bleeding. The soldiers shouted in horror and anger. Sister-in-law Zheng, hateful. Do these people have any reason? The crowd clenched their fists, eyes wet with hatred. Zheng Hao was such a righteous man, loved his wife and child so much, yet he died so unjustly. His family still has a 5-year-old child. Is the child just going to become an orphan like this? Wu Guo frowned, eyes filled with anger, gritting his teeth, sweating, trembling with rage, thinking, I really can't guess the strength of this Yin family head. At least, he is a martial emperor. Just one of them can deal with everyone. If anyone in Heavenly Wolf City dares to make a move, the people of the whole city will likely die without a trace. A winged crane appeared. Yun Laoe asked, Niece, do you really not want to come with us? Qinshin stood still and refused. I am not your tool. I want to stay in the northwest now. The soldiers were surprised seeing the situation. Yinha frowned and groaned. Behind his back, his hands gathered flames. Is it because you can't bear to leave the people here? Qinshin suddenly realized. She turned back to look at him sadly, stammering. No, Qinshin stepped forward to hug Yinha. I'll go back with father, but father must promise me one thing. He smiled. Say it. Whatever my daughter wants, I can give you. Qinshin clenched her fists, closing her eyes, choking up. My benefactor Shimen and I was killed by the blood-clothed sect of Aoshiwa City. I am truly unwilling. Yinha looked calm and said, just a small sect, not worth mentioning. Old third, old fourth, I leave it to you. Two people behind clasped their hands and bowed respectfully. They replied, yes, then jumped away. He raised his hand and said to her, I have granted what you need. Good daughter, let's go. The soldiers shouted angrily. Keep dreaming, killing people, then wanting to run away? Murderers must pay with their lives. Wu Guo silently raised his hand to stop them. Quiet. Let them go. Someone said, Lieutenant. But they. His fist trembled. It was Zheng Hao who moved first. Yin Laoer put his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. Well said. This brat knows his place. Yin Ha said, Prince Consort? So you're the son of demon, subduing General Li Guangyi, Li Wuguo. He replied, It is me. He turned around, glancing with disdain. What a pity. Only a great martial master. The peerless demon subduing general actually gave birth to such a useless, inferior son. However, I still have a few things to ask clearly. How about this? You escort us a segment. He still bowed his head. The people walked, Wu Guo followed. Yes. The soldiers clamored and screamed. Could it be the lieutenant, and they are the same kind of people, bowing to power, bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Did we misjudge him? Lieutenant, you disappoint us so much. Turns out he and Li Yutong are the same kind. Wu Guo flew following Qinshin along with Yun Ha and Yun Laoer. It seemed both Yun family members were looking at each other. Then they nodded at the same time, as if signaling to do something shady. Suddenly, Yun Laoer rushed toward Wu Guo. Without a word, he unleashed his power and launched a powerful palm strike at his chest, leaving him no time to react. At that moment, before he could understand what was happening, he was hit directly, causing him pain and vomiting blood. Yun Laoer, after pushing him down, stood firmly on his sword, controlling it to dive down after him. She couldn't help but worry about his safety. She blurted out, Wu Guo, seeing his daughter, who used to be very obedient and sensible, now disregarding her own safety to rush down and save a strange man. He grabbed her arm tightly, stopping her from doing something rash. He lowered his voice and said, Don't follow. She cried desperately, begging her father, voice mixed with trembling. Father, why did you have to kill him? Her pleading words not only didn't sway him, he coldly threatened, Don't think father can't see you have feelings for Li Wuguo. Father is just cutting off this thought for you. This brat's strength is too weak, and he is a lowly commoner. You possess the mutated vermilion bird bloodline. He is not worthy. After hearing those shocking words, she resentfully tried to pull her hand away, face full of anger directed at him, blurting out the grievances in her heart for so long. When you despised me as just a little golden bird bloodline, only he accepted me, treated me well. Why do you keep wanting to control my destiny? Why must you destroy everyone around me? Yunha angrily slapped his daughter's cheek to wake her from her dream. He shouted, "Insolent!" The slap was so hard it echoed loudly. Not only that, it made one side of her cheek red. Stunned for a moment, Yunha lowered his voice and continued to preach like an Asian parent. Your life was given by your parents. If father wants you to return, then you must return. On Wugua's side, after receiving the powerful palm from Yunlao Air, he lay painfully on the ground, trying to suppress the pain spreading from inside. He whispered, "Cough, cough. What? Why use such a cruel hand on me?" Before he could finish his sentence, Yunlao Air interrupted him. He simply replied, "Because my niece has feelings for you. Once you die, she will obediently return to the Yun family." Hearing words that felt like a punch to the ear, Wugua angrily tried to sit up and glare at him. Ridiculous. Before, when Qianxun had no use, you kicked her away without mercy. Now that she has the vermilion bird bloodline, you treat her like a treasure. Do you even consider her human? Yin Laoer seemed to hear a joke, snorted and replied, "Dignity. Yin family blood flows in her veins, so she must become a stepping stone for the Yun family." Yun Lao scornfully stepped straight on Wugua's head, pinning him to the ground. "Thanks to you triggering her bloodline, but you won't have a chance to see her again. She will be married to the most elite person later. Royalty, foreign princes, geniuses of great families." Then he spoke insulting words to him. "As for a commoner like you, you have no chance." From the bloodline of Qianxun, he gradually shifted to insulting him. A sentence from him made him extremely angry, not wanting to hear insulting words anymore. He closed his eyes and replied, "If you want to kill, just kill. Why must you nag and insult me?" Yin Lao Air grabbed Wugua's collar with one hand. He smiled scornfully and replied, "Notarus, anyway, you are about to die. Let you be a clear ghost. You must really want to know how your father died, right?" Hearing him nagging, suddenly mentioning his father, he stammered, "My father." Now Yin Lao Air started changing the subject to Wugua's father. Correct. Li Guangyi achieved merits that overshadowed his master back then. So he was plotted against and harmed by his good brother, the third prince. Thinking back, your father died miserably. Speaking of this, he laughed incessantly like a madman. Out of brotherhood, the third prince reluctantly promised his illegitimate daughter, Nailin Meng, to you. The woman beside you every day is the daughter of the one who killed your father. If your father sees this from the Yellow Springs, he probably won't be able to reincarnate. Hearing these truths, Wugua was so shocked his face drained of blood. Wugua was truly angry. He shouted, "Bastard, you will die without a burial place." Yuan Laoya laughed heartily, preparing to launch a decisive blow to end his life. He said, "Worry about your own burial place first." Finished speaking, Yun Lao Air turned into a famous baker, gifting Wugua a hole in his body. Remember, our Yun family is not a place you can reach. One move from him made him immobile, unable to stand up. Dantian shattered. One palm destroys the Dantian. This palm sends you to hell. Suddenly, from deep in the forest, a strange creature appeared. It seemed to smell blood, so it came here. The smell of fresh blood is so delicious. Yuan Lao shouted, "Who is it?" The strange creature continued, "I am hungry." Yin Lao Air seemed to feel the oppression it radiated, turning to look, thinking, "This aura, is it the overlord beast of this place?" Yin Lao Air thought about letting the overlord beast eat Wugua. The overlord beast came for fresh blood. Why not let it directly swallow Li Wugua? It would also destroy the evidence cleanly, saving trouble for later. The Yin family won't have to bear trouble for killing someone. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Yin Lao Air laughed loudly as desired. "Huh, since the overlord has arrived, our Yin family gives you the body of this great martial master. Take your time enjoying it." The overlord beast approached to lick the blood still flowing from the abdomen. This fresh blood smell is so strong. The taste surely isn't bad. Yuan Lao dusted off his sleeves and flew away, leaving no trace. He laughed loudly. "Consider this a big gift for that day. Remember to swallow both skin and bones. Eat cleanly." At this moment, he spoke up. Sai arrived so late. His sentence sounded like he had known it for a long time. The overlord beast, also known as the Dragon King Turtle, replied to him, "Your Dantian is shattered. Looks like you won't survive." But Wuguo still clung to the thought that he wasn't dead yet, raising his hand to cover the sky, whispering breathlessly, "No, I can still be saved." Wuguo lay motionless on the ground beside the Dragon King turtle. He lay in a pool of blood created by the wound in his abdomen. He tried to raise his hand high to call out the system. The system panel appeared with lines of text. Villain Yahello, 28%. Li Wuguo. Protagonist Yahello, 87%. Yi Vyong. Heal heavy injury, cost 20%. Yahello. Resurrection. Auto-deduct, cost 50%. Yahello. Seeing the percentage values to fully recover his body. It wasn't easy to accumulate 28%. Yahello. One mistake costs 20%. He blurted out regretfully in pain. Although he regretted the Yahello points he had accumulated for so long, he still chose to save himself, pressing without hesitation. "Otherwise, I'm dead for sure. Buy it. Just finish speaking." Wuguo's body was immediately enveloped in a green light. He gradually recovered quickly. Even naked, I couldn't keep up. The Dragon King turtle, seeing Wuguo recover so strangely fast, couldn't help but be surprised. How is this possible?" It continued. "Dantian shattered, yet can still recover. How many secrets do you have on you, brat?" It finished speaking just as he fully recovered. He stood up and said, "Thank you, Senior Turtle, for saving my life. If you hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid that Yin Lao Air would have given me another slash. This life would have been lost for sure." Wuguo stretched his shoulders. He quickly recalled the plot he wrote. Seeing that Li Guangyi's death was not mentioned in the novel, couldn't help but fear this was a plot point automatically arranged by this world. Developing further, his hand placed on one shoulder. Concentrating. Looks like I have to dig deeper into the character Li Guangyi. After all, he was once one of the twin heroes of Haotian, one of the two strongest experts in the Haotian kingdom. It might be an opportunity for me. Outside Heavenly Wolf City, Wuguo stood proudly on the back of the Dragon King turtle. They slowly approached the gate. He blankly recalled the night he was scolded by the trio of Neo Air, Ma Dai, Indigo, and a soldier. Turns out he and Li Yutong are the same kind. We misjudged him. After a moment of imagination, he sighed again, not knowing if Heavenly Wolf City would still welcome him back like before. Wuguo slowly entered Heavenly Wolf City, just stepping inside the city gate. Contrary to his worries, everyone welcomed him warmly. "Big brother, are you okay? So long, we were worried to death." "That's right, we thought something happened." The people here competed to speak. He was overwhelmed by the favor, scratching his head and replying perfunctorily. "It's true. The Yin family people tried to kill me halfway. Luckily, the Dragon King turtle saved me in time." One of them spoke up. "These Yin family people have no morals." Another one immediately chimed in. "Big brother treated Sister Yin so well, yet they wanted to kill Big brother." Right then, hearing the news that Wuguo had returned safely, Nailin Meng ran to him and said, "Wuguo, are you okay?" She ran over to touch his cheek. He just smiled and replied, I'm fine. Seeing him safe and sound, the worry in her heart was somewhat relieved. She said scouts reported back. When Yi Qiong left, he only took 500 elite blood clothes guards. Besides that, 13,000 people were left in Aoshua City. Then Nailin Meng continued to reveal a shocking truth that stunned Wuguo. He broke out in a cold sweat. Then last night, those 10,000 people died. Corpses piled up outside the city. He thought to himself, 2 people actually wiped out Aoshua City. Suddenly, his subordinates knelt down in unison and shouted, "Big brother, Dajie." Luckily, Big brother stopped us. Otherwise, if we resisted back then, I'm afraid our Heavenly Wolf City would also be destroyed. Nua also chimed in. Correct. The lieutenant's patience and calmness helped Heavenly Wolf City avoid a disaster. Yet we still. Speaking of this, he sighed. Continuing, these 5 great families treat us on the border like roadside grass, basically not caring about our lives. Wuguo raised his hand to signal. Stand up, all of you. What we can do is to engrave this humiliation. Go all out to develop Heavenly Wolf City. He clenched his fist with a look of extreme determination. Starting today, we will intensify cultivation. Only by becoming stronger will we have the right to talk about dignity, to talk about revenge. Everyone shouted in unison. Right. Only by being stronger will we not be bullied. Big brother is wise. I'll go back and do my best. To train? What are the 5 great families anyway? Then Wuhua asked Nailan Meng to go somewhere else to talk conveniently. Shouldn't you tell me about my father now? Hearing him say that, she just replied, so you already knew? Follow me. The two went to a deserted place under a tree. Nailan Meng began to tell the story of his father. That's how it is. I am indeed the daughter of the one who killed your father. She closed her eyes, determinedly said, if you want, then just kill me for revenge. After a long silence, neither of them said anything, just waiting for the other to speak first. A gentle breeze blew past the two. Suddenly Wuhua reached out in front, then hugged her tightly, surprising Nailan Meng with his action. She stammered. Wuhua just said, do you think I don't understand your suffering? You hid this from me for so long, fearing I would be agitated and risk my life against the third prince. Hearing his sincere words, she sniffled and cried, saying, I treated you so poorly all these years. Why did I even break off the engagement with you? Do you not hate me? But Wuhua just replied with one sentence. I haven't signed that divorce letter yet. I drew a turtle on it. Doesn't count, doesn't count. Nailan Meng blushed shyly and hit him playfully. You're teasing me. Wuhua replied boldly. Your acting was too bad. When you gave me the divorce letter, I knew your intentions at a glance. Then Nailan Meng continued to reveal another truth. Wuhua, there's one more thing. I feel I should say it. Actually, your mother isn't dead. She continued. I finally found her. She is not far from the northwest. Qingyang City. After your father died, a big fire suddenly broke out in the Li Manor. Everyone in the capital knew. Everyone said the female corpse on the bed in the bedroom was your mother. But actually, that corpse was your mother's personal maid. Lingia. After General Li died, a soldier delivered a letter beforehand. Inside, the truth of the general's death was clearly written. Perhaps because your mother usually treated Linger like a sister, and even gave Linger the status of a concubine. Linger, when disaster struck, chose to sacrifice herself, so your mother could escape my father's pursuit. Nailan Meng stopped and lowered her face, looking sorrowful like a sinner. However, she still gave Wuhua a sympathetic look of encouragement. Don't be sad. Your mother didn't let me tell you before. Just hoping you would live peacefully in the Northwest. He listened to those heartfelt, comforting words. Attitude very calm. Looking straight into her eyes, he replied, I'm not sad. After that, he gazed intently at his wife, whose delicate face was blushing like an 18-year-old girl. He thought about how no matter how jerky Wuhua was before, although Nailan Meng couldn't accept his feelings, she lived very righteously, knowing gratitude and propriety, never abandoning him. Such character was truly precious. Seeing him standing foolishly, Nailan Meng continued to speak. Qingyang City is only 300 miles from Heavenly Wolf City. I also visit often. However, recently Heavenly Wolf City is being rebuilt and there is unfinished business. Let me see when I can make a trip. Hearing that, he placed his hands on her small shoulders. His eyes looked at her determinedly and reassured. Don't worry, I can go alone. Nailan Meng heard his determination, but was still a bit uneasy, immediately stammering. But he immediately showed off his innate talent for wooing women, wrapping one arm around her waist. The other hand gently lifted her soft chin, asking lovingly, what's wrong? Worried about me, or can't bear to leave me? This intimate action made her a bit unaccustomed. Then she shyly turned her face away, not daring to look straight into his eyes. Hesitating, why wouldn't I bear to leave you? Not letting her waste more words, he cupped her cheeks with his hands, placing a kiss right on her lips. Oh, what a surprise! Making her eyes form an O. Her mouth couldn't form an A anymore. At this moment, her mouth could only mumble, MMPH. Nailan Meng blushed furiously, hurriedly turning away and stammering. You just recovered from serious injury and are going out alone. I'm not at ease. Can't I go? Seeing his wife's clumsy but adorable action to hide her emotions, he smiled happily. He approached and held her hand, looking straight into her eyes to increase credibility. Heavenly Wolf City is the biggest backing. With you, my wife, guarding this place, I can be at ease. Truly, Nailan Meng was moved by this attentiveness. She hesitated and replied, let me think about it. But, how do you plan to handle Sister Qinchin's matter? Wuhua calmly explained. The 5 great families. of the capital are known as the source of sections. Disciples number in the tens of thousands. Everyone coming out of each family becomes an imperial preceptor or prime minister of various countries. Their strength is profound, enough to rival heaven-ranked sections. The military general holding troops is the great general, the third prince, supreme in the Wu Tian kingdom. But the head of civil officials is the 5 great families. Qianxun awakened the vermilion bird bloodline. She will definitely be fully nurtured by the Yun family. In the short term, there probably won't be any danger. But great families rely on marriage alliances to maintain relationships. Maybe after a while, Qianxun will be married off. With her personality, she will definitely cause a scene. I must bring her back. But not yet. Seeing him quite engrossed and determined, Nailin Meng gently pinched his arm hard. She was obviously jealous, eyes blazing, looking just like a gossiping neighbor lady. Asking him clearly, "Tell me, what's with that lover's heart technique?" He screamed in pain, hurriedly explaining. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. That was just to repel the enemy." She temporarily let him off this time, turning her face away sulking. If it were another woman, I resolutely wouldn't agree. But if it's Sister Qianxun, I don't hate it that much. Hearing what his wife just said, he was a bit surprised by this 180-degree turn and exclaimed. Scene changed to a clear moonlit night outside the gate of the majestic and large Yi Manor. Yi Qiong held Xianyi's hand running fast towards that gate. He didn't care about the fatigue. And Pain Xianyi was suffering. His head was filled with calculations like, the Yi Manor of the 5 great families in the capital. This place will definitely become mine. Not only that, his face also radiated the most cunning look on earth. He was certain in his head that this was a turning point. Seeing him approach, the lamp-holding gatekeeper recognized him and said in surprise, "Young master, you finally returned. You wandered outside for so long. We thought you had." But the next second, this guy changed the subject, asking, "Who is this?" When looking to the side and seeing a strange young girl whose wrist he was holding, he was a bit inconvenienced, but still replied very clearly, "This is my maid, Xianyi. This time we came from the northwest. She took care of me along the way." Xianyi was the cherished daughter of a sect master named Xie. Yet when she arrived here and heard her status was just a maid, she froze, face sour as vinegar. At the same time, Yi family head, Yi Hong, hurriedly walked over. Seeing the person he hadn't seen for a long time, he raised his hand to welcome and cheered. "My grandson." Yi Qiong had tears in his eyes, calling back 2 words. "Grandfather." Then the grandfather and grandson hugged each other. He cried like rain in his grandfather's arms, speaking through sobs. "My father died miserably. Grandfather." He rubbed his head gently and said, "Good grandson. It's good that you're back." Early in the morning, a familiar figure everyone knew walked into the city gate with a sign saying something the translator ignored. Wu Guo welcomed the new day with a face still sleepy. He stretched, his spine aged before his age. Instead of roosters crowing, what hit his eyes was an object like a cannon decorated with a dragon head and tail that would crow a boom instead of chickens. Beside the dragon that could scream fire were Jun Shui, Nailin Meng, and Yun Fan. His eyes went wide. He asked blankly, "What is this?" Replying to him was old Jin, happily raising his fist in the air, celebrating boisterously. "Big brother, you're here. This is the new invention of me and the brothers, the fire crystal cannon." Nailin Ming calmly added old Jin's meaning for him. This was made by Chan Lao Jin and his subordinates, using the blood-clothes cannon to improve and invent a new type of cannon. Jun Shui beside her was like a child meeting parents. She waved her hand high, smiling brightly. "Young master," Nailin Meng continued, "this cannon shell is made of fire crystals and spirit stones combined. Heard the power is amazing." Then the group observed all aspects of the cannon. Just as Nailin Meng said, the cannon indeed had power. It had to have power to make Wu Guo stretch his bones and then torture them by hunching over like a blind man feeling an elephant. Wonder if this blind man can see where the author hid Yun Fan. Chen Laojin had an idea. He put 2 index fingers under his chin, forming an L shape. Above the L was the fire, showing on his face. He was a pyromaniac. He said, "Right, big brother, sister-in-law, take a look." He lit the cannon. The cannon head heated up. Inside the cannon mouth, a fireball appeared for a display of power. Quickly, From the cannon mouth, a beam of light shot out perpendicular to rocks and bushes. It aimed straight at the city wall someone worked hard to build, aiming straight at the section. Luckily, these vandals had the most influential accomplice. That was the author. Black smoke billowed as the wall cried for its fate as background scenery, cursing the vandals. But old Jin and Wuhua were human, so how could they hear the wall's anger? He gaped in praise. This power is even more domineering than the blood-clothed cannon from before. While old Jin looked up smugly at his destructive talent. Yun Su exclaimed. Young master, she said. The cannon mouth bloomed. He rubbed his chin, considering the scene of a thin wallet before winning like a student. An employee at the end of the month said, if firing one shot blows up a cannon like this is a bit costly. Old Jin scratched his head in agreement. Yes, currently, we lack a few new materials. If we had black, iron, or mystic iron, the fire crystal cannon's power would be stronger and also more durable. Finished speaking, a fair white hand was placed on his shoulder, attracting his attention. Looking back to see who it was. No one else but Meng. She gently suggested, then let the two of us make a trip to Qingyang City. Besides doing business, we can see if we can collect some rare mineral iron. Hearing this, Wuhua asked blankly, didn't we agree I'd go alone? She explained calmly. I spent several nights finishing all the affairs in the city. Now you have no reason to refuse me, right? Another small hand grabbed his shirt. Turning back, it was June Shui pouting, her eyes teary, saying, young master, I want to go too. I'll go to Qingyang City with you. Facing the child's pleading, Wuhua smiled, acting like a parent advising a child. You should stay and lead the girls to take care of the wounded. The wounded need you more than I do. Stay in Heavenly Wolf City. Be good. Hearing this, Jun Xuan knew nothing else but to sigh and accept. She said dejectedly, all right then, with his pat on the head. A few days later, Wuhua and Meng rode wolves to the blood-tide land. That place was a landslide area, surrounded by a blood river bubbling up. Amidst that ironic situation, he said, the only road to leave the northwest is indeed very desolate. If I could choose, I really wouldn't want to cross this blood swamp. Meng breathed a sigh of relief, replying, luckily we have these two Fong wolves. Otherwise, flying across ourselves would consume a lot of primal energy. He added, that's right. Suddenly the wolf he rode growled as if awakening. The instinct of a lone wolf. Somehow, the couple refused to sit on the wolves' backs in case of mishap, so they could grab the wolves and run fast. Meng warned, seems something is approaching. He agreed too. Yeah, I also have that uneasy feeling. Wuhua was wise. He took out a flashlight to illuminate things. But taking out a modern item in front of an ancient person would result in what? Of course, she laughed. You really? Always taking out these weird things. He shone the flashlight into the blue water lake. He cautioned, looks like this could be something very big. But a patriarchal woman like her didn't think so. She boldly said, whatever it is, we face it together. Nightmare arrived when Wuhua opened his eyes wide. That is, he screamed, blood flood dragon, just as Meng wished. A fierce black dragon rushed out from the stinging sea. It opened its huge mouth, wanted by both of them. Wuhua shouted, scatter quickly, when the dragon rushed between the two, smashing the ground. He dodged while wondering, impossible, wasn't this animal taken away? He shouted, be careful, pushing Meng away as the dragon fluttered its hair, baring its white teeth without needing a dentist for whitening. But unluckily, before it could show off, Wuhua and Meng tricked it into slamming its head onto the ground with a thud. He successfully escaped its ultimate move. She could still stand firm. Meng turned into a rice power camera, updating the situation. This blood flood dragon was always kept in the Aoshua City dungeon before. 2 days ago, Aoshua City was raided by the Yun family. Wuhua agreed and turned into a reporter, adding, yeah, the injuries on its body are still quite heavy. Must be from struggling to escape the dungeon. Then he picked up his sword, ready to fight. Meng also crossed her spear over her chest. She got into a ready stance. She said solemnly, it seems it hates us to the bone. Moving in this blood swamp is difficult. Escaping won't be easy. So there's only one way. So both Wuhua and Meng were of one mind. Shouting together, fight. The blood flood dragon rushed forward powerfully. its mouth full of fire like accumulating anger in its body. Then it raised its chin to the sky, mouth holding more and more resentment, anger, and fury of the fire stream. At this moment, he realized and shouted loudly, "Not good. It's going to breathe fire." Immediately, the dragon shook its black scales and started spewing a giant fireball created inside it. Probably AI suggested that fireball. In danger, Wuhua shouted a signal. Split up to dodge. He played Jiao Chan's second skill. This time he was wiser. He didn't choose to run like normal protagonists. Wuhua chose to sprout wings and fly solo. So much effort for the dragon. It opened its mouth. Fire moves like transformation moves in other supernatural stories. It spewed out exactly like parents with the ideology of raising children with a rattan cane. Black and red is scary. The cute little dragon, like a python, got a chance to act in a country movie. The little dragon needed to scream fire at sprouted wings and flew into the sky. So the fire it painstakingly held in its throat was wasted. But Wuhua in the sky breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "Too close." After the unpredictable trick that no one could play against, he turned his butt up, hand patting his butt, the other making a mocking face, teasing the little dragon. "Hey, little worm. Don't even know how to fly. Also worthy of being called a flood dragon." Making the flood dragon hiss. The meaning of bad breath was clear in that hiss. It felt insulted. The dragon needed to write a complaint letter to the United Nations, but didn't know if anyone would listen. Unlike him, Nailin Meng chose a fairer playstyle, so she didn't sprout wings to fly randomly. But also because of that, the monster rising from the blood swamp used its tongue to wrap around her arm lovingly and cleanly, in quotes. Seeing that, Nailin Meng also showed love by stabbing the sharp spear tip into its heart, giving it the honor of becoming a stir-fried frog dish for later. The monster, seeing that, struggled and released rage. Facing the rage storm, she leaned over, warning him. "Wuhua, watch your feet." Wuhua frowned, opening his eyes wide in panic. Could it be the day has come to be chosen by the monster residents for a long-term sacrifice? He hurriedly said, "What? No way." Li Wuhua turned and found the flood dragon preparing to comfort him with another stream of fire. Then it screamed 3 striped flames. He quickly dodged between those flames. He couldn't use water because if he used water to extinguish, water wouldn't work. Suddenly remembering, he shouted, "Done for. Done for. Why did I forget this?" The blood swamp is one of the forbidden grounds of the Northwest, different from the Black Forest and Spirit Snake Mountain. The blood swamp has a characteristic that beasts like to dive deep below and then suddenly attack. Now, I remember. Amidst adversity, Wuhua didn't forget to flirt in the monster place. He said, "Wife, hold on. If we get injured, this bunch of beasts will go crazy en masse." Nailin Meng gripped the spear in her hand tightly. She unleashed her golden dragon code. The peak of bias was when she firmly said, "No need for you to say. You worry about avoiding the worm behind you." He said arrogantly, "Isn't this just a stupid animal? This is my specialty." After this incident, surely that dragon would become the captain of the anti-Wuhua and Nailin Meng squad. In a flash, 2 hours passed. Both were still playing closely. The dragon breathed fire, searching. He hid behind a boulder, wiping the sweat soaking his face, thinking, "If I keep dodging like this, I'll die of exhaustion." He leaned out slightly, thinking again. However, it seems the blood-eyed flood dragon has also shown signs of fatigue. When caught, the dragon was also tired. It stuck out its tongue, emitting sputtering sparks. Nailin Meng signaled, "Wuhua, it can't hold on anymore." Quickly, she pointed the spear controlling her dragon to confront the black dragon. "My fire crystal spear can withstand its flames. I'll cover your flank. You find its wound," he shouted, taking flight into the sky. He observed the dragon and pondered. Although heavily injured like this, as a beast overlord, I can't underestimate it. Where exactly is its weakness? Then he noticed a wound near the dragon's head and suspicious white things around it. Wuhua smirked. So that's it. Instead of flying in the air, Wuhua chose a rather winding path. He chose to land to destroy the blood-eyed flood dragon instead of flying and conveniently slashing its weak point. So two people confronted the black dragon. Turns out the blood-eyed flood dragon not only had wounds on its body, but also leeches on the wounds, sucking nutrients from the blood-eyed flood dragon. Wuwa jumped up, gloatingly mocking the dragon's pain. This is truly heaven helping me. He jumped once and was on the dragon's body immediately, crossing the Blood River swamp immediately. Sun Wukong yielding the throne immediately. One for the history books. A record immediately. Countries don't need to organize the Olympics anymore. Scientists have a new research project to rethink the laws of physics for so long. Wu Guo raised his sword and shouted, "D." Too bad the flood dragon didn't stay still. Because it had a brain, it wiggled its body back and forth, squirming like a worm, thrashing like a fish, making him groan in discomfort, making Wu Guo unable to stand properly. But falling was certain. The other person jumped up, also contributing to rewriting physics. Nailin Meng gripped the spear tip in her hand. She attracted its attention by shouting, "Where are you looking?" Nailin Meng played a slightly dirty move. Also interesting. She rotated the tip of the spear, sprinkling a little fire on it for flavor. She aimed the spear at the dragon's cloudy red eye, and immediately, the flood dragon got hit. It shifted its attention to Nailin Meng. At this very moment, Wu Guo raised his sword. He shouted, "Now is the time." One slash, slicing the flood dragon in two. One shot, dragon blood flew everywhere. One shot, chefs have to sit down and confide in the knives they always sharpen. After a scene of slicing it in two, he and she jumped down together, landing smoothly. The flood dragon laid down cosplaying Zero. Probably been a long time since it went to a cosplay festival. Nailin Meng exhaled. She couldn't believe she and he killed the overlord as easily as eating cake. She stammered, "We actually succeeded. We actually killed a martial emperor-level beast." He breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, this guy was heavily injured. A moment later, Wu Guo got reckless, running over to inspect the dragon. He monologued to himself, "Scales used for armor. This meat is a great gift for the wolves." And the skull. He giggled continuously, then monologued on. "Not bad, not bad. This blood flood dragon is truly a body of treasure." Then he and Nailin Meng transformed into talented chefs. Enemy small knife. Person chopping. He adjusted his shirt, smacking his lips, saying, "Then let's start." Sometime later, in the bloody forest, Li Yubo wiped the sweat from his forehead. He smiled and said, "Consider it all handled. Only the head is left." She bent down, pointing straight at the dragon head. "Right. The most valuable part is the demon core in the brain. For monsters, this thing can increase their strength. And for artificers, this demon core can be used to craft many things." Li Yubo happily approached. Excited, he said, "You want to dig out the demon core? Let me help you." But surprise, the flood dragon's resilience was faster than an ex-girlfriend flipping a switch. It wasn't dead yet. "You guys are too green." Nailin Meng realized it. She screamed, "Li Yugua! Moo!" She quickly pushed Li Yugua out of danger, just as the flood dragon spat out poison. His eyes went wide. He shouted anxiously, "Wife!" She fell to the ground. The poison it spat splattered on her thigh. She sighed and said, "Too careless. I didn't expect that even with its head cut off, it could still retain consciousness for a while." He ran over, placing his hand on her thigh to examine it. "Quick, wipe the poison off your body." But Nailin Meng leaned into his shoulder. She groaned weakly. "It seems it's too late." Li Yugua quickly reassured her. "You'll be fine. I will transfer energy to you." He placed his hand on her back, using spiritual power to treat the poison that had seeped in. He spoke with determination. "I returned from hell and swore an oath to the heavens that I would protect you. If I betray that, I will fall into eternal damnation, never to be reincarnated. I will never abandon you." Nailin Meng gasped. "I've been hit with martial emperor-level poison. It's hopeless. Go find Mother. Otherwise, we will both die here." While he was busy treating her, other monsters prepared to rush in and tear them apart. But thanks to his unscrupulous virtues, two wolves growled a warning. He thought, "I know better than anyone how dangerous this bloody swamp is. The wolves just went through a bitter fight. They can't carry us out of here fast enough." He handed a round bronze object to the black wolf. He instructed them, "Take this back immediately. Give it to the king of thieves." Next, he picked her up in his arms, calculating a way to save her. Skywolf City has no antidote. If we go back, Nailin Meng will only be consumed by the poison and die. An idea struck him. He leaped up. He flew into the air with a thought. Asterisk right. Qingyang City. Asterisk. At Qingyang City, the massive, sturdy city walls stood tall, protecting the common people inside so they could live in peace. On the main road, people bustled back and forth. The streets were crowded and happy. Someone was leading a horse transporting goods. Someone was discussing prices with a merchant. There were also children, only waist-high, laughing and playing together. Suddenly, a harsh scolding voice rang out, shattering the peaceful scene. Where did this beggar come from? Get out! Get out! The person being scolded as a beggar was none other than Li Yugua. He carefully held Meng in his arms, covering her with a cloth to keep her warm. Seeing the servant guarding the gate about to leave, Li Yugua hurriedly called him back. Please, brothers, report this for me. I want to see Senior Medicine Emperor. The gatekeeper froze upon hearing that. You want to see the Medicine Emperor? He laughed out loud as if he had heard a hilarious joke. I'm dying of laughter. A beggar thinks he's worthy of meeting the Medicine Emperor? The other guard also crossed his arms and laughed. Haven't you heard of the Medicine Emperor's 3 refusals? Their expressions suddenly turned serious. The guard held up 3 fingers to explain to him. Unknown background? No kure. No money? No kure. Involved in love affairs? Don't save. Meng was being tormented by the pain of the flood dragon's poison, but she still heard what he said. She weakly opened her eyes. Wugua, give up. The Medicine Emperor, a figure of this level, won't see us. Wait until I die. Bury me in the northwest. So I can see the sunrise in the northwest every day. I will be satisfied. Wugua would never let the future in her words come true. He shook his head. I won't let you die. His face darkened. The Medicine Emperor is indeed exactly like in a novel I wrote. My villain Yahello is only 8%. No use at all. But I am the creator here. No one understands the Medicine Emperor better than me. Thinking that, Wugua waved his hand, taking out a spatial ring. Chests full of gold ingots suddenly appeared scattered. All around, he held Meng and said confidently, Want money, right? I have it. Besides, he started speaking vaguely, looking at the 2 gatekeepers gaping and running to check the gold ingots. He got straight to the point. I also know matters related to the Poison Emperor. The gatekeeper suddenly caught the key point in his words. He turned back in surprise and asked, Poison Emperor? Everyone knew the weight the Poison Emperor held in the Medicine Emperor's heart. Whatever related to that person, the Medicine Emperor always put him first. And Wugua said he knew about him. So the attitude of the 2 gatekeepers changed instantly, respectfully opening the door wide to invite him in. My lord, this way please. Outside, the sun had gradually risen high. Gentle sunlight covered the residence of the Medicine Emperor with a layer of warm yellow. Inside the room, Wugua was meticulously wringing a towel to wipe her body. He carried many worries in his heart. The Poison Emperor and Medicine Emperor were originally a couple. One killed people. One saved people. The 2 of them were once very affectionate in the past. Later, the Poison Emperor married the Medicine Emperor's junior sister. The 2 turned into enemies. Wugua pondered silently, closing his eyes in thought, trying to find a gap between them to squeeze in. At the same time, getting the Medicine Emperor's approval to save Meng. He couldn't bear to watch her tiredly fighting the pain, gently using a wet towel to wipe the sweat from her forehead, still thinking of a plan in his head. But in her heart, the Medicine Emperor still misses the Poison Emperor very much. Just need to exploit this point. The Medicine Emperor will definitely help me. Then suddenly, a seductive female voice rang out outside the door. Is this girl the princess of Nalan's city? Wugua looked over in surprise. What kind of skill does this person have to approach while I couldn't detect it? Outside, the Medicine Emperor arrived, leaning her back against the door. Her beautiful face bore a faint smile. This person was the world-renowned Medicine Emperor whom everyone begged for help. She just glanced at Meng once and could assess the situation. She must have been bitten by some poisonous snake. Life won't last much longer. Wugua recognized this person at a glance. After all, she was born under my pen. He stepped closer, respectfully but not humbly clasping his hands. Senior has wise eyes. My wife was poisoned by the blood-eyed flood dragon. I respectfully hope Senior will take action to help. Entering the Medicine Emperor's backyard was one thing. Getting her nod of agreement to help was another. The Medicine Emperor touched her chin. Amazed, the blood-eyed flood dragon is a martial emperor-level beast. Want me to save her? Just that much gold and silver isn't enough. If this continues, I'm afraid Nalan Meng won't be saved. Wuhua rolled his eyes slightly. For my wife, a little lie probably won't hurt, right? Thinking that, he hurriedly said, Actually, I met the Poison Emperor recently. Hearing that, the Medicine Emperor crossed her arms and turned away. Arrogantly scold. I don't want to know anything about that old animal with this cold attitude. Did I guess wrong? Wuhua wasn't too sure about his plan, but having started, he had to follow through. Moreover, trying a bit won't lose anything. So he continued. Lip service. He looked very haggard, just mentioning this. The Medicine Emperor's attitude changed dizzyingly fast. She hurriedly grabbed his arm, worriedly asking, what happened to him? Wuhua scratched his face. He didn't dare to face her and spout nonsense. He seemed to have resigned himself to his fate. He said something about missing someone dearly. After a few years, she heard news that he missed her. The Medicine Sovereign was so angry, she stomped her feet. What's the damn point of saying you miss me now? Then why did you leave back then? Yu saw that she completely believed his words. He chuckled to himself. She's easier to fool than I thought. After fuming for a moment, the Medicine Sovereign immediately returned to the main issue. After all, a person's life was more important. She agreed to his request to save the person, but also set a new condition. Since you're acquainted with that old poison freak, I'll reluctantly help you this one time. But a martial emperor-level poison isn't easy to cure. You'll have to pay a very high price. Knowing that Nalan Meng had a chance to be saved, Yu's eyes filled with determination. He clasped his hands before his chest and declared resolutely, no matter what,